Joining the Marine Corps, meaning earning the title Marine.
The military says recruits join mainly for education and job security, but still, non-citizen enlistment is rising.
It's a way for the people like me who come to the United States to repay to the country of the United States for all what this country is doing for us, for my people.
Today, there is a push in Congress to make it even easier for green card troops to gain citizenship by waiving the naturalization fees, lowering the service requirement from 3 years to 2, and allowing citizenship ceremonies to take place at military installations overseas. That proposal could see action later this year. In Los Angeles, Trace Gallagher, Fox News.
Up next, more on post-Saddam Iraq. How do we establish a democracy with so much ethnic infighting? We'll ask a leading U.S. diplomat.
And later, U.S. troops make a startling find in western Iraq. Is this the evidence the world has been calling for? Stick around.
I began losing my hair about a year ago. Is it ever going to stop? What caused it to fall out anyway?
Let's say I'm ready to do something about my hair loss. What are my options?
Why me?
It's hard to know what to do when you start losing your hair. That's where Bosley Medical comes in. For over 25 years, people have turned to us for answers to their questions about hair loss and hair restoration.
So what is natural hair restoration? Where does the hair come from? Is it permanent?
Does the hair actually grow?
To find out, just call this toll-free number. We'll send you this free video and comprehensive guidebook that give you the real facts about hair loss and the choices you have for dealing with it. Financing is available, so call now and discover how Bosley Medical has advanced the science of natural hair restoration, how they use your own living hair to fill in the thin spots. You'll also meet people who were once losing their hair and see what they looked like then and now.
But here's the big question. Do you think my barber will remember me?
Learn about all your options. Call now and get the information you need to determine if hair restoration is right for you.
Legends are made. Records will fall.
8th home run of this postseason.
Champions are born.
Got him! The Angels, world champions.
America's pastime returns this May.
Go do what you do. You got a gun?
Are you okay?
No. Hey, first bet I won today. Yeah, I'm lucky. I doubt it. Lucky.
Show's over, folks.
Lucky premieres Tuesday on FX. Check local listings.
Hi, I'm Sarita Butler from Georgia. I'm on USS Harriet Truman, and you're watching Fox News.
A major shift in momentum tonight in Baghdad, but what happens once the shooting stops and Saddam is shown the door? Joining us now in Washington is Mark Ginsburg, former U.S. ambassador to Morocco. Hello, Ambassador Ginsburg. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
I want to talk post-Saddam Iraq in 1 second, but first let's talk about the news of the day, the big news, and that is that we are now in Baghdad. How do you think the Iraqi citizens will react to that?
I think the Iraqi people are obviously as concerned and curious as any of us as to what will happen once it's proven that Saddam's regime has come to an end, and they can then focus on what the United States' intention is. Are we going to be staying? Are we going to be providing them with a new humanitarian government? What is going to happen in other parts of the country? Will Iraq remain a unified country? Most importantly, will their anger and resentment towards the tyranny that they've suffered under the last 40 years dissipate, or will it be targeted at the United States and the coalition? These are questions that I think remain to be answered.
The second big news item of the day is that it appears that reports of Saddam Hussein's demise may have been premature, since someone who bears sort of an uncanny resemblance to him has popped up on a videotape. What do you think that's doing to the psyche at this point of the Iraqi people?
Honestly, the way that Saddam has been portraying this conflict, he has really tried to depersonalize his role. He wants not to this be perceived as an attack by the United States against Saddam. He wants this to be portrayed as an attack by the United States against Iraq and its people. So he's tried to convert what essentially is an effort to change regimes into a comparable Palestinian conflict where he's usurped all of the symbols of the Palestinian conflict and tried to embrace them around him without him being the sort of Arafat in the conflict. He has, for example, created the Al-Aqsa Brigades. He has called his army the Fedayeen, which is the old PLO fighters that existed during the 1967 war. He has, in effect, used the rhetoric of the Palestinian conflict, and that's been supplemented by Arab media outlets as well, using the phraseology that only Arabs really appreciate to emotionalize the conflict against the United States.
And in that way, has he even somehow been transformed from brutal tyrant into sort of folk hero by this?
Well, I don't think that the Iraqi people who have come to hate him with an enormous passion are going to somehow view him with any more with more benign neglect. But what's important here is for us to understand what he's tried to do and what his regime has tried to do, and those henchmen around him who keep appearing during these press conferences, is to create the impression that that Iraqi nationalism and religious freedoms should somehow come to the forefront. And so his role in this has almost become secondary to the effort by his henchmen to create the illusion that this is an American attack on Islam.
Okay, so when the military action stops in Iraq, when the shooting is over, what happens next?
The United States and the coalition plan to bring in from Kuwait the beginnings of a new civil administration that will be largely headed by an American by the name of Jake Garner, former general, who will ultimately report to Commander Tommy Franks, the commander of Centcom. He will bring with him several ex-American diplomats who will hold responsible positions regarding humanitarian relief, reconstruction, and administrative control. And there's going to be enormous questions about how do we then integrate a provisional government composed of both Iraqis that have returned, such as the Iraqi National Congress, the Kurdistan parties that have been recognized by the United States, the Shiite community, and of course then the problem is what do we do, how do we in effect denazify the regime by eliminating all of the Baathists who control the bureaucracy as well as the military?
Those are all excellent questions. Does anybody have any answers to them right now?
Well, I think one of the most important things we can try to do is to stop the warfare that seems to have broken out between the State Department and the Defense Department over whether or not the Iraqi National Congress, as well as General Franks, will have the preeminent role, or whether or not we will give the United Nations a more formidable role in the administration of Iraq, pending the creation of an Iraqi provisional government composed of both insiders from inside Iraq and outsiders who have returned to Iraq.
Who's going to make that decision?
Well, right now, I think the United States clearly has paid the price in blood and we're on the verge of eliminating the regime. It's clearly the responsibility of the United States. I reject countries like France, who now have sat on the sidelines and made this as exceedingly difficult as possible, demanding that they have some sort of role to play here. The French, as far as I'm concerned, should not be given any formidable role. On the other hand, the United States has to understand the importance of engaging in burden sharing. There are countries within the Security Council that want to have some responsibility for the humanitarian relief that needs to be accorded to the Iraqi people, and the United States should try to enlist as much support as possible while not forfeiting the security and military and administrative control of the regime pending the creation of a democratic government in Iraq.
How do you think the Iraqi people will react to an American general and American diplomats coming in and heading up an interim government?
I think that's a very important question that remains to be answered. I don't think that at this point in time that we can assume that the United States is going to have an easy time of it, even by appointing someone who has the benign responsibility of rebuilding and reconstructing the country under a huge amount of American humanitarian assistance. Look, we have not been welcomed yet as liberators. It's going to be an important transition to help convince the Iraqi people, after we've liberated Basra and other cities in the south, and shown the people of Baghdad that we're not there to, in effect, fulfill the worst propaganda edicts that Saddam has issued about our arrival, that we will, in effect, do what is necessary to help them create a new open society, a better society for themselves, and that will hopefully quickly turn to a transitional government that will be difficult, but in effect will happen under our leadership and aegis. And I guess actions are going to speak louder than words on that front. Absolutely. It's going to take a lot of effort and perseverance, as well as a quiet commitment on the United States' part to give the Iraqi people confidence in those people who they are willing to instill that confidence, and in effect to eliminate the Ba'ath Party as the party that has controlled the levers of power in the country. Okay, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg, thank you so much for all that insight. Sure. And stay right where you are. Coming up, Rick Leventhal is with the Marines just outside Baghdad, and he takes us inside their risky journey to the front lines.
And we'll also take you to the nerve center of this operation, Centcom. U.S. soldiers in Baghdad made significant moves over the last few hours. We'll tell you all about it when we return. Stay right where you are.
Hey, man, put it down. Bring it down. Bring it over here. Bring it over here.
Hey, this one's messed up.
Hey, they're moving. Hey, that one.
This is a sign that we're able to send to the residents of Baghdad that we're here, and they can rise up and deal with the regime appropriately and save some future battles inside the city.
The noose is tightening as the Army and the Marines storm Baghdad. Good evening, everyone. I'm Allison Camerata.
And I'm Brian Wilson. It is 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. in Baghdad. Want to check in with Mike Emanuel over at the Pentagon for the very latest. Mike.
Hi, Brian. The moment many of our soldiers and Marines have been waiting for. U.S. forces on the move inside Baghdad. The images are impressive, coming from our colleague Greg Kelly and his crew inside Baghdad, arriving there several hours ago. Elements of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division rolling into Baghdad. The video almost looks like it's from a movie, but this is real life, real American soldiers and Marines on the move in the capital city of the regime they are fighting to remove. There are burning Iraqi military vehicles as the U.S. troops roll by. While the movement by U.S. soldiers and Marines is bold and dramatic, the firefights continue. Now, before U.S. forces arrived in Baghdad, Pentagon officials talked about dealing with an enemy that is prepared to take desperate measures.
We went into this operation expecting the unexpected, and from car bombings to the potential use of weapons of mass destruction, we've had to stay postured for sort of anything that the regime is capable of using. So at this point, we are just postured for that. We have no particular threat that we consider more than another.
The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers who were killed in action. They were ambushed in Iraq on March 23rd. Sergeant George E. Buggs, 31, of Barnwell, South Carolina, who was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion from Fort Stewart, Georgia. 7 others were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. Master Sergeant Robert J. Dowdy, 38 years old, of Cleveland, Ohio. Private Ruben Estrella Soto, 18 years old, of El Paso, Texas. Specialist James M. Keel, 22 years old, of Comfort, Texas. Chief Warrant Officer Johnny Villarreal Mata, 35 years old, of Amarillo, Texas. Private First Class Lori Ann Pistawa, 23, of Tuba City, Arizona. Private Brandon U. Sloan, 19, of Cleveland, Ohio. And Sergeant Donald R. Walters, 33 years old, of Kansas City, Missouri. Their bodies were among the 11 bodies that were found in the rescue, the bold rescue, of Private Jessica Lynch the other day. 9 of them were believed to be Americans, and now 8 have been positively identified. Brian?
Mike, we need to interrupt and go straight to Greg Kelly, who is with the Army 3rd ID. He is in Baghdad. He's been in Baghdad now for about 3 hours plus. Greg, bring us up to date. What's going on?
Hi, Brian. We are in Baghdad. Now we're at what used to be Saddam Hussein International Airport, I guess now Baghdad International. But 1st Brigade has been here for a couple of days. They came via a route that didn't take them through the city. We came in this morning right through the city, right through, we wouldn't call it exactly the heart of Baghdad, but deep inside the city. We went through a pretty industrialized area. The streets were somewhat desolate, except for waves and waves of these guys, whether they were Al-Quds or Republican Guard. They were probably both coming at us in these pickup trucks. You can tell they had hostile intent. They're driving straight at the convoy very fast. The Bradleys, the tanks, taking out these vehicles, also taking out a lot of T-72 tanks along the way. They were very close to the roadway, one of the main arteries that leads into Baghdad, also artillery pieces. Now, the way these guys were fighting, according to commanders and according to what we saw, they would fight initially, and then they'd either be shot or they'd put down their weapons and run. Now, we did see several Iraqi soldiers surrender. We understand that there is a general now in custody, now in the custody of the 2nd Brigade combat team who made that trip up here. Also, we saw just those secondary explosions, and once these vehicles were hit, just time and time again, the munitions inside would keep on cooking off. We know that one soldier was killed, one U.S. soldier was killed in the fighting. We don't have the circumstances on how that soldier was killed. When we have them, when it's appropriate, we will release those details. Overall, commanders are saying that this was a tough day of fighting. It's not over yet, but it's probably not the stiffest resistance they've seen so far. These guys have been fighting now for more than, 16 days, still calling the time after we crossed the Euphrates, and that was probably the toughest fighting. This was kind of easily handled, as hot as it was, and as stiff as that resistance was. They weren't employing their weapons well. Again, they came at us with RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades, and these kind of crude bunker positions on either side of the road, not very well fortified. There's just no match for the firepower that these guys, the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, brought into Baghdad today. As far as civilians, we didn't see many civilians. Saw one man walking down the road rather defiantly. He was an older man, basically walking in a battlefield. Refused to get down, refused to stop. He just walked along, and miraculously, as far as we could tell, he was not shot. And the soldiers here are really going out of their way not to engage civilians. It's constantly what commanders are talking about on the radio. Where are the civilians? Where are the friendlies? Don't fire at the civilians. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish who means us ill will and who is not going to give us a fight. But these guys seem to have handled the situation well. Again, 1 killed, 1 tank destroyed, or at least severely disabled. Won't be fighting for a while. 1 M1 tank, 1 soldier lost in today's action, but they're feeling pretty good right now that they're at the airport. Things we're already secure here by 1st Brigade, and we'll tell you more about our movements when they happen. Brian?
Greg, I want to ask you a question about your action before you got to the city limits. We've been looking at these pictures, tremendous pictures, but it seems from what you're saying that you cut across a slice of Baghdad and then ended up at the airport. What was the purpose of this maneuver?
We're basically probing the defenses of Baghdad, also cutting off certain lines of communication, but commanders will tell you that they're probing the defenses and also taking out the defenses. So the route we came in, commanders are pretty confident that if we should elect to use that route again, there won't be the kind of resistance that we met today. So probing the defenses was the intent of today's mission for the most part, and also to let them know that we're here, the U.S. military is here, and clearly not afraid to mix it up in an urban environment.
Greg, from what we could tell by monitoring the wires and such, you may have been the first embedded reporter to cross actually into Baghdad. What was the mood of your division as you all entered this final frontier?
There was a lot of excitement last night when we got word that we were coming up here. Everybody excited that this thing seems to be coming to some kind of culmination, and a lot of focus as well, and curiosity, quite frankly, about what kind of reception would meet us. Would there be civilians standing on the sidewalks, waving and blowing kisses like we saw yesterday, or would we be engaged by that rocket-propelled grenades and the AK-47s? It was definitely the latter scenario. We didn't see many civilians coming out and waving. Probably didn't see any of them. But the area was fairly desolate, heavily built up, an industrial area, mostly 1- and 2-story buildings, a couple of 10 to 15-story buildings. But in answer to your question, people here are excited. They're excited that they are the first ones in, that there's some competition, obviously, between different branches of the armed services and different units, and it was a little bit of an informal race to see who could get to Baghdad first, and there's just a lot of satisfaction that we're here and that the mission seems to have went well.
Greg, let me just tell you, we've been talking to Rick Leventhal. He's completely bummed that you beat him to Baghdad. But let me just add a bulletin that just crossed our wires here. You might want to share this with the troops. According to the Associated Press, the U.S. military is now saying that troops continue to move into Baghdad, and they are now at about center. So some troops, you made a slice across Baghdad. Apparently some troops have gone directly into the center of Baghdad, or so it seems. While you're sitting there at the airport, can you give us a scene of what's going on there? We seem to hear some firing in the background there.
You hear, that's just now. We got rows of tanks from the 2nd Brigade. We've linked up with the 1st Brigade. I can tell you there's a 727, an Iraqi Airways 727, about 200 feet from me that's been completely destroyed. It looks like it wasn't destroyed by a tank, but by some sort of bomb from the air. Probably a couple of days old. But other than that, you get the feeling of permanence in a way that the American military is here. They're setting up logistics facilities, repair stations. It almost feels like an airport or an airbase back in the States. That kind of level of calm and that kind of control that we're seeing right now.
Greg, as you're speaking, we're watching video that you shot earlier. as you were making your way into the city, and we see all of these tanks sort of smoldering. Some of them are on flames, and I'm wondering, is that from your division's artillery fire, or was that from combat aircraft hitting them?
Okay, let me explain. We shot some great video today. Mal James, a very brave photographer, going to great lengths to get some great shots. Those pictures you're seeing were shot yesterday, and they were shot south of Baghdad. Yesterday, our mission was to clean up the Medina division, the remnants of the Medina division, in the area south of Baghdad. But we moved out in a column with about 14 tanks and 14 Bradleys. Most of those tanks, actually all those tanks, Russian AT-72 tanks, were destroyed by M1 tanks. Artillery was not used yesterday, was it? No artillery yesterday. Strictly tanks and Bradleys, cleaning up the remnants of that Medina division. You see the tanks. We also saw scores of artillery pieces on the side of the road. Armored personnel carriers destroyed. They estimate roughly 100 combat vehicles destroyed yesterday. That was south of Baghdad, some distance south of Baghdad, actually, that we moved out. Today we'll have some very intriguing photos to show you as soon as we can get back to our satellite beam back to you. Pretty dramatic stuff, guys.
Greg Kelly with the Army's 3rd ID, a tremendous bunch of journalism going on here as they give us some tremendous pictures of their entry into Baghdad. We hope to see some pictures of what it looked like when they actually rolled into Baghdad. Greg reporting that they cut across a slice of Baghdad and then went to the airport where they have met up with other units. Greg, do you have any sense of how long you'll be staying there? Are you there for a while? Are you kind of digging in to use that as a base of operations?
Well, this is where it gets a little touchy, where I can't really talk about what we're going to do next. I can tell you that there's going to be a military presence at this airfield for a long, long time to come. There is, as I said, a sense of permanence here. It almost seems routine, like routine operations are kind of ongoing. I know there are some concerns about the runways are disabled. They're going to be working to improve the runways. There are also some buildings that have to be cleared of any military presence. So U.S. military will be here for some time, obviously. As far as 2nd Brigade Combat Team, that's about our next move is. We may stay here, we may move out, but we'll tell you as soon as we can. Right?
Allison?
Thanks, Ron. Greg, you were saying that when you rolled into Baghdad, you were not met with the sort of flower throwing and embraces that you had hoped for. Did you encounter any Iraqi civilians on your way in, or did you only see soldiers?
Soldiers or paramilitary forces. I told you about that one civilian who was walking on the street, the older man. The way we came in was a very industrial area, and we came in very early this morning. We moved out shortly after 6 a.m., probably before the workday got underway when we actually hit the Baghdad city limits. So the streets were fairly empty, except for those guys in trucks, whether they were paramilitary, Republican guards, still unclear, coming at us in wave after wave. As far as just ordinary civilians, not many at all seen. Some from a distance, and but no, nothing like what we've seen in previous days where they come right up to the street and wave. Nothing like that. Allison?
Greg, I'm kind of curious about the level of resistance you met. Was it stiffer or less than you expected? I must tell you that when I imagined the moment that U.S. troops and tanks moved into the city of Baghdad, I kind of imagined that the fighting would be a lot more fierce than it is now. Not to diminish what you've been through, but was it about what you expected, or was it less than you expected?
We were hoping for that warm reception. We didn't get it. As far as the resistance, it wasn't the worst that we have seen. The worst that we've seen so far was when we crossed the Euphrates shortly after that. We saw more of this, what the commanders are calling a disorganized, kind of feeble attempt to repel our incursion into the city. They say they're not employing their weapons smartly. Their positions are not well fortified. The weapons they have, they don't use very well. Having said all that, when these RPGs, as ineffective as they are, coming at you, it gets everybody's attention, and it does seem quite dicey at times. But still, the fight, if you look at it from a broader perspective, it's so one-sided. They just can't match the firepower at least so far, they can't match the firepower that the 2nd Brigade Combat Team and 3ID is bringing to this fight. So again, it's the resistance was probably more than we had hoped we would see, but not as bad as we've seen before. Right?
Greg, it's Allison here. When you rolled into Baghdad, could you see any evidence of this 2-week-long air campaign, or were you not close enough to any of those targets?
Oh, we saw plenty of vehicles on the side of the road, some that had been destroyed by our tanks within minutes, others that had been there for a couple of days or so. We saw plenty of that that were probably taken out in the air campaign. Off in the distance, you know, it was a sunny, kind of a clear day, a little bit hazy. It looked like it was like one of those fierce, harsh thunderstorms because there was so much smoke in the air. So the remnants of the air campaign seem to be kind of off in the distance, other than the vehicles that we saw on the side.
I got 2 questions for you, if you don't mind, Greg. First one has to do with the morale and mood of your troops after this first experience of coming through Baghdad. The second question has to do with the level of concern you now have about the possibility that the remnants of Saddam's troops might employ chemical weapons.
Well, first about the morale. People here are very excited that they have actually... Very few casualties. I'm sorry, do you hear me? And then once we actually made it to the airport in our armored personnel carrier, Colonel Perkins, 2nd Brigade Commander, big smile on his face, and smile, a couple hours, shook everybody's hand. Everybody kind of congratulated each other that we made it here safely. We see that going on now. Troops relieved that they're here, that they're safe, that they are winning. Of a celebratory mood. They know that it's not done yet and that there's more fighting to come. As far as chemical weapons, always a big concern. We're now at mouth level 0, which means out of the chemical protective suits, but we've got our chemical protective there's hope, actually, that since we're in Baghdad, it would be obviously suicide for them to throw weapons of mass destruction at us because we're so close to Baghdad that civilians should also be affected. Although the intelligence officials that are with us will tell you that it wouldn't be the first time, apparently, this regime has used chemical weapons against its own people, if that should happen. So concerned, but it's not stopping any kind of progress here. Ryan?
All right, thank you very much, Greg Kelly. I want to just make a mention of the fact that Mal James is the cameraman who's working with Greg Kelly and is responsible for the tremendous pictures that you've been seeing. These are pictures that were taken yesterday as the Army 3rd ID moved south toward Baghdad and engaged with elements of the Medina Division of the Iraqi Army, and quite tremendous pictures we are taking. These guys are putting their lives on the line just like the men and women of our armed services, and we thank them for the commitment to what they're doing and their commitment to bring these pictures and these stories to you. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Watch my dark circles, puffiness, and wrinkles disappear instantly. Sudden Change Under Eye does it. It's guaranteed to give you these results instantly. Sudden Change Under Eye Lift.
If you're overweight, remember 2 words, green tea. Mega Green Tea weight loss caplets can help you lose up to 20 pounds without drugs. Mega Green Tea for fast weight loss.
Suffer with scars from surgery and other causes? Then you need ScarZone, the scar diminishing cream to help fade away scars. Your scars need ScarZone.
My kids call it the red mask.
This red thing on my face.
My grandkids kept staring at me.
It's red.
It just wouldn't go away.
All over my face.
Yuck.
I could feel it.
I didn't know what it was.
Do you have redness on your face that doesn't go away? It could be a sign of rosacea, a skin condition that millions of people have without realizing it.
I thought it was sunburn at first. I mean, redhead. Sunburn. Thought I had a skin allergy. People definitely noticed it. It's embarrassing.
Problem is, rosacea can get progressively worse if not treated, which is why you need to see a dermatologist. And call this toll-free number to receive a free rosacea information kit.
No more red mask. I'm definitely looking better.
By calling for your free kit, you'll be able to learn all about rosacea and how it can be effectively treated. You'll also receive a free list of dermatologists in your area who can treat rosacea.
I got my life back.
Well,
pretty good these days.
This is what I'm supposed to look like.
Call today and see a dermatologist. Isn't it time people saw you again and not your rosacea?
Beautiful, huh?
Well, what do you think?
We've just heard from our Greg Kelly with the Third Army ID, the Army 3rd ID. I'm sorry, I have so much trouble with these numbers. As they made a slice across Baghdad, giving us a report there. Now this comes from Central Command, coalition forces near the center of Baghdad. Central Command spokesman Navy Captain Frank Tharp says that according to the Associated Press. So, what challenges do our troops face as they make the final steps into Baghdad?
And what dangers? It has long been suspected that if Saddam Hussein has chemical weapons, now would be the time to use them. Joining us in Washington is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis and retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan. And here in New York with me is retired Army Colonel David Hunt. Let me start with you, Colonel Hunt. So everything that we've heard from Greg Kelly, it sounds like the Republican Guard divisions, the Baghdad division and the Medina division have been fairly well decimated. Were they ever our big worry in Baghdad, or was it the elite Republican Guard that we thought that we should fear once we got into Baghdad?
I think from a tactical standpoint, the guys on the ground, great Marines and Royal Marines on one side, the other side with the 3rd ID, always worry about anybody else that has a gun or a tank. But we have destroyed, killed by the thousands Iraqis since this thing has started. The air campaign, we talk about 2,000 sorties. That's one plane. It's 2,000 runs at a plane. Number of bombs are dropping, all precision munitions. The helicopters, each helicopter has 16 Hellfire missiles. That's a tank killer, and it's been a slaughter. There's nobody there to fight because we killed them all.
They didn't really stand a chance.
No, but it is dangerous when you fight anybody else with a gun. And the elite guys, it's always been a misnomer, but the people that possibly could still be hanging around that are alive are the ones, anybody that's near chemical weapons that could shoot them at us, we worry about. But I think the people that are in there now, special operations guys that have been in there, whatever numbers that we have, are going against the people who have the chemical weapons as well as high-value targets, which are like Hussein and the 40 Thieves.
Let me jump in here and bring in Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, who's at our screenwriter right now in the next room. Bob, we've had a chance to hear from our Greg Kelly about what's going on with the Army 3rd ID, and we now know that troops apparently are at the center of the city. As you look at that map of Baghdad that you have there on your screenwriter, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what might be going on. We also have ordered up those flyover pictures of Baghdad that may be helpful to our discussion as well.
Okay, Brian, let's go to the screenwriter right away. Of course, we just heard about the 5 Republican Guard divisions. You know, they're scattered all over the battlefield. Some of them perhaps have withdrawn. We heard from Greg about the T-72s that we're seeing going into the city. But those Republican Guard divisions might be in there in part. There are only 6 overall. 5, of course, are in pretty bad shape, and maybe we have some here. The Special Republican Guard are really more paramilitary. They aren't necessarily like the regular Republican Guard. So you have them in the center. They're about 15,000 strong. Remnants of those 5 divisions, and then an unknown number of Al-Qud, Fedayeen, and perhaps some Ba'athist militia. What Greg also said is the technicals. Those are, the trucks that are having large machine guns on the back. They're typically driven by the paramilitary and not by the regulars. Now, as far as regarding our troop disposition, you heard that Greg was out at the Baghdad International Airport and that there has been movement by at least one column all the way toward the center of Baghdad. We also have the Marines over here. Now, what is happening essentially is we're trying to basically divide this city up along the Tigris, which is the river that goes from northwest to southeast, and then major arteries through the city. Now, this is a 600 square kilometer city, 5 million people. You saw the terrain in the video we showed a few minutes ago. There are a lot of little small villages surrounding here, a lot of palm groves and so forth where you can hide. So if you have the Fedayeen who have been giving us trouble, you're going to have thousands of them perhaps in Baghdad. What we're going to do, as we can divide this city in sectors, we're going to do what we call a cordon. And we're going to use our special forces. We're going to use some of our soldiers out here to kind of hold sort of an encirclement, a cordon of sort. We're going to allow the civilians to come out. We're going to bomb them with leaflets and radio waves and TV programs saying, look, you need to come out or recognize that we're going to come in and take care of these people in a methodical way. And so it should be a rather slow process, but you know, it really sounds very interesting that the opposition is next to nothing.
Bob, let me stop you right there because we have some developing news here. We've been telling you about these troops in the middle of Baghdad. They're inside the city limits. And I believe, Allison, we have someone who can bring us a little bit more information about that.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. We want to go right now to Mike Tobin. He's at Central Command Forward Headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Hi, Mike. What's the latest?
Well, it's really quite amazing. You heard Greg Kelly's report that elements of the 3rd ID had effectively cut across a part of Baghdad and gone over toward the airport. But actually now we have elements of the 5 Corps here injecting themselves right into the heart of Baghdad. Quite a momentous occasion. And joining me to talk more about this is Captain Frank Thorpe, who is a spokesman for U.S. Central Command. And first of all, explain who's there, how deep are they, any ballpark you can give us as far as the numbers of troops that are there.
Sure, Mike, what we've seen over the last 12 or so hours is elements of the 5th Corps who came up through the Medina Division of the Republican Guard, using the opportunities that they have, and that's quite frankly the strategy we're using right now. As we have opportunities to move forward, we're taking them, and elements of the 5th Corps have moved up into the city of Baghdad. Don't want to really go into numbers. I think a lot of people up there are wondering about numbers, and it's probably better at this point to say, to keep it out of the numbers world, but to very clearly say that we have troops inside the city of Baghdad.
And this isn't a quick in and out thing. They're there until they get their job done.
That's exactly right. This is not a scout or anything like this. This is elements of the 5th Corps have moved up into the city.
When you hear something like this happening, you have to understand, or believe at least, that elements of Special Operations Forces are there paving the way for the bulk of this force to get there.
Well, Mike, we wouldn't really want to talk about Special Forces. As we've been saying over the last 48 hours, Special Forces continue to have a very significant role in this operation. But how we led into the city, let's leave that up to a little bit of mystery. The fact of the matter is we have ground troops going right up into the city.
And by saying that they're elements of 5th Corps, these are Army guys, so it could be people who are soldiers who are backed up by the 7th Cavalry. You've got helicopters in there?
No, what we're saying is we have troops on the ground up there into Iraq, or up into Baghdad. These are Army soldiers with the Marines, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, over to the southeast of the city. They have engaged the Al-Nida Division of the Republican Guard, and at this point we have actually penetrated the Al-Nida Division.
And the resistance they're getting at this point, significant but not a match for the U.S. forces, I guess?
The best way to classify the resistance at this point would be sporadic. We've moved forward, firefights here and there, so from a strategic point of view, I would call it sporadic. However, if you're on the ground, if you're one of those young soldiers or Marines involved in that firefight, I wouldn't call it sporadic, I would call it pretty intense from the individual basis. Cannot lose our focus on the difficulty of warfare for the individual, but strategically, that's exactly right. It's sporadic fighting.
Now, from the multi-pronged approach, you know we have forces in the airport now. You have this force that came up from the south into the middle of the city. What's going on with the Marines off to the east?
That's where the Al-Nida Division has been penetrated off to the southeast, and we continue to operate in the vicinity of Baghdad. They're in the south, around from the airport, all the way around to about the southeast at this point.
Now, at the same time as this is all going on, you're still making the efforts to get humanitarian aid into the south of the country, right?
That's really the bigger part of the story today. Is today we're starting to see some real significant movements of humanitarian assistance. We have a couple ships loaded up with about 28,000 tons of wheat that are headed this way. That's enough to feed about 4.5 million Iraqis for a month. That's huge. We now have water flowing in southeastern Iraq. So there's 80,000 people this morning that have water, that haven't had water since March 22nd. And we also have reports of people who fled Qasur before the war started, now are feeling the comfort and the safety to move back into their homes. A good day on the humanitarian assistance front.
And a momentous day if we have troops going into Baghdad. As we wrap it up here, if you could give me the big picture, what is the situation now all over greater Iraq?
We should not jump too fast to be overconfident. There still may be some tough days ahead. We're continuing to move forward at a deliberate pace. We're seeking opportunities to move forward as we move forward, similar to what's going on at the airport, where we've had some continued fighting in and around the airport. So it's step by step and very deliberate.
All right, Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you very much for joining us. And Brian and Allison, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Great information there from Doha, getting the big picture and what the big news, the headline out of all that is that coalition forces are now more or less in control of sections of Baghdad, at least in the center of the city. We know from our own Greg Kelly, he took a trip through a slice of Baghdad and ended up at the Baghdad airport, and things were kind of chaotic for a little bit, but went relatively well. I want to turn back to some members of our military roundtable. Here in Washington with me is Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan. You heard that report from Doha. It sounds initially like things are going pretty well.
Astounding, Brian. I think if you imagine that 2 weeks ago we started out this effort right here following the war, and look at all the new names we now have in our vocabulary as our forces have moved forward so rapidly. Even as of yesterday, we were still looking at the outskirts of Baghdad, getting close to the airport, and now here 24, 48 hours later, we're inside the city. And again, as the spokesman said, we're going to see more engagements, and the war is certainly not over and may not be over for a little while, but how could we complain about where we are?
Look, there are a lot of people over at the Pentagon and at Central Command and in Doha who are paid and have higher grade than you and me to worry about things. But as you look at the situation now, what is your greatest concern?
Well, I think we still need to worry about chem bio, no question about it. And we do, in the long run, need to worry about really getting engaged in some tough urban combat. And it's the good news of both Greg and Ollie North earlier today was there were no reports of civilians being in or around in numbers and where some of this fighting is going on. So that's pretty good news, I think.
And your greatest hope at this point is that we will continue to proceed with this loose cordon of the city, and that a lot of civilians will just choose to get out of the way?
Yeah, Colonel Bob McGinnis spoke about that in the last hour, and that's a great plan. Hopefully that'd be good. If we can do that, keep that loose enough that the civilians can get out if they want to get out. Certainly a lot of them fleeing today. And the only problem we run into when we're doing that is the fear that some of these people coming out are indeed going to be terrorist bombers, and our troops trying to provide humanitarian assistance or helpful assistance end up being targets as these people pass through.
Let me ask Allison Camerata to jump back into the conversation. Allison?
Thanks, Brian. I want to bring in Colonel David Hunt. He's still here with me in the New York studio. Colonel, if Saddam Hussein were going to use chemical weapons, wouldn't now be the time to do it?
No, it would have been earlier. You want to do it out in the open. We got to get our guys in the open. You do it now, again, he's going to poison his own people. But the chemical bio thing is psychological more for him, and everyone keeps talking about it because that's one of the reasons we're there, is for weapons of mass destruction. But I think we have to, and Bill Cowan, who did some phenomenal city fighting as a platoon in Vietnam, gets what I'm about to say. They're in the middle of Baghdad. I mean, they're in the middle of Baghdad.
How did that happen?
Well, because I think we've killed a lot of Iraqis. And Bob McGinnis is right about how we could do it. But I don't know how you get around the fact 5th Corps is announcing, and Centcom is saying, yeah, we're in the middle of it. So we got to watch overconfidence, watch our backs, et cetera, and they are doing that. But it's amazing progress to think that all this carping that was by a lot of Army generals, Air Force guys don't have enough people, we need more force, et cetera, that same underdeveloped force now is sitting in the middle of Baghdad. The special operations guys are still doing their high-value target thing and helping prevent the chemical strike you're asking about, as well as looking for the Husseinist guys. And the fact that we're putting this kind of might in the center of the city is a psychological whack at the regime. Tanks in the middle of Baghdad. It's amazing.
And I hate to jinx anything, but is it possible that the battle for Baghdad will not be as difficult now as we thought it would be?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. But you want to think it's difficult. The planners wanted, these guys planned for the worst possible event, and then worse than that. They have option A, B, C, D, and E, F, G, and they plan it, so they absolutely want, and still want, to say, as you heard that great Navy captain say, this is going to be hard. We're not over it yet. You want to be wary. You want to be cautious. You want to be paranoid. You want to be scared. So you fight well to the end. Till they give up, and you're home. These guys are going to be scared and worried, concerned as soldiers until they're on a plane and they touch down back in the States.
Okay, let me toss it back down to Brian Wilson.
Yeah, let me get to Bob McGinnis in here, who's over at the screenwriter right now, and Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, U.S. Army retired. As we look at the battle for Baghdad now, going apparently very well, it would appear to me that our greatest concern has got to be that Saddam Hussein's troops would lob chemical weapons. It might have some impact on the battle, but would also have a tremendous impact on the civilians, and then he could blame us for it.
And that's precisely what his strategy has been all along, is to try to create these civilian catastrophes and point a finger. Even the video that we saw today that was released probably made a long time ago, but the reality is he's appealing to the Arab street outside of the region and using situations to manipulate them. You know, as Colonel Hunt just pointed out, you know, they may or may not use chemicals, but if they're going to use them, it would seem to me a likely target might be Baghdad International, where we have a large number of our troops right now. But, you know, they could use it against Saddam City, which is in the northeastern part of the city, against the Shia, and to create that catastrophe. You know, keep in mind, the fighting in Basra, the fighting in Nasiriyah, and Najaf and so forth has been when you get in there and you face down some of these Fedayeen. So we've got to anticipate that. You know, as a war planner myself, you tend to be negative and you hope for the best behind your back. But the reality is we're going to be cautious. Yeah, I've been a mechanized commander. We've driven right through enemy lines and gone very deep. And, you know, you bypass in mechanized warfare. That's typical of what we do. So
Bob,
the reality is be very careful about believing the first report, and I think that will serve us well.
I'm sorry, Bob, to cut you off. We got to run. Allison?
Okay, Brian, 3 large explosions struck central Baghdad shortly after dawn this morning. Adam Housley is standing by with the very latest in Kuwait City. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Allison, that's right. Battles continue, small battles, in fact, in and around Basra and much of the central part of Iraq, even into the south. Now, as British troops go in and out of Basra, they do stumble across yet another trench filled with Iraqi crude oil, but it was not lit on fire. Apparently, Iraqi forces retreated back into the city before having a chance to do so. Now, coalition forces also finding more gas masks, chemical suits, and thick chemical protection boots, all dumped in a bunker, along with Iraqi weapons and uniforms. British soldiers have surrounded the city for nearly 2 weeks as the ground war campaign continues, but they have not moved in force for fear of initiating an all-out urban war. Also in the south, 2 Iraqi men accused of executing 2 British soldiers have been captured at a military roadblock near Zubair. The killed British soldiers shown on Al Jazeera last week were believed to be alive when captured during an ambush. Also in the area, radio reports are now being broadcasted inside Basra. The message: coalition forces have toppled Saddam Hussein, and Iraqis should trust the coalition to rise up against the Ba'ath Party.
There's absolutely no deceit involved. We tell the truth, and the reason we tell the truth is because it's absolutely critical that we retain credibility with the Iraqi people.
Once again, broadcasting live from Iraq, Al Jazeera doing it again. Video footage has been now broadcasted by the Arab satellite television station of 2 women responsible for the suicide bombing in northwest Baghdad on Friday morning. 3 coalition troops, a pregnant woman, and a driver were killed when a car bomb exploded at a checkpoint. Officials said the pregnant woman got out of the car and began screaming in fear, the car exploding as the troops approached the vehicle. That's the second suicide attack on American and coalition forces since the war began. And the soldier accused a couple of weeks ago of rolling grenades into 3 separate tents and killing some of his fellow soldiers at a military installation here in the Kuwaiti desert, of course, was taken.
I believe we've lost the satellite for Adam Housley there live in Kuwait. He was live. I know it looks like tape when we lose the satellite, but it just freezes at that exact moment. Meanwhile, Iraqi TV broadcast a tape allegedly of Saddam Hussein greeting his supporters in the streets and telling Iraqis to strike forcefully at enemy troops. On the tape, Saddam made reference to an attack on an Apache helicopter that happened after the first strike of war. So is he alive? Well, joining us now from Washington is Fox News analyst John Pike, director of globalsecurity.org. Hi there, Mr. Pike. How are you?
Great.
Okay, so what did you make of this freshly released video of Saddam Hussein?
Well, I would say that in contrast to everything that we've been seeing out of Baghdad on Saddam since the beginning of the war, this is the first tape that we've seen that suggests that he is still alive. Certainly the initial tapes that we were seeing, the very first tape that we saw, the fake Saddam, was completely unconvincing. The other tapes that we were seeing were basically looked canned. This is the first one that we've seen where it sounds like he's saying something relating to an event that has happened since the war is starting. I think that the theory at this point would have to be that he's still alive.
And why do you think he's releasing this video at this time?
Well, obviously, when you've got American troops closing in on your capital city, I think that they are doing everything within their power to try to rally their forces, to convince the remaining supporters of Saddam that there's still something worth fighting for. I mean, his problem is that no one wants to be the last person who's killed fighting for a leader who's already dead. I think that his dilemma is that by demonstrating that he's alive, he's possibly leaving a trail of breadcrumbs back to his current location. And clearly that's the reason that the White House has been taunting him to demonstrate that he's alive, because they're hoping that by doing so, he's going to make some misstep that's going to make it easier to catch him.
But at this point, with coalition troops now in Baghdad, is it even relevant if he's still alive? Or do the Iraqi people need to know that he is overthrown or dead in order to sort of have a real change of heart?
Well, I think that that's one of the things that we're going to be seeing when we look to see what sort of activity Fifth Corps is engaging in Baghdad over the next day or so. Whether this is simply a small probe at the outskirts of Baghdad, or whether they have basically driven American tanks into the heart of Baghdad and occupied the central presidential compound that is basically the symbol of his power. Because if the United States is able to move freely around downtown Baghdad, I think the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein become increasingly less relevant. There does get to be a point where American visible control of Baghdad I think has the effect of rendering him the former leader of Iraq rather than the current leader.
Okay, well, speaking of images, your company, globalsecurity.com, is responsible for bringing us the satellite images of Iraq that we've been seeing. Before I get to that, I want to just tell you an update that we're getting right now. We are getting an urgent update. The U.S. 3rd Infantry Division captures the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division. This is coming from the Associated Press. Again, we are hearing that the 3rd ID in Baghdad has captured the headquarters of the Republican Guard Division. So clearly, I mean, in the past just 3 hours, so much has been happening in Baghdad. We all waited to get into Baghdad and for the Battle of Baghdad, and now things are falling quickly. Let me come back to you now, Mr. Pike. Can you tell me what the latest is that you're seeing of satellite images of Baghdad?
Well, one of the things that's been really interesting for us in looking at commercial satellite imagery that we have obtained from Space Imaging Corporation and from Digital Globe is the fact that we actually have been seeing this commercial imagery. Because when these companies got started up back in the mid-1990s, the theory was that the U.S. government was going to black out this commercial imagery during a time of war, that they weren't going to allow these satellites to independently monitor what was going on. And in fact, over the last week or so, both Space Imaging and Digital Globe have released updated battle damage imagery of downtown Baghdad, and it's basically enabled us to monitor what the air campaign has achieved and not achieved in striking downtown Baghdad. One of the things that's been really interesting that we've seen is that when we get these ground level images of downtown Baghdad, where you see all the smoke rising in the sky, it makes it look like the Battle of Berlin. It's extremely dramatic, but when we look at the satellite imagery, it's quite clear that these are basically just oil fires that have been lit by the Iraqis, and it's kind of hard to figure out what they're doing apart from just putting some smoke in the sky to make Baghdad look a little more like it's a wartime city rather than a peacetime city. The thing that has been amazing in the commercial satellite imagery, number one, the military is allowing it to be released, and number two, when we look at it, it's incredible the precision with which the U.S. military has been striking military and political targets in Baghdad, and basically the rest of the city remains undamaged.
So how different does Baghdad look today than it did 2 weeks ago? Not much?
Well, actually, it was really very frustrating for us when we got our first commercial image a week ago. You know, Baghdad's a really large town. These are fairly large images. And we started looking in the upper left-hand corner of the image, and we were getting kind of nervous to try to find some bomb damage, because most of the city, even after that big shock and awe campaign, remained undamaged. An amazing number of buildings that other media had been reporting as being damaged because they were looking at it from ground level. Once we were able to look at it in the digital globe image, and more recently in the space imaging Iconos image, both of those commercial images showing that downtown Baghdad was amazingly undamaged.
Okay, John Pike of globalsecurity.org, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And was President Bush right when he warned the world about Saddam's weapons of mass destruction? Troops make a startling discovery in western Iraq, and that may not be all. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with all of the details.
This is Airman Campo from Baker, Louisiana. I'm on board the USS Harry S. Truman, and you're watching Fox News.
Crisis with Iraq. Our Team Washington has updates and in-depth reports from the White House, the Pentagon, and our nation's capital. Stay with the Fox News Channel. Real journalism, fair and balanced.
Hello, I'm Jay Johnson, former director of the United States Mint. You know, when it comes to coin collecting, nothing has captured the interest of Americans like the State Quarter Series. Well, now the American Historic Society, a world leader in collectible coins, is bringing you a very special offer you won't want to pass up. All 20 State Quarters from 1999 through 2002, featuring hand-selected individual State Quarters in vibrant full color to highlight each state's unique design. Let me tell you that these rare coins represent less than 1/10% of each quarter's total mintage and are only available from the American Historic Society. From Delaware, the first state, to our 20th state, Mississippi, each state quarter is a miniature work of art. And because the earlier states had only half the amount minted as some of the later states, their value could continue to grow dramatically. These beautiful colorized quarters make the perfect keepsake for yourself and a great gift for others. But they're only available for a limited time, so you'll want to act now. And by ordering today, you'll also receive a special free gift, this beautiful and sturdy State Quarter collector's map, the perfect way to keep and display your set. And when you call, be sure to ask the operator how you can be guaranteed to receive the rest of the State Quarters, colorized in their own beautiful and unique way.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-959-4488. That's 1-800-959-4488. Order now and we'll include our free State Quarter collector's map and a second free gift, this beautiful 50 State Quarter fax book, filled with interesting details about each state. This is a limited offer, so call 1-800-959-4488 now.
Hi, I'm Fireman Simmons on board the USS Harry S. Truman.
And I'm EM3 Moran, and you're watching Fox News.
We want to update you right now on the remarkable strides that coalition forces have made tonight. This is just crossing the wires. This is from the Associated Press. It says that U.S. Army soldiers have captured the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division. This is in a town about 35 miles south of Baghdad. 2 tank companies and an infantry of the 3rd ID, 3rd Infantry Division, have rolled through the headquarters unopposed, it says, and quickly took over the entire base. It appeared that the Republican Guard defenses had completely collapsed. So that makes at least 2 divisions of the Republican Guard and possibly a 3rd that have now completely collapsed. Meanwhile, as U.S. troops storm Baghdad, Iraqi civilians are running for their lives.
Steve Harrigan is along the Iraqi border near Jordan, and he joins us with the very latest with what's going on there. You're inside Jordan, right at the Iraqi border. What's the scene from there?
Well, Brian, very few people coming or going from this vantage point, but inside Baghdad, the city itself, even as U.S. troops continue to move in, is still getting hammered from the air. There were several explosions overnight as airplanes as well as artillery continued to hit targets in eastern Baghdad. Also around the airport, U.S. reinforcements continue to move into the airport. That's after it was taken on Friday and renamed from Saddam International Airport to Baghdad International Airport. Of course, that airport just 9 miles away from downtown Baghdad, so that could be a key forward staging post. There is still some reports of sporadic gunfire going on around that airport. In the meantime, Saddam Hussein, or someone who certainly looked a lot like Saddam Hussein, made an appearance on Iraqi TV in some very rare video. The person who looked like Saddam Hussein, or the Iraqi leader himself, was out and about in a walkabout in what seemed to be downtown Baghdad. He was surrounded by a small crowd. He was kissed on the hands and on the feet by the people who were shouting support and praise of him as well. It's been years since Saddam Hussein has been seen in public in this manner. And finally, despite his efforts to encourage the people to stay and to fight, that doesn't seem to be holding much weight. Instead, a large number of Iraqis are heading out of town. They are heading out of Baghdad, heading north, putting all their possessions on cars, on buses, on anything they have, heading north. Long lines reported at gas stations and long traffic jams as more Iraqis head out as U.S. troops head in. Brian, Allison, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve Harrigan. We appreciate it. You know, as our troops enter Baghdad and move even deeper into enemy territory, the threat of Saddam retaliating with chemical weapons grows. Troops in the western Iraqi desert came across a startling discovery on Friday, a bottle labeled taboon. That's a nerve gas and chemical weapon Iraq is banned from possessing. And closer to Baghdad, troops at Iraq's largest military industrial complex found nerve agent antidotes and documents describing chemical warfare. Our President Bush's critics about to be silenced by hardcore evidence. Joining us in Washington is Van Hipp, former Deputy Assistant of Secretary of the Army, Assistant Secretary of the Army. Thanks for being with us, Van.
Brian, good to be with you.
You know, let's talk about chemicals, but before we do, let's talk about this thing going on down at Suwaira, where apparently the Army has captured a 3-mile stretch of road that led into the base where the Medina Division was actually based. They actually have control of the base where the Medina Division was. They destroyed a whole lot of artillery, a whole lot of equipment, and the most amazing thing is they looked around, they didn't see any soldiers. The whole place had practically been abandoned.
Not in sight. And I think, Brian, what this shows is that our battle plan is being vindicated. We had a good battle plan, a battle plan designed to minimize American casualties. We're seeing the fruits of the labors of our war planners right now. And let's face it, as Colonel Hunt pointed out earlier, we have taken heavy casualties from the Iraqi side. They have taken heavy casualties. Our air campaign has worked. We have literally just cut up these Iraqi divisions. And so there is some concern that some of those troops have retreated back into the city. And while things are looking very good right now, there's an old military saying, when it's looking real good, it's really an ambush. So that's why we've got to continue to proceed with caution.
And that is always good advice, and I know there are people looking out for that right now. We are astonished to learn that there are coalition forces now at the center of Baghdad. We just talked to our Greg Kelly, who drove through a corner of Baghdad on his way to what is now called Baghdad Airport. And basically, they met some moderate resistance, but it wasn't the hand-to-hand street combat that we'd all been told might happen.
You're exactly right. And one of the key points here is that the Iraqi civilians are not coming to the aid of the Iraqi military. And we saw hints of this last night when we began to seize the Baghdad International Airport. Iraqi military elements literally put up loudspeakers, Brian, in surrounding Iraqi neighborhoods, urging the Iraqi civilians to come to the aid of the Iraqi military, and they didn't show up.
They didn't show up. In fact, a lot of people, as has been said, are voting with their feet by trying to get out of town right now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, let's talk about the chemical weapons, because this is still a big concern.
Yes.
We continue to see evidence around the country, little dribs and drabs, little pieces of evidence that suggest that, yes, there are chemical weapons there. We hadn't found that magic smoking gun bullet yet, but we know they're there. And we're very concerned about what might happen as Saddam looks increasingly desperate.
No question, but the evidence is beginning to mount. In the last 24 hours, as you mentioned, in the Syrian desert, our special forces did seize a chem bio-nuclear warfare training center. Then about 25 miles southwest of Baghdad at the Latifia ammo complex, we found a number of vials still being tested, but we did find a small amount of tabun, as you mentioned. This is a nerve agent that was actually developed by the Nazis back in 1936. Wow. It's what Saddam Hussein used on the Iranians back in the 1980s. Once this is absorbed through your skin, Brian, you're dead in 2 minutes. If you inhale it, you're dead in 10 minutes. So this is a site that the UN inspectors were at 6 weeks ago and couldn't find anything. Another development in just the last, I would say, 8 to 10 hours, independent positive test results have come back concerning that terrorist training camp, Ansar al-Islam, up in the northeastern part, where they have confirmed that there was botulinum toxin, there was ricin, and this can, of course, be used to contaminate food supplies and water supplies. And if you recall, Brian, and this is big, a couple months ago, we had satellite photos of this place. Secretary Powell showed the pictures with CIA Director George Tenet sitting right behind him, talking about botulinum toxin and ricin at this very facility. The Germans, the French didn't want to hear anything about it. The policy of this government is being vindicated every single minute that we continue on the ground right now.
So this has got to say to those countries in the United Nations who did not support this action, we have a pretty good case building right now to go back to them and say, although we won't, I told you so.
We have a very good case. And in addition to our chem bio search teams, let me tell you, we've also got another kind of search team on the ground right now too, with Treasury agents, CIA analysts, and defense intelligence analysts. And let me tell you what they're doing. They're going through the books. They're opening up the financial records to expose all these companies in these countries who didn't want us to go to Iraq, to expose the illegal weapons sales to Saddam Hussein since the inspectors were kicked out back in 1998.
Well, that will have an impact in a few days, won't it?
It sure will.
What do you think is the thing that worries you most right now besides the chemical weapons, obviously?
Well, the chemical weapons, number one, but number two, the fact that there are a number of paramilitary types in Fedayeen and the Iraqis.
Greg Kelly says they came at them in pickup trucks today.
Yeah, you've got to be concerned.
Mowed down.
Yeah, and you've got to be concerned as the Iraqi civilians try to get out of Baghdad, as Colonel Calman was pointing out just a minute ago. We've got to be concerned that they are not embedded with that population.
And so we'll keep a close eye on that. Van Hipp, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army, it is good to have you with us tonight. And as you say, a lot of evidence starting to mount that indeed there were chemical weapons that we suspected all along. Allison?
Thanks, Brian. Up next, our soldiers are now inside Baghdad. We'll have a late-breaking update from the war zone.
Also have the very latest developments from the White House and the Pentagon. You're watching Fox News. Stay right where you are. Continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom right here.
Over the last 48 hours, we've seen incredible images emerge from the war. Images that will stay with us for a long time.
This regime will be removed. We will not stop until Iraq is free. 4 miles from Baghdad. Electricity has gone out.
The fact that Saddam Hussein did not show up for his televised speech today is interesting.
Chaos.
U.S. troops also raided one of Saddam Hussein's palaces just outside of Baghdad's airport. 2 American military aircraft have gone down.
Compassion.
The U.S. military has launched a search and rescue mission for the pilot of a downed FA-18 plane.
Images of heartbreak and heroism.
POC Jessica Lynch was rescued today and is back in U.S. hands.
The days of a brutal regime are coming to an end.
God and country, baby. This is why we're doing this. And we're going to win.
And good morning, everybody. Less than a day after taking control of Saddam International Airport and renaming it Baghdad International, coalition troops have now moved into the capital city itself at this hour. Some are already in the center of town. You're watching continuing coverage of the war on terror, Operation Iraqi Freedom, right here on Fox News Channel. And good morning. It's midnight on America's West Coast, 3 a.m. on the East Coast, high noon in Baghdad from the Fox News World headquarters in New York City. Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Carol Iavana. Thanks for joining us. It's been a busy 24 hours with lots of developments. Let's get you caught up on the latest headlines. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly, the first to report from inside the city of Baghdad. He's embedded with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division, and they are actually inside the Iraqi capital. Centcom is confirming that coalition forces are in the center of Baghdad, and the Associated Press is reporting right now the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division had captured the headquarters of Republican Guard's Medina Division. In central Iraq, a U.S. Super Cobra attack helicopter crashed, killing its 2 Marine pilots. Their names are being withheld pending identification. Centcom says it's investigating the crash, but for now, it does not appear to be the result of hostile fire. The AH-1W Super Cobra is mostly used for fire support and to escort other assault helicopters. And there are signs that once Baghdad goes, Basra will follow. According to an Arab language newspaper, the leaders inside Iraq's 2nd largest city want to surrender to the British Army, but there is a fear of reprisals from Basra's citizens. Quoting a Shiite cleric, the newspaper says those leaders are afraid but will surrender the city if Baghdad falls. A Washington Post columnist, the first American journalist to die in the war in Iraq. Michael Kelly was killed in a Humvee accident while traveling with the Army's 3rd Infantry. He also was editor-at-large for Atlantic Monthly.
Hello, my name's Odie. I'm with the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing. Combat rescue is our mission. And this is my beautiful little niece, Faith. And we love Fox News.
And there is some other sad news to report to you this morning. Positive IDs for 8 of those 11 bodies that were found during the rescue of POW Jessica Lynch. They are U.S. soldiers. Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel is live at the Pentagon. He has the very latest. Mike.
Soldiers who were killed in action. But first, our colleague Greg Kelly says that the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division, the Army 3rd Infantry Division, has sliced through the heart of Baghdad. Greg Kelly and his photographer Mal James providing some amazing images of U.S. forces on the move into Iraq's nation's capital. They are embedded with the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. While there's likely to be more fighting ahead, this kind of rapid troop movement is truly remarkable. There are burning Iraqi military vehicles as the U.S. forces roll by. Before all this developed in the last few hours, Pentagon officials were asked about progress in the war.
Think about what has happened in 2 weeks. Think about how far the forces have come. Think about the domination and the supremacy in the air. Think about our special forces everywhere. Think about what we have saved for the Iraqi people. And again, whatever is left of this leadership, they got up today and looked around and realized they have very little control of their country.
The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers killed in action. They were ambushed in Iraq on March 23rd, and hopefully we have the list of names for you at this point. Sergeant George E. Buggs, 31 years old, of Barnwell, South Carolina, who was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion of Fort Stewart, Georgia. 7 others were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. Master Sergeant Robert J. Dowdy, 38 years old, of Cleveland, Ohio. Private Ruben Estrella Soto, 18 years old, of El Paso, Texas. Specialist James M. Keel, 22 years old, of Comfort, Texas. Chief Warrant Officer Johnny Villarreal Mata, 35 years old, of Amarillo, Texas. My apologies for mispronouncing his name. A woman, Private First Class Lori Ann Piastua, 23 years old, of Tuba City, Arizona. Private Brandon U. Sloan, 19 years old, of Cleveland, Ohio. And Sergeant Donald R. Walters, 33 years old, of Kansas City, Missouri. Their bodies were among the 11 bodies that were found in the rescue of Private Jessie, forgive me, I forgot her last name for a moment. Lynch, my apologies. And unfortunately, those were part of the 11 bodies that were found. And now the Pentagon tonight confirming that 8 of those bodies, and actually gave the names, it was believed that there were 9 Americans found of those 11 bodies. Back to you guys in New York.
Mike, that is certainly sad news. I want to change subjects, though, for just a moment, because it seems as though in the last couple of hours, if people are just joining us, U.S. troops are getting very, very close. In fact, some are reported to be in the center of Baghdad at this point. We had been told to expect some patience, that this was going to happen on a much more slower pace than what we've seen up to this point. Are you hearing anything at the Pentagon as far as a timeline is concerned now?
Well, Rick, clearly military planners wanting the element of surprise for the enemy, to keep the enemy off guard and to attack when it worked for us and not so much for them. So they're being careful with what they're giving out in terms of operational details. And of course, from talking with our embedded reporters, they're very careful about talking about what may be next in terms of their movement. But we have not heard a timeline. Perhaps we'll get an update from Central Command when they brief in a few hours. But really remarkable movements by our forces on the ground in Iraq.
Mike Emanuel at the Pentagon. Mike will be checking back with you. Thanks, buddy.
Sure.
Well, as we've been reporting, U.S. forces are inside Baghdad and controlling the airport as well. For the latest, we go to Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan live on the border between Iraq and Jordan. Steve?
Carol, those U.S. forces moved into Baghdad a couple of hours ago, and they've penetrated some distance inside the city. We have some footage of the Army, the 3rd Infantry Division, moving in. Now, reports from the ground say they faced some resistance on their march in, including resistance from Iraqi fighters in pickup trucks with some automatic rifles mounted on those pickup trucks. Also, some soldiers arriving by bus. But the resistance was no match for the U.S. forces moving in tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles. The debris by the wayside, by the roadside, included a number of burned-out Iraqi military vehicles. In the meantime, U.S. reinforcements continue to move into the airport. The airport that was once named Saddam International Airport now is being called by the forces Baghdad International Airport. That airport secured by coalition forces on Friday. There are still some reports of scattered gunfire, sporadic fighting around that airport. That airport, of course, is a huge chunk of territory, and it's just 9 miles from downtown Baghdad, so it could be used as a key piece of real estate for any forward base for moves into Baghdad. Now, there were threats of a counterattack, even an unconventional counterattack by Iraqi officials. Those threats have never materialized. In the meantime, before all this happened, Saddam Hussein, or someone who looked quite a bit like Saddam Hussein and talked like him, appeared on Iraqi television in some rare footage on a walkabout in downtown Baghdad, surrounded by a small crowd, some of whom kissed his hands, kissed his feet, and shouted praise of the Iraqi leader. This is incredibly rare footage if it is Saddam. He hasn't been off a military podium in years and out in the people like this. Obviously an attempt to rally the people, to rally them to continue to fight against coalition forces. If that was the goal, however, it's failed. Instead, what we're seeing now out of Baghdad is a real flood of people finally beginning to leave. People putting all their possessions on carts, on trucks, in cars, and heading north out of the city, out of Baghdad. They are leaving as fast as they can. There have been reported long lines outside of gas stations and some traffic jams on the way north out of Baghdad. Carol, back to you.
Yeah, Steve, along the lines of Saddam Hussein and what effect that little walk around in Baghdad may have had today on tape, if it indeed had happened today, give us an idea of whether or not the electricity is back on in some form in Baghdad, because if it's still out, then nobody really saw this. It was probably intended for other members of the Arab world and us. Can you just clarify that for us?
Sure, you're right. The power still is out in Baghdad, so unless you were one of the chosen few with a generator, you didn't see that 12-minute tape of Saddam Hussein being praised and dancing around. So certainly it wasn't for domestic consumption, probably for the Arab world and for the West as well, an attempt to show that Saddam Hussein is still in power. But you know, it seems awfully dated at this point. Carol?
All right, Steve Harrigan, thanks very much.
All right, let's get you caught up on a couple of bulletins that have been crossing the wires. A lot's happening. These bulletins come in. We're going to bring you up to date on exactly what they're saying, and then we're going to bring them into context for you and talk to our military analysts and the like to try to explain what all of this means. First of all, bulletin number one. U.S. military says that U.S. and allied forces have seized the headquarters of the Iraqi Republican Guard Medina Division. That is south of the city of Baghdad. Bulletin number two. U.S. military says Iraq orders 8th and 15th Republican Guard brigades to central Baghdad, calling those brigades into the center of town, apparently to confront the Allied troops that have moved into the center of town. U.S. military sources also say that 4 U.S. troops have been hurt in fighting in Baghdad, and that one of those troops has been hurt seriously. Okay, let's get you caught up on all of this and as I said, bring it into context, because the bombing of Baghdad continues. Coalition troops pull up to the center of town. Let's talk about these latest military maneuvers and what's coming up next. Joining us from our Washington War Room is the director of globalsecurities.org, John Pike. John, nice to see you. A lot going on.
Hi.
Why don't you use the screenwriter and some maps and bring us up to date?
Well, I think it's very important to put this in the context of the central importance of Baghdad in Iraq. I mean, after all, it is the capital city of the country. Nearly a quarter of the entire population of the country lives in this one city. And in a very real sense, Saddam Hussein is simply the mayor of Baghdad. And when you think about the critical importance of capital cities in World War II, that Stalin was able to hang on to Moscow, and that when Berlin fell, Germany knew the war was over. The battle for Baghdad is clearly going to be critical to the quick resolution of this war with Iraq. And if we can go to the screenwriter and look at this first map of Baghdad, I think that it'll put it into context of the action that we've seen over the last several days. To begin with, we had the Army coming up, seizing Baghdad International Airport, formerly Saddam International Airport. We've had the Marines coming up from the other direction, and within the last several hours, now it looks like we're having Army and Marines actually going into Baghdad itself. And of course, the prize is the central portion of Baghdad, the presidential complex, the area that's always showing up on the on all of the television propaganda films that Saddam Hussein is putting out. And how are they going to be getting to downtown? Well, it's the road to downtown is basically where they're traversing now. And if we can go to that Fox flyover that shows the flyover imagery of the road from downtown, from the airport, flying over this main highway leading to downtown, that's probably the avenue of approach that the troops are taking. It's a major highway. The problem, of course, is that there are large populated areas on both sides of that highway. Possibility that Saddam's Fedayeen are going to be sniping at American troops as they're going downtown. The real question I think that we're going to be looking for over the next several hours is how far towards downtown are the Americans going to be getting on the first day? Are they going to be able to make it all the way downtown, or is this just an initial foray?
Hi, John, it's Carol. I just wanted to get a sense, because we have a sense that a lot of things are happening very quickly now that we're in Baghdad. Can you give us an idea of what we think the strength of our enemy is at this point in terms of actual numbers? If we've heard that 2 divisions of the Republican Guard are pretty much kaput at this point, and other members of the Republican Guard have been called into Baghdad, further into Baghdad, what are they in terms of numbers that we're dealing with?
Well, frankly, at this point, I don't think that anyone knows. A number of these units were under strength to begin with. They had been subject to intensive aerial bombardment. Undoubtedly, that air campaign has already killed thousands of Iraqi soldiers. I think it's also clear from the reports that we've been getting that the Iraqi soldiers understand this and have been deserting in very large numbers. On the other hand, Saddam's Fedayeen, the thugs who have been his core supporters in Baghdad, very possibly thousands of these remain in the city. you give them enough bullets and they could pose a very serious challenge to American troops as they get into these built-up areas.
Hey, John, is this moving more quickly than we thought at this point? In the last few hours, a lot has been going on. U.S. and allied troops moving into the center of town. Are we looking at a confrontation in Baghdad, the battle for Baghdad that we've been talking about for the last week or so? Is that about to happen more quickly than we thought?
Well, we don't know. We still don't know the size of the American force that's going into Baghdad. We still don't know how far downtown they're going to be going. There was always this possibility of a gradual envelopment of Baghdad the way that we've seen at Basra. There's, at the other extreme, there's always been the possibility that they would basically do a thunder run, that they would basically get a couple of hundred tanks and punch all the way straight to downtown Baghdad and basically occupy the central presidential complex on the first day. I think that that's basically what everybody's going to be looking for over the next 12 to 24 hours to see how rapidly this may be unfolding, because if they're not meeting organized resistance, I think that they're going to try to seize the downtown area to demonstrate that the city is under new management.
John Pike is the director of globalsecurities.org, and he'll be with us a little bit more. We'll check back with you, John. Thank you.
All right. Coming up, the last 24 hours, some of the most critical hours as the U.S. marches toward victory. We'll show you some of the most compelling pictures from the front. And speaking of compelling, this may be the best video yet of the war. Fox News cameras rolling as U.S. tanks roll into Baghdad for the first time. Our military panel of experts straight ahead.
The one network, fair and balanced, Fox News Channel. From the Pentagon, revealing interview, rare insight. With the military, exclusive reporting, live. From the front line, with our troops, breaking news. Throughout the region, the pulse of the Mideast made clear. Fox News Channel, real journalism, fair and balanced.
Do you live with diabetes? Then I have important news for you. Medicare pays for your diabetes testing supplies, saving you hundreds of dollars a year. Call Simplex Medical and get supplies delivered directly to your door with no shipping charges. There's no upfront costs. They handle all the paperwork and they even track your orders so you always have supplies. Call the leader in healthcare, Simplex Medical, and get no-charge home delivery of Medicare-covered diabetes testing supplies. Call 1-888-919-2525 today.
It looks like you're blushing, but the blushing never really goes away. I felt so self-conscious. I mean, why is my face always so red?
I thought it was acne, but at my age?
It was embarrassing.
If you have redness on your face that doesn't go away, you could be one of the 12 million Americans with a skin condition called rosacea. Rosacea can get worse if it's not treated, so call this toll-free number and get the facts about effective rosacea treatments that are available.
Now I feel relieved. I know what it is, I know how to treat it, and I'm myself again.
When you call, you'll receive a free booklet that tells you what rosacea is and describes things you can do to help keep your rosacea under control. You'll also receive a free list of dermatologists in your area who can diagnose and treat your rosacea.
Now people look at me, not the redness.
Isn't it time you faced up to rosacea? Make the call today.
This face is looking good these days.
Some proud faces from the front for you. Joining us now, retired Marine Colonel Ed Battalato and former UN Weapons Inspector Tim Trevin. Thanks to both of you for joining us. I'd like to start the questioning off and talk about the weapons of mass destruction. Either one of you can jump in first. We've been hearing a lot of other reporters asking questions, particularly at Centcom. Have we found any? Or when will we find any? Now that we're in Baghdad, what do you think the chances of us finding that sooner than later are?
Well, I think if we had a choice between not finding any chemical weapons at all or having them used against U.S. troops, every one of us would choose not to find any chemical weapons at all. But I think if we are going to find them, the chances are that they'll be probably at this stage found in the underground system of bunkers and tunnels that are in Baghdad, rather than, as they haven't been used by frontline troops against us in this last push. I think that's the most likely place they're going to be now.
Yeah, and I would agree that there's going to be a lot we're potentially found in Baghdad, and also the fact that the Iraqis have lost their strategic advantage in using these weapons, if in fact they have them, by not using them early on, as the U.S. The 3rd Mech Infantry and the Infantry Division and the Marines were coming up outside of Baghdad, you know, in the 30 to 25 mile area outside, to be able to lay bands of these chemical weapons out there. Using chemical weapons inside the city seems to be defeating the purpose and hurting their people as much as ours if they would deploy that.
Tim, I just want to also just take the question a little bit further, and you can answer this. In terms of some of the other countries that have opposed this war, namely France and Germany and Russia, when we get into the center of Baghdad and sort of get into Saddam Hussein's personal stash, are we going to find a lot of weapons there that were illegally sold by those countries after the inspectors were kicked out in '98?
Well, I think there's a very strong chance we'll find stuff illegally sold by Russian companies to Iraq. After all, there's already confirmed reports of those sales. I think there's also a good chance we'll find confirmation of sales of spare and component parts for maintenance of French jets and helicopters. So I think there's a good chance of that, certainly, yes.
And how does that play out? I mean, will people sort of own up to what's been going on, or is that just going to create more problems with the United Nations? How do you think that's going to pan out?
I really imagine that Russia and France are just going to shrug that off and, you know, not even really acknowledge it as, you know, as an infringement of the ceasefire. Basically, it's paragraph 24 of the ceasefire resolution says that in addition to the embargo on oil sales by Iraq, and in addition to the embargo on sales of non-essential goods to Iraq by other countries, there's a specific ban on the sale of any military assets to Iraq. And clearly there will have been a breach by Russia at least, and possibly by France as well, of that particular provision.
I don't want to beat the issue to death, but you see where I'm going here, because there are going to be other things we're going to have to negotiate with the United Nations, namely and predominantly, since we've been hearing in the past couple of days, what role the UN may play in winning the peace in Iraq. So my point being, is the UN likely to shrug that whole thing off, or should we make a bigger deal out of that?
I think when looking at the UN, you have to consider two separate components. The agencies of the United Nations have always worked pretty well. Agencies like the World Food Programme, the World Health Organization, and UN, the Children's Fund and that sort of stuff. They've worked pretty well at technical issues, and I think the US is going to be very willing to use those agencies. The UN as a political military organization has traditionally not worked very well. And I think it's the Security Council and the political aspects of the UN which the US is going to be very wary of getting too involved in the post-war reconstruction effort.
Colonel Battolato, I'd like to talk to you about the battlefield, because it has changed dramatically in the last 24 hours or so. You've heard the latest bulletins. Troops are at or near the center of Baghdad. Two divisions, two brigades of the Iraqi Republican Guard have been ordered from the southern outskirts of the city to retreat back into the center of town to meet up with these allied invaders. The battlefield is changing. What's your take of it right now?
Well, we initially were looking forward to the strategy of doing some very serious probes, as both the Army and Marine organizations and units were moving north into Baghdad. We thought they would see how stiff the resistance is, see how far and fast they could move. It looks like they're moved into the center of town. They were taking the large airport on the western side of Baghdad, and also Rashidiyah military airport on the eastern side, to use that as a jumping off place. It looks like we're not only jumping off, but we're jumping right into the middle of Baghdad, and things are going unbelievably fast as far as getting control of some of the large military complexes in the center of Baghdad. I would not be surprised to see us really heavily involved, moving all the way through most of the major target areas that we have looked forward to capturing there faster than anybody thought they would puncture the rim, if you will, of the protection that the Republican Guard has allegedly put around Baghdad.
Colonel, you mentioned target areas. Now that the troops are in the center of town, what are those first targets that they're going after?
Well, they're going to go, well, first, they're going to take major axes to be able to control the movement of the Republican Guard units, the major thoroughfares and roads, and then get into such areas as the major military barracks and facilities and the communications and the things of that nature that are all very well known and are major and very attractive targets that we want to get control of.
Colonel Ed Badolato and former UN Weapons Inspector Tim Trevan. Gentlemen, stay with us. We appreciate your analysis and your time, and we'll be checking back with you for some more analysis coming up. You know, it looks like it's going to be an absolutely amazing 24 hours from now. The next 24 hours, the next 2 or 3 hours. Things are changing by the minute. But in case you want to get caught up on what's happened the last 24 hours, take a look at this.
I am having my dinner al fresco here outside. I'm having chicken breast strips with chunky salsa. There's some Mexican rice in there as well. That's heating up as we speak. And guess what? A bonus in my MRE tonight. I got some M&Ms.
What's the one thing that you dream of either eating or drinking so that we can prepare it for you when you come back?
You know, honestly, the thing I want most is a very long, very hot shower.
The chemical threat still very real. U.S. troops find thousands and thousands of boxes of white powder, nerve agent, an antidote, and Arabic documents on how to engage in chemical warfare.
Some late-breaking information just crossing the wires right now. Now, the Iraqi information minister is saying, according to this wire, that Iraq will not use weapons of mass destruction. One minute they say one thing, the next minute they say the next.
It's a gateway to the future of Iraq. That's how Centcom officials are describing the Baghdad airport now that it's under the coalition's control after an all-night tank and infantry operation. It's had a name change, too, no longer Saddam International, but Baghdad International.
The minister in question, Mohammed Sahid al-Sahaf, he continues to maintain that the pictures we've been showing you all day from the airport of U.S. forces moving in to take control of Saddam International and even rename it Baghdad International, all those pictures, he said, are fiction. He said, if you've seen the movie Wag the Dog, then you'll understand that Americans are being lied to by their own government.
We do have a report of a car bomb explosion at a military checkpoint southeast of the Haditha Dam area.
A car pulls up to a checkpoint. A pregnant woman gets out screaming. 3 of our young men go running to the rescue, only to have the driver detonate the car bomb. As a result, all 5 are dead.
Iraqi TV is saying that these men, this man and others who you'll see in just a second, are on their air proclaiming that they have arrived in Iraq for commando and martyrdom suicide operations.
Extraordinary developments just over the last half an hour out of Baghdad. Iraqi television there transmitting without any prior warning that videotape focusing on Saddam Hussein. Then the implication of it is that he did survive that opening night of airstrikes against Baghdad, against what the Pentagon referred to at the time as a target of opportunity.
It does look like Saddam to me. This man has all Saddam's swagger, his confidence, the high fives. I mean, I don't think an actor is going to behave like that. To me, this is Saddam.
New tape in the last hour shows the night sky over Baghdad illuminated by tracer fire. A large explosion shaking the presidential complex in central Baghdad used by the Iraqi Suns.
Very, very sad news to pass along as we say hello to David Asman. And David, you were just coming on the set and you said not the Michael Kelly. And
Michael Kelly,
yes.
for those who don't know, is one of the premier journalists, or was one of the most outstanding journalists in America. I mean, he His work both in magazines and particularly as a columnist for the Washington Post was really breathtaking.
But this is a guy who knew how to draw out things, and he had a field of moral vision that enabled him to write pieces that got beneath the first and second and third layers of issues and really got to the heart of things.
We are coming up on the bottom of the hour. Here's a quick check on the latest developments in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Coalition forces entering Baghdad city limits for the first time since the war began 17 days ago. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly, the first to report from inside the capital city from the thick of an ongoing firefight. Kelly traveling with the 3rd Infantry Division. At least 20 tanks and 10 Bradley fighting vehicles pushed into a southern suburb of the capital about 7 miles from the city center. They were on a reconnaissance mission. Other troops are already closing in on the center of the city, and according to U.S. Central Command, these troops are on more than a patrol that goes in and comes back out. They are coming under some resistance from members of the Iraqi Republican Guard. Apparently, one U.S. soldier has been hurt seriously. Anti-Saddam Kurdish fighters capturing a key bridge east of Mosul. The takeover, backed by U.S. air power, opens the way for a more aggressive campaign on the northern front. B-52s have also been bombing Iraqi positions. U.S. Special Operations Forces have been playing a very big role in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Military officials say more than 10,000 Special Ops troops are involved in this war. That is the most since Vietnam. A top Pentagon official says Iraqi forces so far seem to be poorly directed and not very effective on the battlefield. The American soldier accused of a deadly grenade attack at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait has been charged with murder. Sergeant Hassan Akbar is accused of throwing a grenade into a housing tent March 23rd, killing 2 service members and injuring 14 more. Akbar is now being held at an undisclosed military facility in the United States. And as we've been reporting, 8 of the bodies found with Jessica Lynch when she was rescued as a POW a couple of days ago have now been identified as members of her unit. Meantime, PFC Lynch continues to recover at Landstuhl Hospital in Germany. Fox News correspondent Malini Bawa has the very latest from Ramstein Air Base.
48 patients from Iraq expected on this plane, 13 with battle injuries. It's the largest plane load we've seen here at Ramstein Air Base so far. Usually they're in the range of 1 or 2 dozen patients. But when Private First Class Jessica Lynch arrived here early Thursday morning local time, she was the only wounded soldier on board. These patients will be taken to nearby Landstuhl Medical Center, the same hospital where Private First Class Lynch is being treated. At a press conference earlier, the hospital commander said Lynch is lucid, talking, and under the care of a repatriation team, including doctors and psychiatrists. The hospital says she is having orthopedic surgery today and had back surgery yesterday.
Her injuries include fractures to her right arm, both legs, right foot and ankle, and lumbar spine.
The hospital won't comment on whether her bones were broken in fighting during the ambush or whether she was injured later, whether she might have been tortured while she was being held as a POW. Since her rescue, Lynch has talked to her family by phone several times, and apparently her mood is good.
She is jovial. She is talking with staff. She has a friend here, a close friend of hers from her unit that has accompanied her, and when she's awake, she is in good spirits.
Lynch is on an IV drip, but she says as soon as she can eat solid food, she wants turkey, steamed carrots, and applesauce. At Ramstein Air Base, Malini Bawa, Fox News.
We're the 304th Pararescue Team from Portland, Oregon, and we love Fox News. Hoo-yah!
Central Command officials confirming this morning that coalition forces are in the center of Baghdad. Quote, a significant number of troops. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin is keeping track of things live at Centcom headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Mike?
And, Carol, that's exactly it. A significant number of troops are now headed into Baghdad, a significant number, as U.S. Central Command defines it, and they are there to stay for a while. This is not a quick in-and-out trip. You saw from Greg Kelly, the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Infantry, cut across parts of Baghdad in what was described as a probe into Baghdad. They encountered some resistance and went to take up a more permanent position at the Baghdad International Airport. But there's a different part of the U.S. Army 5th Corps which entered the city from a more southern point and are driving toward the heart of the city right now. Here is Centcom spokesman Captain Frank Thorpe on that.
What we've seen over the last 12 or so hours is elements of the 5th Corps who came up through the Medina Division of the Republican Guard, using the opportunities that they have, and that's quite frankly the strategy we're using right now. As we have opportunities to move forward, we're taking them, and elements of the 5th Corps have moved up into the city of Baghdad.
Now, they are encountering resistance en route, including resistance from what are described by Centcom as elements of the Special Republican Guard of Saddam Hussein's forces. We're getting a lot of different reports as far as injuries coming in from different news agencies. One report says 4 have been hurt, 4 U.S. soldiers have been hurt, 1 seriously. That is not confirmed by U.S. Central Command. The French press is reporting that a U.S. tank commander has been killed. That is not confirmed by U.S. Central Command. Again, that is not confirmed by U.S. Central Command. The kind of resistance they are encountering is RPG fire, rocket-propelled grenade fire, rifle fire. They're getting these pickup trucks, the technical vehicles rushing the U.S. lines and being fired upon by the U.S. armament. These pickup trucks, of course, no match for the U.S. armament. Same for the bunkers. They're getting some fire from some of these small bunkers. No match for the U.S. armament. Even though the fighting has been characterized as sporadic, what we're hearing from Central Command is if you are in the middle of it, it doesn't seem sporadic at all. And if I can, I'd like to take you to some live pictures, Carol and Rick, of downtown Baghdad. The live picture we've been showing quite a bit lately is of a roundabout really in the heart of Baghdad. If you've ever been to Baghdad, it's really hard to say what is the heart of it because the city sort of sprawls along the Tigris River. But the one camera shot we have had for some time now shows a roundabout in the heart of the city with a statue of Saddam Hussein out in front and a mosque in back. That's a fairly new mosque there, and it's quite dramatic when the fountain is on. In fact, when we were in Baghdad, we joked that it was the Caesar's Palace of Baghdad because it's quite spectacular. And as far as calling it the heart of the city, just about any time you drive around on the west side of the Tigris River, you end up going in to this roundabout. And presumably, if you have U.S. troops headed for the heart of the city, there's going to be a time when you see the U.S. Bradley fighting vehicles or tanks or Humvees or whatever roll into this shot. It's just a matter of whether this camera is in the right place for it. The scene in Baghdad has been described as quite calm if you're not close to the fighting. As you know, the power went out about a day ago. The mullahs can't call anyone to prayer. The imams can't call anyone to prayer over the loudspeakers like you generally hear, echoing through the cityscape of Baghdad on any given day, particularly on Friday. The traffic in the city is lighter than normal, but people are still getting out and driving around, and I imagine you can see that in the live pictures right now. But for the most part, you hear the sounds of barking dogs in the city of Baghdad, and you hear the sounds of war off in the distance in the center of the city, and that those sounds moving closer now, as you could hear the rumble of the tank treads, presumably, and lots of explosions off in the distance as there is fighting. Rick and Carol?
Okay, Mike, we're going to be keeping our eyes, now that you've really painted this picture beautifully for us, we're going to be keeping our eyes on that roundabout because that's what our audience is seeing. And just as you said, there are cars, not a lot of them, but there are cars driving around that roundabout in the fixed camera position and picture that we are showing everybody right now. And I guess as the next couple of hours, Rick, go by, we're going to be watching to see if those Bradleys do end up entering the city there, and we do end up seeing those tanks going around that roundabout. Thanks very much, Mike. Well, let's get the latest now from Kuwait City, where Fox News correspondent Adam Housley is standing by live. Adam?
Carol, as we've heard from our embed crews like Colonel Oliver North as well as Greg Kelly's crew in recent hours,
They're both, of course, now inside Baghdad, and American troops on the ground are getting tremendous support from their colleagues in the air as strikes do occur on the outskirts of Baghdad as well as the inside, hammering armored vehicles, tanks, as well as military positions around the city. Now, Friday night, F-18 fighter planes can be seen taking off from the flight deck of the USS Constellation and also the Kitty Hawk as well, both stationed off of Iraq and Kuwait in the middle of the Gulf. Pilots dropping dozens of 500-pound laser-guided bombs and also 2,000-pound satellite-guided bombs. The raids helping much of the fighting by the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division in and around Baghdad. Now, here in the south, the search for Ba'ath Party officials continues as coalition forces secure areas around Najaf. More Iraqis are said to be welcoming the troops and, in this case, even helping them with their search. The opposition in this area of Iraq seems to be subsiding as terrorist style of tactics are seen with less frequency. Najaf, of course, is the home of the Ali Mosque, where Iraqi irregulars have taken sanctuary, and it's one of Islam's holiest sites. Now, coalition forces also finding more gas masks in the south, chemical suits, and thick chemical protection boots, all dumped in a bunker along with Iraqi weapons and uniforms. British soldiers have surrounded the city for nearly 2 weeks as the ground war campaign continues, but they have not moved in force for fear of initiating an urban war. Also in the south, 2 Iraqi men accused of executing 2 British soldiers have been captured at a military roadblock near Zubair. The killed British soldiers shown on Al Jazeera last week were believed to be alive when captured during an ambush.
As part of a routine patrol in this town of Azubaya, we came across a couple of men at a vehicle checkpoint. They may have been involved or may have information concerning the disappearance of some of our soldiers, and we take them in for further inquiries. But this is our campaign against the regime, not the people of Iraq.
Al Jazeera doing it again. Video footage has been broadcast by the Arab satellite television station of 2 women responsible for the suicide bombing in northwest Baghdad on Friday morning. The coalition troops, a pregnant woman and a driver, were killed when a car bomb exploded at a checkpoint. Officials said the pregnant woman basically got out of the car and began screaming in fear, the car exploding as troops approached the vehicle. That's the second suicide attack since the second Gulf War began. Also, on a lighter note, there's been tremendous support all along, even from people who oppose this war. Tremendous support from back home in the States to soldiers out here. We've heard it for a number of days. Every time we talk to the soldiers or bump into them, they talk about the support and how nice it's been. Well, last night, 2 soldiers threw out the first pitch via satellite for a Minnesota Twins game from here in the Kuwaiti desert. Back to you guys.
Okay, Adam. Got to keep the connection going. Let me ask you, if I can, a little bit more about what's going on in the south. We heard earlier that perhaps the resistance in Basra will weaken once Baghdad falls. They're just waiting to see what's going to happen to the regime. What can you tell us about what is going on in Basra right now?
Well, Carol, explosions and different types of mortar fire heard overnight. They're heard basically throughout the day at some points. This has been the plan from the beginning. British troops have said all along they would not go in. They were going to surround the city and basically wait for Baghdad to fall unless there was an uprising within the city limits itself. That did start, but we saw those pictures from Sky Television, of course, our sister network in London, that show pictures of Iraqi soldiers firing on their own people as they either fled the city or they uprised against Saddam Hussein. Now, in the meantime, the city basically has just been surrounded, and it's been kept that way because the uprising, at least at the beginning stages of this ground war, did not succeed. So right now, the hope is once Baghdad does fall, once these people do realize Saddam Hussein's regime is over, they will then in turn resume that uprising. But until then, right now, the city's just surrounded.
All right, Adam, thank you very much.
A Central Command spokesman in Qatar says the coalition troops are now near the center of Baghdad, a significant number of troops. That announcement coming about an hour or so ago. Let's talk about the next phase of this military action. Joining us from our Washington War Room is Fox News military analyst, retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan. Colonel, nice to see you. We hear that this is more than just a patrol, that these troops are not going in and then they're going to pull back out. The battle for Baghdad, sir, has begun, has it not?
I think so, Rick. It's pretty serious. And if I can, I'll step back for just a moment and talk about that roundabout. We saw that live view of those cars driving in downtown Baghdad. It's hard to believe there's war going on, but I would say from my own experience, I spent a lot of time in Beirut, late 80s, early 90s, ferocious fighting going on inside the city, and a mile or two away, stores open, cars driving around, people on the streets acting almost as if nothing was going on. So it seems amazing, but indeed it's happening. If we can go to the map here, Rick, let me talk just a little bit about some of the things that are going on. We know from some of our embedded reporting that we've had a little incursion, maybe just barely on the outskirts of the city here, to get over to Baghdad Airport, where we already have troops. Oliver North reporting earlier what may be Marine movement up along this way. And what was interesting in one of these latest reports is the fact that this may be Special Republican Guard coming out to meet these forces. And we should assume that Special Republican Guard is really Saddam's strategic reserve, really the last people that he would commit in case of a battle. So seeing them come out may be a good sign, may mean that indeed we really worn down the regular Republican Guard. Nonetheless, as they come out to meet with us and we push in, our strategy seems to be real good here, Rick. Not only are we pushing in a little ways, but we're working here to secure our flanks as we do that. I doubt that we're going to give up any of this ground. This may be where some of the latest forces are going. We're spreading out as we go in. We're meeting these guys head on. Reports earlier of these trucks called technicals racing out to meet us, maybe with Special Republican Guard in it, only to be blown away. Like they're driving down a one-way street, not realizing we're coming. Actually, the psychological operations that Saddam's people have used, maybe to inspire his people, may be operating to their disadvantage. That is, these troops coming out, these various Republican Guard or Special Republican Guard coming out to see us, may be coming out in the belief that, as they've heard from their own people, that we're not much of a fighting force and things are going pretty good. And they're learning the hard way that that's not so.
You know, Colonel Cowan, when this war began, it began with a surprise strike to try to kill Saddam Hussein. Caught a lot of people off guard. Could this invasion of Baghdad be timed as well to try to surprise? Is the same kind of tactic being used here? Are we going into Baghdad a little bit quicker than we might have been led to believe?
Yeah, Rick, that's absolutely the premier question of the hour right now. I think most of us who've watched the war carefully have honestly been surprised at the way it's been carried out. I don't think anybody now can complain about the plan. I'm not sure really why they could before. It's interesting how we've moved along, we've engaged the enemy, and while one element continued to maintain that engagement, the rest of the force pushed right beyond it. That's not a normal tactic. Normally you engage the enemy, you're going to stay there till you finish that project and you move on. But indeed, we still had some fighting going in Basra as we passed it, Nasiriyah as we passed it, Najaf as we passed it, Karbala as we passed it, and now we're into Baghdad, and there's not much chance that we're going to slow down. I think we're going to push and push and push. If indeed they start to mount a heavy defense, a defense that involves tough urban fighting, we may slow down and reassess. But right now, where we're pushing forward, the force is doing exactly what it ought to do: maintain the initiative, keep the bad guys on the run, surprise them where they don't think they're going to get hit, obliterate them as we can.
The biggest dangers for the Allies on this push into the center of town, sir?
Chem Bio, obviously, Rick, I don't think we're going to get surrounded. I just drew that picture showing that we're protecting our flanks carefully.
Right.
Probably the only thing we really need to be worried about is the Chem Bio strike. Of course, we're prepared for it. Our guys have the suits. They've been training. They're wearing it half the time. That's probably the only real surprise we might run into. It's unlikely that they're going to be able to mount an effective counteroffensive against us.
Colonel Bill Cowan, stick around if you would. We've got a roundtable discussion coming up. We'd like you to take part in it if you don't mind.
Thanks a lot, Rick.
Well, has our military found some of Saddam's weapons of mass destruction? They're a large part of the reason we're at war in the first place. We talk to a former weapons inspector in just a few minutes.
And life after Saddam Hussein. President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair already planning ahead. We'll preview their upcoming meeting in Northern Ireland. You're watching the network America trusts for real journalism, fair and balanced, Fox News Channel.
This weekend, the battles, the humanitarian aid, and toppling Saddam's regime. How are our troops faring? Answers on Fox and Friends Weekend.
It's a simple thing, really. But Irene and I always look forward to getting up and taking Max for a walk.
The truth is, he really takes us for the walk.
Hey, we've got our health. That's why we plan to head for those unplanned expenses.
It's good to know that now our family has the financial support they'll need when they need it most.
There are no guarantees in life, right? Well, we found guaranteed whole life insurance from a company we knew we could trust. United of Omaha, one of the Mutual of Omaha companies.
It's easy, affordable, and unlike some of the others we looked at, with this policy, you can't be turned down for any reason.
Be prepared. Don't lose your savings and burden your family with thousands of dollars in unplanned expenses. Social Security provides death benefits on average less than $300. But with United of Omaha, you're guaranteed benefits up to $20,000. That's money your family can use immediately for any expenses, bills, or unpaid debts.
Knowing it's guaranteed really set our minds at ease.
If you're between 45 and 75, you can't be turned down for any reason. Call United of Omaha now to lock in your lowest possible rate.
What's great is my monthly rates will never go up, and my benefits will never go down. And that's peace of mind, too.
And Easy Way builds cash value you can even borrow against. Call now to receive a free information packet, plus a free Benefits of Will planning guide. The call is free, and so is the valuable information.
Up to $20,000 in coverage, and you can't be turned down for any reason.
And best of all, rates that are guaranteed never to increase.
So guarantee yourself a little peace of mind with one simple phone call.
Making plans is one of the most important and thoughtful things we did for each other and our family.
And it's something you can do right now.
For more information, call 1-800-376-9213. There's no risk, no obligation, and no reason to wait. That's 1-800-376-9213. Call now.
As Saddam's regime crumbles, another battle going on, this one over rebuilding Iraq. Fox News White House correspondent Wendell Goler has the latest.
President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair have scheduled their third summit in as many weeks next Monday and Tuesday in Northern Ireland. And one of the main items on the agenda is what role the United Nations should play in post-Saddam Iraq. There are wide differences between the U.S. and Europe on the issue. The French, the Germans, and Russians want the UN to have a controlling role. But National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice made clear today that is not going to happen. She said the U.S. is not sacrificing the lives of American servicemen and women only to turn Iraq over to the UN once Saddam has fallen. There are even differences between the President and Prime Minister Blair on the issue, the British leader wanting the UN to have a somewhat more robust role than President Bush. U.S. plans call for a series of leaders, from U.S. military to U.S. civilian to a non-American civilian, during which the UN would likely oversee the distribution of humanitarian aid and run Iraq's oil for food program. Secretary of State Powell downplayed the differences today after a meeting with his counterpart on the European Union.
The UN will be a partner in all of this. Everybody understands that. There's no disagreement about that. And as President Bush and Prime Minister Blair and Mr. Aznar said at the Azores Summit, they expect the UN to play a major role as a partner in this effort. And we'll work our way through the intricacies of the role to be played by the UN in the days ahead.
President Bush met with about a dozen or so Iraqi exiles today, more to showcase the horror of living under Saddam Hussein's regime than to sign them up for a post-Saddam government. Their presence here, however, illustrates a split even within the administration on who should lead Iraq. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld wants to set up an interim government now with exiled Iraqis in the lead. The White House says the government must include Iraqis who stuck it out through the years of Saddam's brutality. Meanwhile, even though the President and Prime Minister are focusing on post-Saddam Iraq, the White House says that doesn't mean the war is almost over. And officials here say some of the people they're having the hardest time convincing are the same people who were asking the last time the President and Prime Minister met why coalition forces seem to be bogged down.
Given the fact that they met at Camp David just a week ago, I don't know that people said that's a sign it's coming to an end. In fact, at the time they were meeting in Camp David, everybody was saying, isn't it going terribly? It's off plan. So they meet as often as they think is necessary.
Both Fleischer and Secretary of State Powell put the best face they could on the latest videotapes of Saddam Hussein, one showing him walking around Baghdad with smoke in the background. In the other, he makes reference to the downing of an Apache helicopter. Both of those things, experts say, are signs that he probably survived the March 19th attempt on his life. Powell and Fleischer both claim that the war will be a success even if Saddam is never captured and his body never found. They say the important thing is to remove him from power, destroy his weapons of mass destruction, and liberate the Iraqi people. At the White House, Wendell Golder, Fox News.
And continuing our discussion of what's going on now and what's coming up next, joining us once again is Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan, U.S. Marine Corps, retired Colonel Ed Badolato, U.S. Marine Corps as well, and former UN Weapons Inspector Tim Trevan. Colonel Badolato, let me get you to respond to some news that's just crossing right now on the AP wires. Saddam's Fedayeen militiamen are now roaming the streets of central Baghdad. They haven't been there in weeks, but they've now been brought out. These are the guys that come out with the black hoods, and they've got the masks on their face. We were expecting, I guess, these elite Republican Guard troops to defend the city, but it seems like Saddam is going with his militiamen instead.
Well, let's not say that there aren't any Republican Guards. You know, Qusay, his son, is in charge of the defense of the city, which has been set up as a special zone before the attack even started several weeks ago. And with that in mind, he has his special Republican Guard units, and there are other outfits like the secret police and so forth, plus the Fedayeen. The Fedayeen are more fanatic, and they are the individuals that we will expect to give us probably as irregulars the most problems sniping and attacking from windows and things like this as we get back and start to move through the area. But it's no surprise to see that. However, I would not say that they're going to be the only folks that are going to be attacking us as enemy.
Colonel Badolato, just to follow up on that, what do you mean by that? Who are going to be the only ones? My question has to do with the civilians. What do we anticipate, or can we at all anticipate, what the civilian population in Baghdad might do? Because we're talking about a very large civilian population. We've heard a lot about perhaps the Fedayeen and the Republican Guard using civilians as shields, sending children out to fight, or putting children out in front of them to stop our people from responding. Is there any possibility that the large civilian population in Baghdad would rise up and overthrow this regime?
Well, they've been under the heel of the boot for so many years, and until we can get control of the situation so that they are assured that there will not be assassinations, massacres, and so forth by these enforcers of Saddam, who are still, many of them are heavily involved around the area, I don't think we're going to see anybody rising up. But as soon as we get control of the situation and the populace of Baghdad see that, and especially in the Shiite areas, see that we're going to be in control and there's not going to be the retaliation by the forces of Saddam, we're going to see a tremendous outpouring of support for the forces and our people going in there. The Arabs are either going to, they're either fighting like hell or running like hell or cheering you or cursing you. There's always black and white, and there's very little middle ground with them as we move through this area and their psychology and so forth. We've got a long way to go in what's going to happen in Baghdad, despite the fact that everything looks good. We have an old saying, when it looks good in the Marine Corps, we always say, tighten your chin strap. It can only get worse.
Tim Trevan, former UN Weapons Inspector. A lot of people have speculated that if Saddam is going to use his weapons of mass destruction, now would be the time. If he did want to unleash them, how would he deliver them? How could he do that? What does he have, or what do we think he has at his disposal?
Well, the main thing that you need to do to use chemical weapons effectively is to create a hanging cloud of the agent at just around about ground level. And the traditional ways of doing this are through artillery pieces, artillery rockets, or through spraying it from aircraft or drones. It's going to be very difficult for him to use any of those means of delivery now that the troops are in Baghdad. It is possible he can go to more unconventional means like having a great big fan or an aerosol generator to spread the agent off the back of a truck. But it's going to be very hard for him now to, with the troops in Baghdad, for him to amass any major form of delivery for these weapon systems.
Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan, I have about 10 seconds before I need to get out. I'm sorry, but I want to bring you in before we go to this quick break. The next couple of hours, what are you looking for?
Rick, we'll continue to push forward as we are, consolidate, make sure that our lines from the forward lines all the way back are really tight and secure. And we're going to continue to probe our way into Baghdad, see how far we can get before we run into really tough resistance.
Bill Cowan, Ed Bartolotto, Tim Trevan, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis, as always.
Coming up at the top of the hour, so stay with Fox News Channel for continuous live coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good morning, everyone. Coalition troops have moved into the capital city of Baghdad, a, quote, significant number of troops, and you're watching continuing coverage of the War on Terror, Operation Iraqi Freedom, right here on the network America Trusts. It is 4 a.m. on America's East Coast, 1 in the afternoon in Baghdad. From the Fox News World Headquarters in New York, hello everyone, I'm Carol Iavana.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. We're very glad you're with us. It's been a very busy 24 hours. Let's get you caught up on all the latest headlines. The push into Baghdad continues at this hour. Allied troops, a significant amount actually, making their way into the capital city. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly, the first to report from inside the Baghdad city limits. He is traveling with the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. Some troops have reached the center of the capital. When Greg Kelly first reported to Fox News, the 3rd Infantry was in the thick of a firefight, at the time meeting some heavy resistance from Iraqi forces firing with small arms. The 3rd Infantry Division has reportedly captured the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division south of Baghdad. In central Iraq, meantime, a U.S. Super Cobra attack helicopter crashed, killing its 2 Marine pilots. Their names are being withheld until their families are notified. Centcom says it's investigating the crash, but for now it does not appear to be the result of hostile fire. The AH-1W Super Cobra is mostly used for fire support and to escort other assault helicopters. Fox News has learned that the stash of that white powder that was found near Baghdad is not a chemical weapon. The powder was found by coalition forces at an industrial plant. There will be more tests done on this stuff, but defense officials are sure that it is not a synthetic toxin.
Hi, I'm Andrew Anderson. I'm on board USS Harry S. Truman. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and you're watching Fox News.
Some sad news to report. Positive IDs for 8 of those 11 bodies found during the rescue of POW Jessica Lynch. They're soldiers, most from her unit. Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel is live at the Pentagon with the latest. Mike?
Well, good morning, Carol. U.S. forces on the move inside Baghdad, in fact, slicing through the heart of Baghdad. One remarkable aspect of the embedded reporters with military units is the remarkable images they've been sending us in real time. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly and his photographer Mal James showing us some of the really powerful video on their way into Baghdad. There are burning Iraqi military vehicles as the U.S. troops roll by. While the movement by U.S. soldiers Marines is bold and dramatic, the firefights continue. Before U.S. forces arrived in Baghdad, Pentagon officials talked about battling an enemy that's prepared to take desperate measures.
We went into this operation expecting the unexpected, and from car bombings to the potential use of weapons of mass destruction, we've had to stay postured for sort of anything that the regime is capable of using. So at this point, we are just postured for that. We have no particular threat that we consider more than another.
Now to the sad news Carol mentioned at the top. The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers who were killed in action after being ambushed by Iraqis. Sergeant Georgie Buggs, 31 years old, of Barnwell, South Carolina, who was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion, Fort Stewart, Georgia. 7 were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. Master Sergeant Robert J. Dowdy, 38 years old, of Cleveland, Ohio. Private Ruben Estrella Soto, 18 years old, of El Paso, Texas. Specialist James M. Keel, 22 years old, of Comfort, Texas. Chief Warrant Officer Johnny Villarreal Mata, 35 years old, of Amarillo, Texas. A woman, Private First Class Lorianne Piestua, 23 years old, of Tuba City, Arizona. Private Brandon U. Sloan, 19 years old, of Cleveland, Ohio. Sergeant Donald R. Walters, 33 years old, of Kansas City, Missouri. And those soldiers were part of the ambush that led to the capture of Private Jessica Lynch. The good news, of course, for her is that she was rescued. The bodies of those soldiers were found in a group of 11 bodies. 9, we were told, were probably Americans. 8 have been confirmed, and those were the names. Carol, back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Sure. Rick?
And well, from the latest from the region, let's go straight to Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan, who is live on the border between Iraq and Jordan. Steve.
Rick, those U.S. troops began entering Baghdad several hours ago, the U.S. Marines as well as the 3rd Infantry Division from the Army, and they encountered some stiff resistance. Most of that resistance coming in the form of small arms fire. Some pickup trucks with automatic rifles mounted on them opposed the U.S. entrance, as well as some busloads of fighters, but they were no match for the U.S. tanks as well as those Bradley fighting vehicles. Now, it's not clear what's going to happen with the troops inside. So far, U.S. officials saying this is not a probe and that significant numbers of U.S. troops continue to move into Baghdad. In the meantime, the fighting at the airport is not over as of yet. Of course, coalition forces took what used to be called Saddam International Airport on Friday, but there is still sporadic gunfire going on around that airport, enough gunfire to call in air support. U.S. troops have called in air support to attack some Iraqi positions near the edge of that airport. Of course, that airport could be a key piece of real estate for any forward operations. It's just 9 miles from downtown Baghdad. U.S. Iraqi officials had threatened about a counterattack, even an unconventional counterattack, according to the Minister of Information, but so far that counterattack has not materialized. In the meantime, Iraq's leader, or a man who looked a lot like Saddam Hussein, made an appearance in what seemed to be downtown Baghdad, showing the flesh and pressing the flesh, holding up a child, having his hands and feet kissed and being cheered on by a small crowd. This is very rare footage. If it is indeed Saddam Hussein, he hasn't been off the tribunal in years, so a rare appearance if it is him to try and boost morale among the Iraqis, but it doesn't seem to be having too much effect, his appeals to stay and fight. That's because ordinary Iraqis appear to be fleeing. They are heading north out of Baghdad, putting whatever they have on the top of cars, trucks, or buses, and heading out of that capital, just as U.S. troops are heading in. Back to you guys in New York.
All right, Steve Harrigan on the border between Jordan and Iraq. Steve, thank you very much as always.
U.S. tanks and armored vehicles have rolled into Baghdad for the first time. So what happens next now that they have reached their destination? Joining us from our Washington War Room is GlobalSecurities.org Director John Pike. John, that is the question. What happens next?
Well, that's the really big question at this point, because we're still not sure exactly where they're going into Baghdad, what avenue of approach they're taking, and what sort of resistance they're going to be encountering. If you look at this flyover that we have of satellite imagery of central Baghdad, you can see that this is an enormous urban area, an enormous number of opportunities for ambushes from Special Republican Guard, Saddam's Fedayeen, the resistance forces that the U.S. Army may be facing. On the other hand, you can also see here off to the right there are some major thoroughfares, the possibility that American forces might be able to move very quickly into downtown Baghdad, avoid some of these ambushes, very quickly establish themselves in a commanding position in the central area, and demonstrate that the United States is in charge of this city, the capital of the country, no longer under the control of Saddam Hussein. So I think that the real question that we're going to be looking at over the next several hours, over the next several days, is whether the United States is able to quickly gain control of Baghdad, or whether this is going to be the sort of house-to-house fighting that everybody's been worried about for so long.
John, can you tell us how we will know that? What are the things we should be looking for in the next couple of hours?
Well,
go ahead.
One of the things that we're going to be looking for is, as we've just seen, is to see whether we see those American vehicles showing up on some of those fixed cameras that have been monitoring downtown Baghdad since the war started. I think another thing that we're going to be looking for is whether we're getting reports from embedded reporters, because if there is a clear political signal to be sent, sort of a flag raising over on Iwo Jima, I think the American military is going to be very eager to communicate that the United States is in control of central Baghdad. On the other hand, if they are encountering stiff resistance, I think that this could drag on for a number of days. That's basically what we're going to be looking for over the weekend. Are we going to see a quick victory in Baghdad, the regime quickly collapsing once they realize that the end is inevitable, or is the Battle of Baghdad something that's going to drag on for several more weeks? Clearly Saddam Hussein's plan.
John Pike, if we look at this from the standpoint of numbers, we've heard reports that there are about 20,000 soldiers and Marines, coalition troops, that are now in and around the capital city. This is a city of about 4.5 million people, protected by these elite Republican Guard units and their militia there as well. The Fedayeen we're hearing now are also roaming the streets of central Baghdad. The Fedayeen and the militia and the Republican Guard number about 15 to 20,000 themselves. If we look at this from just a numbers perspective, how's the matchup look to you?
Well, of course, the problem is that we don't know how many of the Special Republican Guard or Saddam's Fedayeen are actually reporting for work at this point. And that, I think, has been one of the central objectives of the American military strategy, is to convince these forces that there's simply no point in continuing the struggle. Obviously, many of the Republican Guard abandoned their vehicles once they saw the battle was going against them on the outskirts of Baghdad. If American forces have been able to go into downtown Baghdad at this point, I would say that already many of the Special Republican Guard, many of the Saddam's Fedayeen may have also decided that there's simply no point in continuing this losing battle.
You know, John, I have a question. Now that we are in Baghdad, our tanks are in Baghdad and our soldiers are in Baghdad, what happens to the air war at this point? What role will the air war play in this?
Well, the air war is clearly going to be continuing in the rest of the country, keeping the Republican Guard divisions that are outside of Baghdad, keeping the Kurdish forces separated from the Iraqi army up on the northern front. And I think he's probably going to have an opportunity for precision munitions as needed to support the American advance into downtown. The problem, of course, is that there is an enormous amount of anti-aircraft artillery in Baghdad, and I think that some of the close air support that you would get from attack helicopters, from gunships, is probably something that's not going to be available over central Baghdad.
Okay, John Pike, thanks very much.
Well, as we've been reporting, coalition forces have made their way right into the heart of Baghdad. Our Greg Kelly is traveling with the 3rd ID. He was the first reporter to announce this as the troops made their way in just a couple of hours ago. Sky News correspondent Colin Brazier interviewed Greg's cameraman, Mal James, who was working with Greg Kelly, as we said, about going into battle with the 3rd ID. Take a listen.
It certainly is, Simon. As we were just saying 10 minutes ago, the commanding officer of this particular brigade has talked about how his sister brigade, the 2nd Brigade, has effectively poked the Iraqis in the eye because there's nothing the Iraqis can do about it. That was the memorable phrase that he used. To tell us exactly what that drive was like is Mal James, cameraman with Fox News, Sky's American sister station. Mal, we've lived together in happier times in Kuwait, but tell us about this drive through Baghdad.
Well, the 2nd Brigade left at about, I think we rendezvoused at about 6:30 this morning, left at first flight, the aim being to take the Iraqis by surprise at the early hours of the morning. And for about 3 hours we drove through the city. Met quite a amount of stiff resistance from the Republican Guard, a lot of Republican Guard, a lot of suicide coming at us, constantly a lot of barrage.
How many vehicles did you have?
I think it was a full brigade of tanks, Bradleys. We were in the command Bradley as such, and we lost. There was one tank went down, which caught fire, but I lost count of the number of cars, trucks destroyed. I mean, constantly you just have cars just driving at the convoy.
With men on the back firing?
Men on the back firing, and the convoy would just take them out. We just literally spray them out. It was kind of terrifying, almost a turkey shoot. I mean, very committed, but there didn't seem to be any organisation.
Did you get a sense of where you were? Were you in the very centre of Baghdad?
We really can't say where we were, what area we did go through, but it was a complete show of force that, I mean, last night they were saying that the American army was 100 miles from Baghdad. Well, I think today they got a very wake-up call. If they looked out their window, they could see that the army was flying through the city, and nothing was going to really stop them as they came through the city.
It sounds as if the resistance was fanatical and pointless, but it was certainly there. We heard stories, for instance, today that 2nd Brigade, the people you're with, were coming to Republican Guard units and finding abandoned armoured personnel carriers.
Yeah, yesterday we drove down south, into the southern area, and you saw I mean, I think we took out 10 tanks and over 100 vehicles carrying ammunition, and that was just like a road of a fireball going down, and they just rolled through. In every position, it was either been deserted or, I mean, the amount of killed we saw was phenomenal. And being launched around here. So that road yesterday was a complete road. Once again, I mean, very committed, but there doesn't seem to be any organizational structure in their fighting. I mean, they try and take a land cruiser against a tank, and it's not going to win. But thank you.
Okay, Mel. I know you're very tired, but thanks again for talking to us today. All the best.
Fox News cameraman Mal James. We have reached Baghdad. Troops on the move inside the center of the capital. We'll talk with our military and political analysts about the battle that lies ahead. And we'll rewind a little bit. We'll show you the most compelling and the most courageous fighting in the last week, right here on the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel.
Saturday, as Allied troops press forward, live updates as the battle continues. John Kasich with reaction from the Beltway to the Heartland. Rita Cosby with tough questions and analysis. Then Geraldo Rivera is at large from Kuwait. A powerful lineup from the network America trusts for fair and balanced news.
From my 30 years of military service, I know war is tough on families. Here and abroad, the American Red Cross helps people in these very trying times. We keep men and women in the armed forces connected with loved ones during emergencies. We also deliver humanitarian aid to those caught in the crossfire. We need your financial help now, so please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or visit redcross.org. Thank you.
What we can do is talk about communication.
It'd be a great idea.
I do too. I feel like we really haven't connected in a really long time. We used to go places together. We used to do things. It's just...
Okay, every time I try to do something special, all I get is garbage.
You've simply lost touch with something that was once good. You can't have it back.
Here.
Take this home.
Rekindle your love for the internet. Call 1-800-828-4758 and get 6 months of Earthlink dial-up for half price. You also get exclusive tools to keep the internet fun, like Pop-Up Blocker that gets rid of virtually all unwanted pop-up ads, and Spaminator. It helps reduce junk email. Guess it's no wonder we recently ranked highest for customer satisfaction among dial-up internet service providers, according to J.D. Power and Associates. Call, go online, or visit one of these retailers. Get 6 months of service for half price. Why wait? Move to Earthlink.
Some faces from the front, our tanks, our troops rolling into Baghdad at this very minute. So is this the start of the battle for the capital city? Joining us once again, Colonel Ed Bottolato, retired U.S. Marine Corps, John Pike, director of globalsecurity.org, a great website. Former UN Weapons Inspector Tim Trevan is here, and joining us in our New York studios, Mansour Ijaz, who is a Fox News foreign affairs analyst. Welcome to all of you. Colonel Bottolato, let me start with you because there are a lot of military developments going on right now, a significant number of Allied troops moving right into the center of Baghdad. Is this happening a little bit quicker than perhaps a lot of us thought it would?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of us who are talking with our military friends and watching it very closely did expect that there would be some major probing actions, looking at getting a foothold, determining how hard it would be to crack the ring of defenses around Baghdad, and it seems like it's been a lot easier than we had expected. There is a cost. There are going to be I would say more casualties than we'd like to see in the hard fighting initially to get into the area, particularly among the Marines. But right now it has moved tremendously fast, and we've got to, I'm sure General Tommy Franks is thinking about what this means and how he can consolidate his position and take advantage of this tremendous military opportunity he has by being literally in the center of Baghdad.
John Pike, let me ask you, the major dangers that face our troops, we're going to talk to Tim Trevan about chemical weapons. What else do our troops need to worry about now during this push into the center of town?
Well, chemical weapons is certainly a concern. The other concern would have to be the various security forces, the Special Republican Guard. When we heard that report a little bit earlier about continued fighting at the Baghdad airport, that really wasn't surprising because there's a Special Republican Guard unit that's garrisoned at the north end of that airport, an extensive palace complex to the east of that airport. You could very easily imagine a significant number of Special Republican Guard, Special Security Organization forces still at those locations, opportunities for ambushes as American troops move into the city, the Black Hawk Down nightmare scenario of having to take the city one block at a time. Real question as to whether that's going to play out here.
All right. Tim Trevan, we've been talking about the chemical weapons issue, and we expect that when we find them, they will be closer to Saddam Hussein than in other parts of the country. But is it possible that we have, in our military strikes against the country, destroyed his capability to launch them, to use them? Not that he doesn't have the chemicals and the biological components, but that we have prevented him from being able to use them.
Well, certainly, if we destroyed their ability to coordinate with the field commanders and to disseminate orders in an organized fashion, that would have helped prevent the use of chemical weapons. I think also the way that we have destroyed the major fighting forces from the air before running over them also would have greatly impeded the militarily effective use of chemical weapons. And I think at this stage, there appears to be no large-scale military organized resistance happening, and in that instance I think that it's highly unlikely that they are now capable of launching a major and effective chemical strike.
Mansour, along the same lines, can you sort of weigh in on that? Was the fix in, when we made it impossible for any kind of intelligence or coordination to go on between the commanders and the troops, or did we just knock out the tools by which these would have been launched?
Well, I think this is the testament and proof positive to the extraordinary job that our Special Forces units have done inside Baghdad to soften things up and to ensure that our troops could, in fact, have an unimpeded, run into the centers of the city, the various parts of the city. This is a large, sprawling, suburbanite type of city metropolis, and so therefore the number of troops that we have to put into Baghdad to ensure that it is secured will not be small in the end. But there's no way that I think our commanders on the ground would have put them in harm's way if, in fact, we had not softened things up from the inside enough.
Colonel Badalato, let me ask you about this push into Baghdad and the different weapons that might be called into action now by our military commanders. I imagine that this new fighting landscape, this new battlefield, would call for different weaponry and different strategies as well. Can you talk to that?
Sure. Rick, two of the things that our military forces in Iraq right now really practiced and worked on in the workup prior to coming into combat, one was river crossing ops, and the other was combat in built-up areas and urban warfare. Right now, coming in, we're going to see normal combat operations, pretty tough, but fairly normal. We're going to go into a mode as we start to get into what we call the three-block war. In one block, we are fighting like hell in a conventional method. We also have to worry about the civilian population, humanitarian activities, at the same time with other a terrorist combat against Fedayeen and other stay-behinds and so forth. This will require us to use additional methods of combat power similar to what we've been using. A lot of our air capabilities will be brought to bear, such as our gunships, the Spectre, to be able to loiter and really go over areas where we know there are known enemies. The Little Bird helicopters, they can get down and dirty and really find the individuals that are moving around. Some of our, of course, our tanks and armor, which are very useful with people trying to get at our troops. But it'll come down to the infantryman on the ground and the squads and what goes on there. And they have been trained very well, and their communications, the individual squad communications and so forth, will come in very, very handy.
And John Pike, the need to avoid as civilian casualties as best we can, that's going to be very important in this new phase, isn't it?
Well, that's going to be extraordinarily important, I think, and that basically goes to the heart of what Saddam's strategy has been over the last several weeks, is to try to provoke the United States into inflicting large numbers of civilian casualties, to make it very difficult for Iraqi soldiers, for Iraqi civilians to surrender. I think that we've been seeing two very different wars, one of which has been focused on the suffering of the Iraqi people. The other one has been focused on American military victories. And the challenge now, I think, is for the United States to demonstrate that this has been a war against an evil regime rather than a war against the Iraqi people. So there's going to be a tremendous emphasis, I think, at this point on avoiding inflicting civilian casualties and avoiding overreacting to provocations that might lead the United States to do that. Going to have to be extremely careful in the choice of weapons that we use, very careful in the choice of targets that we attack.
Thanks to our panel for the moment. We're going to be bringing you back for more analysis in the moments ahead. Carol.
And now the sights and sounds from the past week of Operation Iraqi Freedom as seen on Fox News Channel.
Two journalists in Iraq covering the war are themselves the subject of news today. NBC News fired journalist Peter Arnett this morning for participating in an interview on Iraqi state-controlled television.
The first war plan has failed because of Iraqi resistance. Now they're trying to write another war plan.
Meanwhile, Fox News war correspondent Geraldo Rivera, traveling with the 101st Airborne Division, is under a Pentagon investigation for drawing approximate troop locations in the sand.
The civilian casualties were certainly the theme of the day in today's briefing at U.S. Central Command. I don't know if you watched, but if you did, you heard Brigadier General Brooks absolutely get hammered by the president.
Well, we've just gotten word. This happened about 30 minutes ago. These two reporters, Matthew McAllister and Moises Salman, who disappeared from Baghdad, suddenly they just popped up. They just called in to their editors at basically 1:06 p.m. Eastern Time, said, "We are fine, we're alive, we're safe."
Live from Iraqi television, let's listen in.
Kill them, fight them. They are aggressors, evil aggressors. They are condemned by God.
This is the home of Jessie Lynch, the private first class who disappeared about a week and a half ago outside Nasiriyah. She is safe today, recovering from some wounds, including broken bones.
I knew she was alive and well the whole time. The question was where she was at. According to what I've heard, ma'am, she is doing extremely well right now. We love her, and the little press calls the big stir in this camp.
We are seeing this battle unlike any war we've ever been able to witness, almost instantaneous. Some is very dramatic. We've got some footage from the Department of Defense of the U.S. Army Rangers in a battle that raged last night. Let's look and listen.
They are not near Baghdad. Don't believe them.
The Saddam International Airport is under attack. There is this tantalizing possibility that the airport honoring the Iraqi dictator will find itself soon used by the United States as a staging area for the final push to oust the man for which it's named.
They are trapped everywhere in the country. They are trapped in Qasr. They are trapped near Basra. They are trapped near Nasiriyah. They are trapped near Najaf.
Saddam International Airport is now the property, for the moment, of coalition forces.
Extraordinary developments just over the last half an hour out of Baghdad. Iraqi television there transmitting without any prior warning that videotape focusing on Saddam Hussein. Then the implication of it is that he did survive that opening night of airstrikes against Baghdad, against what the Pentagon referred to at the time as a target of opportunity.
It does look like Saddam to me. This man has all Saddam's swagger, his confidence, the high fives. I mean, I don't think an actor is going to behave like that. To me, this is Saddam.
Very sad news to pass along as we say hello to David Asman. And David, you were just coming on the set and you said not the Michael Kelly. And
Michael Kelly, yes. For those who don't know, is one of the premier journalists, or was one of the most outstanding journalists in America. I mean, his work both in magazines and particularly as a columnist for the Washington Post was really breathtaking.
But this is a guy who knew how to draw out things, and he had a field of moral vision that enabled him to write pieces that got beneath the first and second and third layers of issues and really got to the heart of things.
Bottom of the hour now, and here's a quick check on the latest developments in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Coalition forces entering Baghdad city limits for the first time since the war started 17 days ago. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly was the first to report from inside the capital city from the thick of an ongoing firefight. Kelly is traveling with the 3rd Infantry Division. At least 20 tanks and 10 Bradley fighting vehicles pushed into a southern suburb of the capital, about 7 miles from the city center. On a reconnaissance mission, other troops are already closing in on the center of the city. According to Central Command, and they are coming under some resistance from members of the Iraqi Republican Guard. Meantime, relief efforts underway in southern Iraq. Coalition forces are serving up drinkable water to Iraqi citizens in the port city of Qasr. That fresh water is also being trucked north to Basra. And the UN World Food Program sent its first major shipment of food aid into northern Iraq, establishing a vital humanitarian corridor as supplies dwindle. So spokespeople at the U.S. military hospital in Germany say rescued prisoner of war Jessica Lynch has an excellent prognosis. She's been treated for a head wound and fractures in her right arm, both legs, her right foot and ankle, and an injury to her spine. Jessica's family told by her doctors they determined she had been shot. She is expected to make a full recovery. Finally, a Washington Post columnist, the first American journalist to die in the war in Iraq, Michael Kelly, was killed in a Humvee accident while traveling with the Army's 3rd Infantry. He also was editor-at-large for Atlantic Monthly.
We want Fox News.
And a big thank you to those brave men and women. Here we are. It's Saturday morning, 4:33 on the East Coast, and the battle for Baghdad has begun. U.S. forces have crossed into the Baghdad city limits for the very first time, a significant number of them, according to U.S. Central Command. Let's go out to Central Command and Mike Tobin, who joins us live from Doha, Qatar. Mike.
And Rick, for so many days we have got up here and said that history is being made. When the 3rd Infantry Division crossed the Euphrates River, when the 3rd Infantry took the Baghdad airport, and now we are saying that the 3rd Infantry, or not necessarily the 3rd Infantry, but the U.S. Army 5th Corps is taking up position in Baghdad. Joining me with the latest on this is Captain Frank Thorpe, a spokesman for U.S. Central Command here. And first of all, if you could just tell us, what is the latest? Where are the troops? What are they doing?
This is another historic day, Mike, in the continuing battle to bring down the Iraqi regime. This morning we can announce that coalition armored combat forces are moving through the heart of Baghdad. As we move through, we're minimizing any damage to civilian infrastructure, while at the same time we are destroying the Iraqi forces that we are encountering.
But you are encountering some resistance. We've heard of Special Republican Guard forces. Now there are Associated Press reports that the Fedayeen has popped up in strong numbers in Baghdad. What's going on there?
We have seen some resistance. One word that's been used to describe it is sporadic. If you're on the ground and you're in the middle of that fight, I would consider that fight fierce. We do have some small reports of casualties, nothing to confirm at this point, but a very small number. And the key thing I think to focus on here is that we'll see remnants of the Republican Guard divisions that we've encountered. We do have reports of some encounters with Special Republican Guard. The Fedayeen would not be surprising to be seen in and around that area.
At the same time, the Iraqi information minister has gotten on the air and says the U.S. forces have been expelled from the airport.
That's exactly, I've seen that report on television. This is the same minister of information who yesterday said we were 100 kilometers away from the city. I'm not sure if he's not getting the actual reports or if he's trying to transmit some sort of misinformation. The key thing to remember here, the people in Iraq are not seeing television because it's no longer being broadcast through the country. It's only being put up on a satellite for those like you and I and the rest of the world to see.
Now, in terms of resistance, we're seeing fire from RPGs, rifle fire, and some surface-to-surface missiles there?
I don't want to classify what fire we've seen. There has been some fierce battling on the ground, but overall sporadic fire.
But you are finding at least surface-to-surface missile launching systems there, correct?
That's exactly right. We have not seen any firings of surface-to-surface missiles this morning, although in our continuing search for surface-to-surface missile launchers throughout Iraq, last night we were able to determine the location of 2 of these launchers in the vicinity of Baghdad and able to destroy both of them before they were able to launch any missiles.
And we've got sporadic reports saying that 1 tank commander has been killed, 4 U.S. soldiers have been injured. Do you have any confirmation on that at all?
Don't have any confirmation on casualties at this time.
All right. Thank you very much, Captain Frank Thorpe. And again, Rick, on another historic day, as you hear that U.S. troops are taking up position in the capital of Iraq, the city of Baghdad. Back to you.
Mike Tobin, please thank the captain for us, and thank you very much. We want to take you now live to Baghdad. The Iraqi information minister, a man that we've come to call Baghdad Bob here on this network, has been addressing the Iraqi people. He is talking about a number of things. He says that the airport that Allied troops got control of, he said that it is now back in the hands of the Iraqis. He says we will kill them all, meaning the Allied troops. Let's listen in.
Now it's coming back part by part. Every sector in Baghdad is coming back. And we're coming back. We're bringing back the power back to even to the other cities that have lost electricity because of the bombardment of the transformers.
Well, let me brief
Question?
then as I have mentioned yesterday, that a number five columns of those mercenaries attacked Saddam International Airport. We confined them and we turned them first into something like an island. Then a fierce fighting took place during last night, as I have mentioned, in a very new, innovative way. And I meant by that, as I have indicated yesterday, by martyrdom and by new ways in this kind of fighting against those mercenaries. That really took place. We crushed the forces in Saddam International Airport, and we cleaned the whole place of the airport by our Republican Guard. Now the Republican Guard is in full control of Saddam International Airport, and those mercenaries now outside the airport in Abu Ghraib district, and they are surrounded, and we are pounding them by missiles and heavy artillery. The whole trend had been changed. Now the operation moving in our interest, beside us, and I think we are going to finalize soon. They are shooting from time to time by their light artillery on the ground of the airport from Abu Ghraib. Therefore, maybe for the few forthcoming hours, maybe we are not going to take you to the airport till we clean that, then you can go there. But for sure now, we have defeated them. In fact, we have crushed them in the place of the Saddam International Airport. We pushed them outside the whole area of the airport. Now they are in Abu Ghraib, which is to the north, Abu Ghraib district. They couldn't establish again a connection with other columns. We are surrounding them and we are pounding them heavily by artillery and missile strikes. There are other battles taking place in Haditha and Qadisiyah Dam. Yesterday we nailed them down because they used to come to the dam. They shoot there, they shoot here, then they lift them by helicopters and go. We nailed them down, and since dawn we attacked them. Now they are surrounded. We destroyed 4 armored personnel carriers, and they are surrounded. And I think this force also there in Haditha will be crushed. We have shot down an American warplane, and you know they have confessed that we shot down Cobra helicopter. They admitted that. They said yes. But maybe I didn't remember well. Have they said that by friendly fire? Have they said that? Not yet. Okay. Well, another fighting in Basra. 2 columns tried to approach Basra again, and they were confronted by some Iraqi, from the Iraqi army units. With them are those martyred Arabs, Istishhadiyin and Fidaiyi Saddam, and the combatants of the Arab Socialist Party. A battle took place. It took several hours, and 7 tanks were destroyed. They stopped and they turned back. These are the informations up to now, and I will continue feeding you about the developments outside Saddam International Airport and what is going on in regard to this surrounded American mercenaries. بالنسبة لسؤالك موضوع الأسرى والقتلى.
As far as your question, as far as prisoners of war and they killed, there is a lot of them. The killed, there's a lot on the ground of the airport. And up till now, we're still cleaning the area. And we're trying to get rid of those villains or get rid of them, or until they surrender. And then we will give you what is suitable information. The question? Answer, the new operation surprises the ones that are not surprised, couldn't be surprised, something beyond their conception. A new question.
هو يعني اولا اللي جرى انتم لان عايشين معانا في بغداد اليوم استخدموا بكثره جدا.
First of all, what happened, you're living with us and you know what's happening in Baghdad. They are using now a sound bomb. And today they tried to have a drop some forces outside on the other side of Baghdad at a place called the Za'fareh, about 20 kilometers of the Za'fareh. And that is just like wagging the dog. And this is those miserable guys. They think that the whole world are naive, but in reality they are the ones that they are really the ones that they are naive. They believe that everybody outside the United States are naive, but in reality no. What they have done in Baghdad is that they are using the sound bombs. They're trying to threat the people of Baghdad, shake the confidence of people of Baghdad. They got crazy and they lost their mind. At the area of Rasafa in Baghdad, they used about maybe 1/3 of their armored forces. And only just to create a disturbance or create a disturbance to distract the Iraqi people in Baghdad. This is like a big theatrical just to lessen the pressure on the troops on the air.
In order to lessen the deadly pressure we enforced on them.
Troops in Saddam International Airport, but they failed. Because we know continued concentrating on those mercenaries till we slaughtered them.
The Americans claim to have entered the city this morning after heavy fighting 10 kilometers from the center of Baghdad in Dura, and they claim also to be in al-Yarmouk.
Yarmouk, yeah.
What do you have to say about that? And what?
I would say that why not to go? Go and visit the places.
We are not allowed to go.
No, you can go.
We can go?
Yeah, you can go and visit those places. Nothing there. Nothing there at all. Nothing there at all. There are Iraqi checkpoints and everything is okay. Everything in Dora and everywhere. They bombarded here, then bombarded here, and mainly in Rasafa, in order to deviate the attention. But we failed them. Thank you very much. I'll continue feeding you with information. نعم.
We have been listening to the Iraqi Minister of Information, and for a good part of his speech there, we were hearing ambulances and sirens in the background. We should also tell you that this was mostly for the benefit of us and perhaps other members of the Arab world, because in the city of Baghdad, the electricity is off and nobody is able to watch television there. We're going to toss to a break right now, and when we come back, we're going to be talking to our panel about what is next with our troops in Baghdad. Stay with us.
This weekend, Allied forces break down Iraqi defenses. Next stop, Baghdad. Insight from Paul Wolfowitz. That's Fox News Sunday with Tony Snow. Check your local listings.
How would you like to own your own business where all you need to do is go to your mailbox each month and pick up a check? It can be that easy with Ameripause, and our business is structured to help you earn big money your first year. It's all thanks to the unique money-making terminals from Ameripause. These point-of-sale or POS terminals are used to swipe credit cards in retail stores, but the Ameripause terminal does so much more. It sells prepaid phone cards, does electronic funds transfers, sells prepaid cellular airtime, and much more. And with every transaction, you make money. Merchants love them because they bring in so much additional money. And we help you partner with the most profitable locations so you make money on every Ameripause transaction. Call now. Ameripause only accepts a limited number of distributors in each county. Your call today could be the beginning of a whole new life. So call now.
And it was really easy.
I opened my door into one of those concrete posts. I felt really dumb. But with Popsodent, I fixed it myself in no time at all. Now, who's the smart one?
Popsodent from Simonize works on virtually any car, truck, van, or SUV. Big or small, almost any size at all. Now get the amazing Simonize Popsodent system with everything you need to fix dozens of dents. Just $19.95. Call right now and we'll send you Popsodent Scratch Remover. The exclusive matching formulation blends in with your car's natural color and makes those ugly scratches disappear. We'll also send you a glue gun and glue sticks. A total $40 value, yours free with every Simonize Popsodent system. Don't pay hundreds of dollars to get your dents fixed. Pop the dents yourself the quick, easy way with Popsodent.
Call 1-800-861-0909 to order the Simonize Popsodent for only $19.95 plus shipping and handling. That number again is 1-800-861-0909. That's 1-800-861-0909.
332nd Combat Rescue. We love Fox News.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Iavana with Rick Folbaum, continuing our coverage of the war. Our tanks and troops rolling into Baghdad. So is this the start of the Battle of Baghdad? With us to help answer that question from our D.C. War Room, Fox News military analyst, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan, U.S. Marines retired. From our Washington newsroom, Colonel Ed Battalato, U.S. Marine Corps retired, and former UN weapons inspector Tim Trevan, and here with us in New York, Mansour Ijaz, Fox News foreign affairs analyst. Welcome to all of you. And let me just throw this one at Colonel Cowan for the moment, and just we're going to be looking in a couple of minutes, Colonel, or right now, at some new pictures of bombing damage to Baghdad, and I thought you might just talk us through what have been our main targets so far, in your opinion, and also where the air war in Baghdad itself goes from here.
Sure, Carol. Let me go ahead and jump to the screenwriter here if I can. And let me mention also that the information minister just said something which maybe answered a question that came up yesterday. Yesterday he said that they would use unconventional means to attack our forces at the airport. Today he talked about martyrdom. Obviously there weren't any suicide attacks on our forces there, but maybe that's what they had planned. Very quickly, we have activity going on at the airport. We've probably got forces moved up into here, third ID. We've got Marines over here. North of here, further north than I'm actually showing on the map, we now know that we've got some U.S. forces up there. We heard that in a Pentagon report today, and now even the information minister said something about that. We also had a report of some forces up to the northwest, further out than I'm showing here. And of course, down in this direction, further away than I'm showing, we have a lot going on. The bottom line, we're still trying to get right here to the center of town. That is right here to the center of town. I'll show it one more time. And I think what we're going to do, Carol, is continue to push forward on the two fronts that we have. Third ID coming this way, the Marines probably coming this way. The forces to the north and the northwest probably stay in position to block any Republican Guard or other forces that try to make their way out. But we're clearly moving in on the center of the city now.
Mansour Ijaz, we just watched this remarkable press briefing with the Iraqi information minister who came out and said that everything is okay in Baghdad, which of course is a very different picture than what's being painted by U.S. spokespeople at Central Command. This government, though, and you're very familiar with it, are they going to capitulate, or are they going to have to be killed?
I don't think they'll capitulate. I think what they're trying to do is keep as much pressure as they can on other parts of the Arab streets and the countries around them. Remember that these pictures that we saw, even though they're not seen in Baghdad, in downtown Baghdad or throughout the rest of Iraq, are being seen in capitals like Abu Dhabi, Kuwait City, Riyadh, Damascus, other Arab countries around the region. And Saddam's final stand, in my judgment, will look to try and inflame the Arab street as much as it can, because if there was a way to cause the capitulation of some other Arab government in the process, that would be his final victory if he cannot do anything to defeat us.
Tim Trevan, on the subject of politics, I mean, I guess chemical weapons as a political tool, I'm wondering if you can just talk about that and what Saddam really has to risk here by using these chemicals and these weapons of mass destruction.
Well, certainly the thing he has to risk is his reputation vis-a-vis the world public opinion. So if he still believes that he has a chance of winning this war by playing it long, by having a long street battle in Baghdad which will sap American will to see this to the end, then it is not in his interest to use them. If, however, he really thinks it's his last day, there may be a temptation for him to use them just to take down as many people as possible with him. But as I said earlier, I think the military situation on the ground now is such that he won't really be able to amass a sufficient military force to have any major chemical attack. There would certainly be a possibility to have some releases, which will damage and harm more civilians, I think, than U.S. military. But I don't think his capacity is there now for a major chemical attack.
Colonel Battolato, you know, we've heard an awful lot about references to what happened in World War II and the famous is Paris burning, and a German high command general there determined not to destroy the city in a losing campaign. What can we glean from that about what may happen in Baghdad? What's the thinking right now? Is this going to be a battle to the finish and you level the city, or at some point will there be a turnaround in this and this regime will go away?
Well, I don't think it's going to go away. The problem is that the regime itself is made up of Saddam's cronies and his clan and tribal associates from Tikrit, and they know they're all in the same boat and are going to hang in there. These are the leaders of the Republican Guard and the Special Police and these other Fedayeen Saddams and so forth, that they are inextricably linked to the survival of Saddam, and they have no hope. So consequently, I am not looking forward to seeing somebody say we are going to capitulate and turn the city over and so forth. It's going to be a problem that we're going to have to not only take Baghdad and pacify it, but the last stronghold is going to be up in the Tikrit area. I think this is something that has to be thought through. We're already, as Bill Cowan has said, there are troops up there. They're trying to block the retreat of forces as we push through. And I might also say that I'm surprised by your live camera shots of downtown Baghdad that we don't see defenses. We don't see bunkers and barricades and things of that nature. It may, I hope so, it may be easier than we thought to take and pacify all of Baghdad.
Mansour, how easy is it going to be to get an interim government up and in place unless or until Saddam Hussein and his sons and his top lieutenants are dead?
Well, I think the biggest problem there is whether or not we can sort our internal conflict out here in the United States between what the Defense Department would like to be able to do and what the State Department has decided it wants as the follow-on regime. But in that part of the world, we've already got some very bright people on the ground in Kuwait City that have been planning for the last 3 or 4 weeks to step in at a moment's notice. And some of the best minds that we've got in our foreign diplomatic services, people that have been in conflict regions before, some of whom I know, are actually in the process of planning what the stages of the regime would look like in the next couple of weeks. I think that'll probably be announced and implemented sometime during the next 3 to 4 days. Because it's very clear that the military operation is going along. I do not think that there's going to be enormous resistance inside Baghdad. The biggest threat that we've got is from the terrorist groups.
Our thanks to every member of our panel. More analysis from them coming up in the hours straight ahead. Carol.
Coalition forces take Baghdad airport, but they had to fight for it. Here's a look back at the siege.
Hey, man, put it down. Bring it down. Bring it over here. Bring it over here.
Hey, this one's messed up.
Hey, they're moving.
Hey, that one.
This is a sign that we're able to send to the residents of Baghdad that we're here, and they can rise up and deal with the regime appropriately and save some future battles inside the city.
And right on into Baghdad. Central Command saying that right now there is a significant number of troops inside the capital city, and the plan is to stay right there. It's 5 a.m. in the east, 2 a.m. out west, and 2 p.m. in Baghdad, the city you're looking at. And this is Fox News Channel's around-the-clock coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. And good morning, everyone. From the Fox News World headquarters in New York City, I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Carol Iavana. Thanks for joining us. Here is the latest information in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Coalition forces rolling through the city of Baghdad. Those troops are well inside the center of the Iraqi capital and are meeting with a little resistance. This as the 3rd Infantry Division captures the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division. Iraq's information minister, in a news conference just moments ago, insists, though, that, quote, everything is okay. As for the fighting in southern Iraq, according to an Arab-language newspaper, the leaders inside Basra want to surrender to the British Army. A Shiite cleric tells the newspaper that those leaders are afraid of reprisals, but they still intend to surrender the city if Baghdad falls. In northern Iraq, anti-Saddam Kurdish guerrillas backed up by U.S. air power managed to capture a key bridge about 18 miles east of the city of Mosul. It's important because it allows them to launch a more aggressive campaign on the northern front. A U.S. Super Cobra attack helicopter has crashed in central Iraq, killing 2 Marine pilots. The military says it does not appear the chopper was shot down. The cause of the crash is under investigation. And it is not conclusive proof, but U.S. intelligence says Saddam Hussein's reference to a downed American helicopter is a sign that he might be alive. Images show a small crowd joyfully mobbing a man who seems to be Saddam on the streets of Baghdad.
It's been a very busy night. Let's get you caught up on the very latest, straight from the Pentagon, and Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel, who joins us live. Hi again, Mike.
Well, hi, Rick. What's being called a substantial number of U.S. forces are now inside Baghdad, some of them slicing through the heart of the city. Our colleague Greg Kelly and his photographer Mal James providing some amazing images of U.S. forces on the move inside Iraq, heading into that nation's capital. Those guys are embedded with the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. They are burning Iraqi military vehicles as the U.S. forces roll by. U.S. forces are reporting some resistance from the Special Republican Guard and some paramilitary types. But before all this developed in the last few hours, Pentagon officials talked about the challenges and hazards ahead for coalition forces.
We still have some tough work ahead. As I said, as we close in on Baghdad, we have great concern about whether or not they would use WMD, for instance. We realize that some of the fighting from a desperate, dying regime could be pretty intense, but that's what we're focused on.
Meanwhile, some sad news to report. The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers who were killed in action after being ambushed back on March 23rd. I think we have the names for you. The first sergeant that we have listed there on your screen was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion, Fort Stewart, Georgia. The other 7 were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. 6 men and a woman. There the names are listed, and we extend our sympathies to their families and fellow soldiers. Those soldiers were part of the same ambush that led to the capture of then POW, Jesse Lynch, the private. The good news, of course, was that she was successfully rescued, but these victims were discovered in a group of 11 bodies, and we were told by U.S. military officials here at the Pentagon that 9 of those 11 bodies were Americans. Now 8 have been identified. No word on the 9th just yet. Back to you in New York, Rick.
All right, Mike Emanuel. Thanks, Mike.
Sure.
Joining us from our Washington War Room is GlobalSecurities.org Director John Pike. John, take us to Baghdad.
Well, that's obviously where the American forces are going in this morning. If we take a look at the first screenwriter map here, I think we can get some orientation as to what may be shaping up over the weekend. What we've seen over the last several days, of course, is the American forces moving into Baghdad International Airport. Also, we've seen Marine forces moving in from this direction, and apparently within the last several hours, we've started to have American forces actually moving into the city itself. Now, of course, the ultimate goal of all of this is to get the American forces into downtown Baghdad, the central presidential complex from which Saddam Hussein has ruled this country for the last quarter of a century. But if we can go to the Fox flyover of some additional satellite imagery, in this flyover of the urban area of Baghdad, we can see some of the challenges that the American troops are going to be facing as they're moving through these buildings to demonstrate to the Iraqi people that Saddam Hussein is no longer in charge of Iraq, but rather that a new regime has been installed there. I think that the big challenge that the U.S. forces are going to face is not getting ambushed on their way into the city, and the question is whether they're going to be meeting the sort of stiff resistance that the Fedayeen provided in the early days of this conflict, or whether that resistance is going to collapse quickly.
We're going to know that pretty quickly, aren't we, John?
Well, I think that the question that we're going to be looking for over the next several hours is how quickly the American forces are moving into central Baghdad, whether this is just part of trying to isolate one of the suburban areas of Baghdad, or whether they're able to get all the way to downtown. Now, the interesting thing, of course, is that we've been getting these briefings from the Minister of Information of Saddam's government, all of that noise in the background. We have these fixed cameras in downtown Baghdad. Interesting question as to whether that's going to be showing the American troops moving in. Obviously, the Iraqi position being
that the Americans are surrounded on the outskirts of town.
John, let's take a look at those fixed camera positions. It's going to be very interesting to watch these pictures. Obviously, the dramatic footage that we were just showing, but also the fixed live pictures of Baghdad. We've got, of course, that picture of the central square there, the roundabout, the mosque and the tower in the background. And then I believe we have one more picture that we can show of a major intersection. Not sure exactly where this is, but as we keep our eye on these pictures, and maybe we can switch over to that other one, there are some reports, John, that the paramilitary, the Fedayeen, have been brought into the streets of Baghdad, and that this is the first time that they've been seen on the streets at the center of the city in quite some time. What does that tell you? What kind of challenges does that present for the Allied troops as they do this final push?
This is basically their last line of defense, and from some of the commercial satellite imagery that we have been looking at over the last several months, we've been able to see that they have dug in fighting positions all around central Baghdad, that they basically have emplacements already prepared from which they would be able to ambush American troops. Certainly there would have to be a concern that these hardcore supporters of Saddam's regime are going to barricade themselves into apartment buildings and basically use the civilian population of Baghdad as human shields, hoping to provoke the American forces into inflicting massive civilian casualties, provoking political outrage, possibly Saddam's last strategy for trying to stop the American regime change efforts as they close in on the heart of Baghdad.
John, I know we're in Baghdad, but in your estimation, how long will it be before we have the city completely surrounded from the east, from the north, and the west, and on up from the south?
Well, I think it's really difficult to say at this point exactly where the American forces are, difficult to say exactly where the Iraqi forces are. That's something probably even the American and Iraqi leaders aren't completely sure of. The question that I think everybody is going to be asking over the next several hours, over the next several days, is whether Iraqi resistance is going to collapse quickly, whether American forces are going to be able to advance rapidly to the heart of Baghdad, whether organized resistance is going to collapse, something that many people have been hoping for a while now, or whether the Battle of Baghdad is something that's going to drag on for many weeks, the nightmare scenario that we've been fearing all along. The next several hours, the next several days, I think are going to be very critical in terms of letting us know whether the war is soon going to be over or whether we're closer to the beginning than to the end of this war.
How much cooperation and how much help do we expect from the Kurds in the north as they move with us towards Baghdad?
Well, I think that, frankly, the good news on the Kurds is that they've been staying put. The concern all along, I think, has been that if the Kurds were to start to move outside of areas that they have basically liberated over the last decade, that would provoke a lot of concern from the Turks, that the Turks would move their troops in, and that we would very quickly get into an extremely confusing military and political situation. The fact that the United States only has a few thousand airborne troops in the northern part of the country, I think, demonstrates the political stability of that situation and has really enabled the United States to focus simply on the central front of Baghdad. Really, the northern front has turned out to be not nearly as much a problem as many people had feared it would be.
All right, John Pike, thank you so much.
And still to come in this hour of Operation Iraqi Freedom, the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division capturing the headquarters of Iraq's Republican Guard, Medina Division, south of the city. We've got live reports from Kuwait City, from Centcom headquarters in Doha, and from Jordan. All of that coming up. You're watching Fox News Channel. Real journalism, fair and balanced.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
I'm Marcia Evans, president of the American Red Cross, asking for your help. From my nearly 30 years of military service, I know firsthand that war is tough on families. It can mean oceans of separation from loved ones in the military. It can also mean turmoil for families caught in a conflict who must flee their homes.
American Red Cross, can I help you?
The American Red Cross is working around the clock and around the world to help people endure these very trying times. We keep men and women in the armed forces connected with their families during emergencies, and we deliver humanitarian aid to those caught in the crossfire. The Red Cross is the one you've always turned to in times of need. That time is now. Please, we need your financial support for these urgent services. Call 1-800-HELP-NOW or visit redcross.org. Thanks for doing your part.
This is Airman Campo from Baker, Louisiana. I'm on board the USS Harry S. Truman, and you're watching Fox News.
And the focus right now, obviously, on Baghdad, but Allied and coalition forces working all around the country to set up an airstrip, actually, in southern Iraq. That's one of the jobs they're doing. Fox's Carlos Van Meek is with the Global Mobility Task Force Assessment Team, and Carlos has the latest.
Back here south of Baghdad at this, the northernmost airstrip in Iraq, despite all the toil and sweat put into this ambitious engineering project, it appears parts of this runway are still not ready to take the 150,000 pounds a loaded C-130 brings with it. The problem seems to lie with soft spots on the runway. That's because of a water table that resides just beneath this desert floor, and that's causing some grave concern among engineers on the ground. It's taken 3 platoons of Army engineers working 24 hours a day for over a week to complete this desert flight line. Nevertheless, after extensive testing last night and early this morning, the jury is still out whether this airstrip will ever see its first C-130. But engineers do remain hopeful they will negotiate their way around this temporary setback. Now, the reason this airstrip is so important is because it will open up an air corridor that, once established, should free up a number of convoys to move forward toward Baghdad, using this location as a resupply point instead of having to make the long haul back to places like Kuwait to resupply. Though the Army is charged with constructing this airfield, it's the Air Force that will give it the final seal of approval, which is where we find ourselves today. And for that reason, the Air Force has sent what they call a GAT team to give the final recommendation on whether this project is a go or not. Their surveys continue as we speak. Now, there are reports that coalition forces are closing in on Baghdad, if not there already. And if it is captured and secured, it's most likely you'll see efforts shift from this location and others and move in that direction. But until that happens, the work here continues, with all eyes on this desert airstrip just south of Baghdad. In southern Iraq, I'm Carlos Van Meek, Fox News.
Carlos, thank you. It's 15 minutes after the hour. If you're just waking up, let's get you caught up on the headlines, and there are a lot of them. A substantial number of coalition troops are in Baghdad right now. A U.S. Central Command spokesman says the U.S. Army units moved up through the Republican Guard. They're in the center of the city. They are not coming out. Iraq's information minister, in a news conference just a little while ago, insists that, quote, in Baghdad, everything is okay. Meanwhile, at Baghdad International Airport, coalition found an underground complex. A battalion commander says several hundred Iraqis were killed at the airport, including some with bombs strapped to them. Carol?
Some breaking news to tell you about. Fox News correspondent Adam Housley is live in Kuwait City. Adam?
That's right, Carol. We are getting some breaking news in right now. It's a site of retribution by Saddam's forces back in 1991 and 92 after the Gulf War. The town of Zubair is just across the border, not far from Basra, as well as not far from Qasr. The first major city basically liberated by coalition force as well. Not far outside the city is an abandoned military base, and we're being told by our colleagues at Sky News, of course, from London, who we've worked closely with from the outset of this war, that at that abandoned military base near Zubair, hundreds of bodies and a makeshift morgue has been found. In fact, we've seen some of the pictures. We're trying to get those for you. The pictures are quite gruesome, in fact. The scene called horrific by those that are there. Coffins and bones found in bags. They've been there for some time. The British Press Association is also continuing this report as well, confirming it. There's no idea of nationalities or who these remains might belong to. But of course, it is a gruesome find, and the possibility it could be something much worse is out there. In fact, military commanders have told us from the outset they expected to find some potential war crimes as they went through the south of Iraq because of the 1991 and 92 basically ripping through of the Shiites after their uprising. And we'll bring more to you as we get that information. Once again, a makeshift morgue with hundreds of bodies found in the southern part of Iraq. Now, also not far from there, the small battles continue in and around Basra. As British troops go in, they find another trench filled with Iraqi crude oil that was not lit on fire. As the Iraqi troops retreated into the city, coalition force is also finding more gas masks, chemical suits, and thick chemical protection boots, all dumped in a bunker along with Iraqi weapons and uniforms. British soldiers have surrounded the city for nearly 2 weeks as the ground war campaign continues, but they have not moved in force for fear of initiating an urban war. Also in the south, 2 Iraqi men have accused of executing 2 British soldiers have been captured at a military roadblock, that too near Zubair. The killed British soldiers were shown on Al Jazeera network last week, and they were believed to be alive when captured during an ambush. Also in the area, radio reports are now being broadcasted inside Basra, the message that coalition forces have toppled Saddam Hussein, and Iraqis should trust the coalition to rise up against the Ba'ath Party. Al Jazeera, though, doing it again. Video footage has been broadcasted by the Arab satellite TV station of 2 women responsible for the suicide bombing in northwest Baghdad on Friday morning. 3 coalition troops, a pregnant woman, and a driver were killed when the car bomb exploded at a checkpoint. Officials said the pregnant woman got out of the car and began screaming in fear, the car exploding as the troops approached the vehicle. That's the 2nd suicide attack since the war began.
I promise by great Allah and by His holy book that I vowed myself for jihad, for Allah's sake against the infidels, the Americans and the British, the Israelis, and protecting my valuable nation's soil, and Allah witnesses what I am saying.
Carol, update you on our breaking news throughout the day. Now back to you in New York.
All right, Adam, thanks so much.
All right, and coming up straight ahead, coalition forces tightening their grip on Baghdad. We'll talk to our military panel and we'll ask the question, are Saddam's days numbered? You're watching Fox News Channel. We'll be right back.
Stand by for transmission. They'll check in, okay? 10-4, going in.
We are at war. Very difficult situation for the people.
As we are now embedded with the U.S. military.
A long convoy of Marines is on.
As coalition forces prepare to advance.
Wow, you're so lucky.
I know. Everything you hear is true. I never thought I'd feel so happy. I never thought I could feel so complete.
I want to feel complete.
Yeah.
May I?
Get the internet you've been expecting. Call 1-800-828-4758 and get 6 months of Earthlink dial-up for half price. You also get exclusive tools like Pop-Up Blocker that gets rid of virtually all unwanted pop-up ads. And Spaminator. It helps reduce junk email. Guess it's no wonder we recently ranked highest for customer satisfaction among dial-up internet service providers according to J.D. Power and Associate. Call 1-800-828-4758. Get 6 months of service for half price. Why wait? Move to Earthlink.
Hi, I'm Fireman Simmons on board USS Harry S. Truman.
And I'm EM3 Moran, and you're watching Fox News.
U.S. Central Command says the coalition armor has reached the heart of Baghdad. Joining us now to talk about all of this, Fox News foreign affairs analyst Mansour Ijaz joins us from New York, and in D.C., retired Marine Colonel Ed Badolato. Colonel Badolato, let me start with you. People waking up, hearing the news. Our troops are in the heart of Baghdad. How long is this going to take? How's this going to shape up the next, is it going to be a day? Is it going to be a couple of days? What do you think?
Well, Rick, nobody knows exactly how long it's going to take. It's like Yogi Berra says, it's going to be over when it's over, but it's moving faster than anybody thought it could move. The troops were poised on the outskirts, both the Army troops and the Marines, to get a foothold, and all of a sudden they cracked the ring, and now they're cruising down the main boulevards heading into the center area of Baghdad. And if they can get the crucial power centers like the palace complex and the government military areas and so forth, it will only be a matter of time before the whole city is ours.
Mansour, we just heard in Adam Housley's report a few minutes ago, and we hope our audience was with us then, that there has been a discovery in the town of Zubair in the south where there is a makeshift morgue with hundreds of bodies in it. And we are starting to get a sense of the kinds of things that are going to unfold as this campaign starts to come to an end and the big battle in Baghdad is ahead of us. Can you just comment on we think there are many horrific things, not the least of which weapons of mass destruction are going to be found in Baghdad, but there will be many others, won't there?
I think there will. The most important thing that we have to keep in mind as we go through the next several weeks is that the atrocities that have been committed by Saddam's regime during the past decade or so, as they are uncovered, we have to present them to the Arab world and to other what we would call disbelievers in such a way that they understand that we came in and essentially conducted a compassionate war. And in the process of conducting a compassionate war, we demonstrated to the world what these evils were really all about. One of the most important things that we're going to have to do over the course of the next 2 days, I think it'll not take much longer than that to take full control of Baghdad, is to get our people on the air from inside Baghdad so that the people of Iraq will know precisely what coalition troops have been able to achieve, and that what it is that we control and what it is that Saddam and his regime do not control. Whether we find him or not is not important anymore. Whether or not we can put him in a jail cell or not is not nearly as important as making sure that the Iraqi people in Baghdad have the right and the capacity to come out onto the street and feel that their country is now back in their hands.
Colonel Bartolotto, we know that special ops have been operating inside Baghdad for the last several days at least, and now we know that Allied troops have made their way into the heart of Baghdad. Talk to us about targets, some of the first targets that coalition troops are going to go after. I think we might have a picture of a statue of Saddam Hussein right in the center of Baghdad, and I'm thinking that maybe that might be one of the very first targets, getting that statue down.
Yeah, Rick, it's likely to be, but we're going to have to make the area a little bit safer before we send the engineers up to do, as we have done in other cities, to put our engineers with some explosives to knock down some of the huge self-edification statues of Saddam that he's had around the country.
Colonel, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're going to come back to you in just a moment, but Greg Kelly, our correspondent traveling with the 3rd Infantry Division of the Army, is on the telephone now. We want to go straight to him. Greg, what do you got?
Rick, I don't know if you can see these pictures, but these are just a few hours old of our trip into the heart of Baghdad. We moved out at about 6 o'clock this morning. We got the mission last night to take a main supply route and secure it and clear it of any kind of defensive positions, and that we did with the 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Are you seeing that truck right there, with the red cross on it?
We sure are, Greg.
Okay, good. So shortly after this is when we started to engage a lot of enemy contact, a lot of vehicles coming at us, particularly those white pickup trucks and that kind of thing. Also, we had close air support helping us out. I can't tell if that's an artillery piece or a military truck. There were hundreds of vehicles that were destroyed during this mission, and roughly 1,000 Iraqi militia or Republican Guard troops who were killed. Minimal casualties on the U.S. side to report, although one tank was destroyed in the action. The crew made it out okay. As you can see, this is kind of a central square. The area was deserted, save for the waves, actually, of Republican Guard and paramilitary forces coming at us. Between skirmishes or between battles, we didn't see much of ordinary civilians, hardly any. And we saw one old man walking on the side of the road rather defiantly. He was unarmed. He refused to get down or in any way alter his what appeared to be his morning walk. Had a bit of a defiant look on his face. But again, mostly the biggest concern were the waves of people, dismounts coming at us in these trucks. Why did they go into Baghdad today? A couple of reasons. One is to clear this route of any kind of defenses. It was heavily fortified with dug-in positions. Troops dug in on the side of the road. Also, anti-air defense systems were arrayed along the route consistently. The guns in the convoy, tanks, Bradleys, the 50 cal that you see there, kind of systematically took out these targets, as well as several T-72 Russian-made tanks. Quite a journey. Again, no significant casualties on the U.S. side, significant casualties, upwards of 1,000 Iraqi Republican Guard killed, and also paramilitary forces. Also, the other message that the U.S. apparently is trying to get out is that, loud and clear that the United States is in Baghdad, and coalition forces are in Baghdad, and they're not afraid to mix it up in an urban environment. And it was an urban environment, all right. We're in the city. You can see one of the we saw a lot of these recoilless rifles on the top of vehicles and small artillery pieces throughout the route. It's a little bit hotter a little further on in this tape. Rick?
Hey, Greg, can you tell us about some of the precautions that are being taken right now as troops move closer in to Baghdad? Some of them already there as far as protecting themselves against these weapons of mass destruction?
Well, weapons of mass destruction, always a concern. Everybody has their gas mask with them. Aside from that, we're actually at MOP level 0, meaning we took off the chemical protective suits. So weapons of mass destruction a concern, but a bigger concern today were these vehicles with Republican Guard and Al-Quds, Fedayeen paramilitary forces, whatever you want to call them, coming at us in really wave after wave. Mostly they were armed with AK-47s and also those rocket-propelled grenades. The military, again, kind of systematically destroying just about any vehicle that moved to us in a hostile fashion. Now, they were distinguishing between hostile vehicles and civilian vehicles, even though a lot of the hostile vehicles were civilian in nature. What they would do is, if a vehicle just appeared and apparently was lost or kind of stumbled upon us, you could tell generally by the speed of that car. Warning shots were sometimes fired. The troops would wave frantically with their hands, telling them to go back, and those, every time we saw that happen, they were successfully able to avoid killing civilians. However, there were numerous cars that came at us clearly with hostile intent, just kind of trying to ram the side of the convoy. What is that, a BRDM?
Greg Kelly, that's great.
BRDM on the side of the road, taken out.
Yep, we're looking at these pictures. Very dramatic. Greg Kelly traveling with a third ID. Greg, we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Carol.
We're going to Stuart Ramsey now, who is with the 101st. Can you hear us? 101st Airborne. Stuart, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
What can you report to us?
Yes, I can, Carol. How are you?
Okay, good. What can you report to us at this time?
Carol, I don't think it's any secret to say that the 101st, and in fact most of the infantry and the army involved in this fight are heading towards Baghdad, so I'm not giving any secrets away. We're north of Najaf now, and we travelled through there early this morning. It's fair to say that the battle, it is over here. It's carried on sporadically over the last few days or so as the soldiers have been going house to house, street to street, clearing out anyone who might still be there. Militia groups and Iraqi soldiers were certainly in the town until probably 24, 48 hours ago. They've made good contact with the local people. They were taken to a large number of houses, a lot of schools where the militia groups in particular had been keeping weapons. They've been destroying those weapons and basically trying to convince the people here that it is over, the past regime has gone, and that the fighting is going to stop soon. Now, obviously, in the background, you do have very heavily clad American soldiers. They're very frightening to the population, but basically, they're getting the message over. We drove through town today, and you would say it is most definitely all over now. The main work is trying to get the administration to set itself up. They're going to use the clergy to try and do that in the early stages. We know that there are special forces in town as well who are going to be given advice as much as they can. But the real effort now, I think, for the 327th Infantry, who I'm embedded with for the last month or so, is to head towards Baghdad. As you can imagine, they're eager to get there. They know that they've got to let the mechanized mechanized units go ahead of them. 3ID will go in. That's what we've seen in the past. We saw it here as well. They engage the enemy initially, and it's then after that that the infantry are brought in to literally kick down the doors and go house to house. In many ways, it's as dangerous, if not more dangerous, because they don't know who they're going to be up against. They don't know what's hidden literally house to house. But that's what's next on the agenda for this section of the 101st. But so far, as they go north from here, towns and cities are coming out, greeting the soldiers. They're pleased to see them, and hostilities have now pretty much come to an end in this part of Iraq. Everything's focused now on Baghdad.
Stuart Ramsey, thanks very much for that live report. Everybody, all vehicles heading towards Baghdad. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin is live from U.S. Central Command and Doha, Qatar. Mike, what do you have for us?
Well, Carol, we've got an update on this horrific find. It was members of the British 7th Armored Brigade who have discovered this morgue or mass grave. It's really not clear exactly what it is they found, but dozens, even hundreds of body parts have been located in the south of Iraq. And joining me to talk more about this is the spokesman for the British contingent, Group Captain Al Lockwood. And please fill us in. What exactly has been found?
Well, we're obviously waiting confirmation of this report that we have seen on the open sources here. But obviously it's a British soldier that was photographed within what looked like hundreds of obviously bodies that have been found in this unmarked place.
We're hearing reports that strips of Iraqi army uniforms are with them. Are you getting that?
Yeah, I have heard that report as well. What I find unusual about it is that in Islam, normally bodies are buried within 24 hours of a person's death. And then you have to ask yourself, why exactly have these bodies been concealed there? Why? What do they have to hide? Is this yet another atrocity that the Iraqi regime has carried out? Or was there another reason, possibly more sinister, why they've been hidden there?
Along those lines, what does it say to the allegations of war crimes, weapons of mass destruction?
Well, there's a possibility, and I'm sure that we'll be investigating fully to try and establish exactly what has happened to these people and why they've been concealed in this way.
The condition of the bodies, the manner in which they laid out, is this a mass grave, or did they appear to be stacked up and were they being analyzed?
Well, once again, I can only go on what I have seen. We have had nothing confirmed yet, but it appears that they've been stacked there for some reason, probably to hide them away. But certainly they look as though they've been there for some time. They're certainly not as a result of recent action.
Is there any indication that these are soldiers or civilians who are stacked up there?
I have no idea at this stage, I'm sorry, Mike. As you say, Iraqi uniforms have been found in the vicinity, which very well may give us some idea.
All right, anything else?
Nothing at the moment.
All right, Group Captain Al Lockwood with the British contingent here. Thank you very much. And Rick and Carol, let me throw it back to you.
All right, Mike Tobin at Central Command. Thank you very much, Mike, as always. And again, we've been taking a look at some dramatic pictures of the roads into Baghdad as the third ID moves in. I believe these are pictures that were shot by Mal James, a Fox News cameraman, traveling with Greg Kelly, who we just spoke with on the telephone. We're going to try to get back to Greg and to our other embedded reporters. In the meantime, though, let's get a live report from the region. Steve Harrigan's on the border between Iraq and Jordan, and he joins us now live with more. Steve.
Rick, it was several hours ago that U.S. forces first entered Baghdad. U.S. Marines as well as the 3rd Infantry Division entering several hours ago. They met some stiff resistance there initially on their way into Baghdad. They met resistance from pickup trucks that had machine guns mounted on them and automatic rifle fire, small arms fire from Iraqis, also some busloads of Iraqi fighters too coming out. The troops on the way in described a lot of burnt out Iraqi vehicles, burnt out armored personnel carriers and tanks as well. Now, U.S. officials continue to stress that this is not a probing mission and that more and more U.S. forces continue to pour into Baghdad. Now, just a short time ago, we heard the Iraqi side of it from Iraq's information minister. He is saying that all is okay. He says that Baghdad is completely under Iraqi control. He also says that Iraq has retaken the airport. Of course, there was a bitter fight for that airport yesterday. Coalition forces in control of Saddam International Airport, now renamed as Baghdad International Airport. but coalition officials say that those forces there are coming under artillery attacks from Iraqis, and that they have called in air power to put those attacks down. Now, this airport, of course, a very valuable piece of real estate. It's just 9 miles from downtown Baghdad, so it would be crucial to use as a forward base in that area. In the meantime, someone who looked like Saddam Hussein, maybe the man himself, made an appearance yesterday in what appeared to be downtown Baghdad. He was surrounded by a small crowd of admirers who were chanting his praises, as well as kissing his hands and feet and shoulders as well. This was a very rare walkabout for the Iraqi leader. It's been years since he's been out in public like that. Saddam mainly sticking to his palaces and an occasional appearance up on the podium for a military parade, but now he was trying to rally the spirit of the Iraqi people. It doesn't seem like he's having much success at this point. If you take a look at roads to the north, a lot of Iraqis are now fleeing, civilians fleeing the capital. They've loaded up all their belongings, their furniture on cars, buses, and trucks, and they are heading out of Baghdad just as coalition forces are heading in. Rick, back to you in New York.
Steve Harrigan, thanks very much. Speaking of heading into Baghdad, Greg Kelly did that very recently. He is embedded with the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. We've been taking a look at some pictures, Greg, that you're sending to us that Mal James shot. Dramatic videotape as we take a look at these pictures and the burning cars on the sides of the road. Give us a little play-by-play, what it was like as you headed into Baghdad.
Sure. At first, when we moved out about 6 o'clock in the morning, no resistance really to report. But shortly after we went over the city lines into Baghdad, that's when we started to see an awful lot of these fighters coming at us in pickup trucks, small sedans, also bigger busloads of troops at times. Quite a scene, the column of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, all heavy metal vehicles, basically kicked off each one of these vehicles as they would come at us, and they came at us with a great deal of speed. It looked like most of them were trying to ram into our column, so we just kind of pressed forward on a predetermined route. They got the mission last night to clear out any of these defense systems, these recoilless rifles you've seen, and also some small artillery pieces and small bunkers on either side of the road. They cleared out all of that, and it was quite a ride, as some of these pictures may give you that sense. Quite dangerous. One soldier was killed during this fighting, but commanders are calling it a success. They estimate roughly 1,000 Iraqi Republican Guard and paramilitary forces were killed during this fighting, as well as a couple of hundred combat vehicles, as well as support vehicles and these pickup trucks that were coming at us as well. I want to talk right now to Sergeant Al Lapointe. You were manning that 50 caliber gun right behind us during all this fighting. Were you seeing civilians? I saw you trying to wave them off a couple of times. Tell me about that.
Greg, it's tough because, we're going through civilian-held territory. They don't have like a military defense set up where it's our line fighting there. So we're going through a town. And some people out there trying to conduct business and stuff. So my advice, if I'm talking to an Iraqi citizen, is just stay home and stay inside, and you're not in the middle of a battlefield, because there are soldiers out there, and we want to fire at the soldiers. If there's any civilians there, we do our best to avoid them, but occasionally, if that right there, geez, I didn't catch that coming up. Looks like a civilian vehicle there. I'm not sure the circumstance behind that one. I know the ones that I saw were typically vehicles that were running at high speeds towards our convoy. Whether intentionally or not, we have to take that as a threat, though.
Rick, we also saw a fair number of Iraqi Republican Guard soldiers surrendering. They would throw their arms up, come at the convoy. The soldiers in the convoy would tell them rather sternly to get down on the ground, kind of spread eagle style. We saw that a couple of times. And also we're told that an Iraqi Republican Guard colonel is in custody. Unclear whether he surrendered or whether he was captured as he was fighting. But a big concern about the civilians. And it seemed like just our presence kept most people away from the sector of the city that we were moving into. We ultimately got to the airport. You heard a little while ago that the airport was under artillery fire. We saw some of that. It was sporadic, and it didn't seem very threatening. Actually, the airport's a big place. The situation there, at least less than an hour ago, was very much under control. Rick?
Greg, I want to ask you a question. You mentioned a few minutes ago when we spoke to you that the mission was to clear this route that you're on there as a supply route. What does that tell you about what's coming up in the next couple of hours there or the next day?
Yeah, not necessarily just a supply route, or it's really an avenue of approach, and they can use it for a lot of reasons, and we can speculate that obviously this is one a route that they can use for a major ground offensive, which everyone is expecting. Now, this was major, but it was relatively small in that there were only a few vehicles. We're talking about a battalion of vehicles on this move. One of the diciest times during the route, where anytime we got under a bridge, here we're under a bridge right now, you felt very vulnerable under there, and the lattice work of concrete underneath, there were a lot of what they call dismounts. These guys running around with guns who came out of these pickup trucks. They could hide. And there, right there's a T-72 tank, and this tank is destroyed shortly after these. Actually, it's disabled at this point. Another tank fired at it a few minutes later. Again, any kind of combat vehicle, any kind of vehicle that posed any kind of threat or could pose any kind of threat, there goes the tank, the T-72. The 2nd Brigade combat team took that tank or vehicle or any kind of enemy personnel out. Rick?
These are unbelievable pictures. We're looking at these pictures. They're live. This is the 3rd ID of the U.S. Army. Greg Kelly, Mal James, traveling with these troops. And you're going under another overpass there, Greg. Tell us, describe the resistance, because what are we looking at there? That truck there.
Yeah, this truck was on a road that paralleled us. Again, these pictures are about a half hour old. Okay. This truck was paralleling us. I mean, he clearly was up to something. I mean, I guess if you're there, you see a vehicle in our vicinity, the way he was driving, paralleling us, getting closer to the main body of the convoy, it was judged that this guy was trying to attack us in some fashion. 50 caliber machine guns as well as Bradley fighting vehicles opened up on that vehicle, and you can tell pretty much took out whatever was inside, and the vehicle stopped. We saw that probably a dozen times, similar circumstances. A vehicle taking some kind of threatening action, and just a heavy wall of fire being sprayed at such vehicles. Thank you.
Greg, we saw just a minute ago a column of statues. Were those the statues of Saddam Hussein?
I'm sorry, say that again about Saddam Hussein? Yeah, we saw, I'm sorry, Rick, go ahead.
We saw a column of statues, one after the other, along the side of the road. I'm wondering if those were Saddam statues.
Yeah, actually, you guys remember those statues we saw on the side of the road? Were they all Saddam Hussein? I think some of them were other prominent Iraqis, but there were a lot of Saddam Hussein ornaments. Now, right coming up here, shortly after this piece of camera, you'll see 2 Iraqi POWs giving up, or they're now POWs, but they were on the side of the road. They were clearly very frightened, but they threw up their hands. They came at our convoy. The military saw that they were surrendering, did not shoot them. This is coming up momentarily. Right here on the side of the road, we're going to come right. There we go. Signaling to these guys to put down their weapons. Take it. He's taking off his gas mask now. We think he's Republican Guard. He's wearing green pants. And there's another soldier behind who also surrenders. And the military, 2nd Brigade, frantically giving these guys signals to lie down, to not take any kind of action. There's another one coming right behind him. There he is.
Greg, how does the convoy have time to deal with these Iraqi soldiers who are surrendering? What's done? I mean, does everything kind of come to a stop and then you deal with them, or is there somebody that's designated to take their surrender? How does that work?
Great, Rick. We certainly didn't stop to deal with these guys. So we'll put me in that vehicle further back. But we just passed these guys and even do. Are they actually in custody right now?
The tank at the end of the column handed the security on that. I'm not sure if they typically will zip strip them with their hands behind their backs, possibly take their boots, and then have a collection team pick them up shortly after the convoy.
There you go, Rick. For us, we were in the command and control vehicle. It wasn't a priority of ours. We were the colonel, the brigade commander, He had things to do up ahead of the column. He wasn't going to mess around with two enemy prisoners of war. And we're seeing, actually, in addition to these pictures you're looking at, roughly 50 EPWs coming back from today's fighting, and some trucks not too far from me, about, I don't know, maybe 100 feet coming back. They're under heavy security.
Greg, it's Carol, and you have just described to us what appears to be this major battle, this major attack against you and the Third ID, and you've also described to us that they have made that coalition troops have made rather quick work of this assault. It's really breathtaking, isn't it?
It is breathtaking, and they say that I guess they're not too impressed by the Republican Guard and how they fight, because they were able to handle them quite easily. I mean, the fighting was tough, but it was such a one-sided contest. I mean, such a one-sided fight. They were not organized well. They appear to have no command and control, is what we're hearing. They also don't know how to employ their weapons very well, and they would take the most obvious and the most rudimentary places to set up a defensive position. A couple of sandbags, almost bean bags, set up on the corner at a major intersection with a rifle behind it. It's just no way to defend a position. They're not digging in deep enough. They're not taking the necessary precautions. And as you can see, at times it looks like a turkey shoot. It's militarily, it doesn't seem to be much of a. They're not worthy opponents, is what they're telling us here. General Blunt mentioned that he's just not impressed with their fighting skill. He is impressed with the tenacity that some of them show, and the fact that they come in waves and waves, and some of them aren't afraid of dying, but not impressive fighters.
Greg, it's Carol. Excuse me, it's Carol again. You talked about these trucks coming at you very rapidly. They were driving very quickly at you. Did you find explosives in these trucks? Were these sort of suicide attempts? Were these various troops were just trying to bang into your equipment and kill as many soldiers as they could at one time? Bang into the tanks?
We think some of them had explosives because of the way they would burn. After they'd be taken out with either tank fire or fire from a rally fighting vehicle, they would burn. There would be these secondary explosions, sometimes more than just the fuel igniting. It seemed like there was maybe ammunition or some sort of explosive package on board. People just guessing, actually. We have not had the engineers or forensics go through these vehicles to see what was inside them. The decision was made, if they're coming at the convoy and they're coming at the convoy fast, I think that's it. They need to be taken out. That's how the 2nd Brigade combat team handled it.
Hey, Greg, we haven't seen any air support or any air cover in the pictures that we've been looking at. Have you been able to see any Allied aircraft in the skies above you?
Yeah, we couldn't see it, but we could hear it. We could particularly hear the gun of the A-10 Warthog from the Air Force providing close air support. At one point, providing close air support against some of those vehicles that were coming at the convoy. We had radio communication. We knew that there were more vehicles that were coming directly at the convoy, and A-10s were called in to take those vehicles out. They were also calling in close air support on artillery positions that were a little bit further east or west of the route we took into Baghdad. Rick?
You know, Greg, there have been some reports on some of the news wires the last few minutes that there have not been any sightings of U.S. troops in the heart of Baghdad. And we've been hearing from Central Command, we've been hearing from you, that you've actually been inside of the Baghdad city limits. Can you talk to some of those, I guess, doubters who are saying that no, they haven't seen any proof that U.S. troops are inside Baghdad?
Well, we were there. We had the map. We had a GPS with us, and we were clearly inside the city limits and went significantly inside the city. Now, we didn't go to the city center, per se. We didn't go to the town hall, but we made a significant push deep inside the Iraqi capital. Now, the area that we were in was largely industrial, and since we went in so early in the morning, there weren't many civilians around. It seemed kind of desolate. But I can tell you we made a significant sweep into that city. Did not see many Iraqi civilians, mostly the fighters, but you got to believe Centcom and believe what I'm telling you. We, 3rd Infantry Division, made a massive sweep into Baghdad today.
No, we believe you. That's why I asked you. That's why I wanted you to clarify that, because people might be hearing those reports. Talk about the resistance as you got closer to Baghdad. Did it get? Was it more fierce? Did you see more paramilitary the closer you got to the city limits?
The resistance was strong, but it's not probably the strongest resistance that this unit has seen in the past couple of days. I think there was an added level of anxiety and tension because it was Baghdad, and the troops are really gearing up for Baghdad. But maybe 3 days ago, shortly after the 2nd Brigade crossed the Euphrates and moved east and north, closer to Baghdad, the engagements with the enemy there were just as fierce, if not a little bit more fierce, because we had a lot of soft vehicles with us, more vulnerable to enemy fire. Today, for this mission, just heavy vehicles, and they hold up better, obviously, under enemy fire. So shortly after we got in past the border, past the city line, that's where we started to see the resistance, and it stayed pretty constant until we left the city and started heading out toward the airport. Rick?
Greg, it's Carol again. How are you communicating with the civilians? Are you doing that on a blowhorn? How are you doing that?
On a normal mission, we'll take civil affairs people with us, and they'll have a soft vehicle with a big loudspeaker on top, and messages will be blared in Arabic. Now, on this mission, because it was considered a very dangerous mission, only heavy vehicles came. They did not have that kind of communication with civilians. However, I'm told that this area was leafleted and has been leafleted in the past with instructions on what to do when American forces come into Baghdad, if they should come into Baghdad. Stay away from roads, stay away from military vehicles, that kind of thing. But no, not much communication between Iraqi civilians and the military in Baghdad today, at least. Carol?
Hey, Greg, turn to your left, buddy. We've got a live picture of you right there. You look...
I love it when that happens, Rick.
You look great, buddy. You've had a hell of a morning, haven't you?
Yeah, what time is it? It's only 2 o'clock. What else can happen today? But yeah, we're doing fine. And Mal James, he's in the armored vehicle. And sometimes I think he thinks he's wearing a suit of armor because he gets right up. Sometimes he kneels on top of the vehicle. Very dangerous position for him to be in. I'm standing in the armored vehicle. I'm only exposed from about this point up. His whole body is outside that EPC, and he really went to tremendous lengths to get those pictures.
Well, tell Mal that his pictures have been broadcast all over the world, and we're all very proud of the job that both you and he are doing. Why don't you describe for us, Greg, because this is something that's been a couple of weeks in the making, this trip on up into the center of Baghdad. Just what was it like emotionally for you and for the guys that you were with as you headed in? I mean, this has been the big prize all along.
It has been the big prize, but there's still more work to be done. I mean, we are not the 2nd Brigade is not militarily present along that route. They feel they've secured it because they've taken out all the weapon systems. But there's a big emotional high for the troops to have made it through Baghdad, to have seen those posters of Saddam Hussein, to have seen the statues, to have made it to the airport safely. Have they been gearing up for this for a long time? Yes, but the mission came as a bit of a surprise. They actually found out about it, I believe, last night. We thought there was going to be some other work in this area outside of Baghdad, but the word came last night. There was a lot of excitement about it that, the closer we get to Baghdad, and once you get inside Baghdad, then this war could be over soon. That's just speculation, but that's the feeling here that, we're making serious progress, and one big sign of that progress is, actually going into Baghdad and showing Saddam Hussein, the 2nd Brigade showing Saddam Hussein that they're not afraid to mix it up inside his capital city. Rick?
Greg, it's Carol again. Impressions are everything, and you're out there and you're seeing all of this. Is it your feeling, just your personal feeling, as you've just been describing, that things would move more quickly and the end is almost here as you get closer to Baghdad? Is it your feeling that this is going to go very quickly now?
Personally, yes. I mean, there seems to be a lot of momentum, and things seem to be coming to a close, or that events are about to happen, which could bring this thing to a close soon. I mean, we've been talking amongst ourselves. What does that mean? 4 days a week, That's kind of the estimate that we have right now. But you know, we're just two guys watching this stuff, and there are a lot of other people who have a role in this. The President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and we're waiting for those guys to do their magic and for the military to continue to do its magic. But, you know, we're just guessing. It just seems like there's a lot of momentum here, and it could be wrapped up soon, but who knows?
Obviously, Greg, as you head into Baghdad, the battlefield is going to be very different. You've been traveling through the vast desert. Now you're going to be inside a major metropolitan area with 4.5 million people. A lot of civilians that could be used as human shields. A lot of new and interesting dangers and precautions that need to be taken. I'm just wondering, in the talk amongst the men that you're traveling with, is there a more serious tone to it now? Is there an understanding of exactly what lies ahead and what those new threats and dangers might be?
I think there's been a serious understanding of this mission from the beginning, Rick. They throughout the entire operation, they've made a priority of not killing civilians or minimizing the impact on civilians and not breaking their country. The goal, they tell us, is regime change. They want the people and the infrastructure to remain intact. I wouldn't say there's any eagerness to go house to house in Baghdad. I don't think they're looking to do that. They're hoping that the situation kind of collapses in on itself as far as the Baghdad leadership. But they are ready to go in, and I think they'll tell you that they'll keep doing what they're doing as far as discriminating from civilians to hostile. And from what we have seen, they've been trying very hard, and they've been doing very well at making that distinction. Obviously, though, it's going to get a lot harder in a condensed urban environment like Baghdad.
Greg, it's Carol again. In all the battles that you've been in and everything you've seen, how would you describe the battle you've just been in compared to the others?
I would put this one in second place, actually, behind the movement that we had east of the Euphrates about 3 days ago. The reason why I put this one in second place is the level of resistance was about the same. It was fierce, but it was manageable, the military tells us. Also, this time we were in an armored personnel carrier. We were in a vehicle. If you shot a bullet at it and you were inside, you'd be fine. When we crossed the Euphrates, Mal and I were in a Humvee, what they call a soft vehicle. And we saw more enemy a little bit closer to us during that trip, and we felt far more vulnerable in that car. So that's why I would say
Greg,
as tough as the fighting was today. Yeah,
we've got to go, but this has been just amazing reporting and amazing pictures, and take care of yourself out there. That does it for us. I'm Carol Iavana in New York. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Stay tuned for more non-stop coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Juliet Huddy, Bob Sellers, Julian Phillips. Straight ahead, more reports from our reporters out embedded with the troops. Fox and Friends starts right now.
Forces storming through Baghdad city limits, and Centcom says it's got no plans of leaving. Army and Marine units are taking on the Republican Guard. We're going to bring you up to speed on what's happening. Plus, intense firefights go on outside the capital. Coalition airstrikes are hitting the enemy at Iraq's largest airport. What's it called today? We call it Baghdad International. U.S. troops capturing a Republican Guard headquarters, by the way, as well. We've got the latest from the battlefield. And Saddam hits the streets. But is the publicity stunt the work of a stunt double? We're going to kind of take this whole thing down, and we're also going to tell you what the Pentagon says about the big walk through. Plus, all of today's headlines on our continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good morning, everybody. Wow, what a day. You're just waking up.
Well, that video, I mean, we're just seeing stuff from Greg Kelly for the past half hour or so, just amazing stuff going through there. And then, of course, they have the Iraqi information minister coming out and saying, oh, they're not in Baghdad. We've got the airport surrounded. We're taking it back. Yeah, that's it. We're taking it back.
Well, you could almost hear laughing in the background because, I mean, what this guy was saying, and maybe we'll have a little bit of a clip of it later on, but what he was saying was just so preposterous. I mean, it almost sounded pathetic.
Well, you know, moving pictures are worth more than 1,000 words, actually worth more than one word. And what we're seeing here, though, is the first time in history, America, images of battle up close. We've never seen anything quite like this before, and the images that Greg Kelly from the Third Idea bringing back.
Yeah. And something you and I were talking about before the show started was the timing of this. What, 15 days into this?
Actually, 17.
Okay, yeah. 17 if you count the first strike at Saddam. And it took 37 days to get rid of the Taliban in Afghanistan. Yeah, that was no. Then going back to 91, the 37, 38 days of bombing before the ground war started.
Excuse me, I've got a little frog in my throat. Interestingly, though, I mean, it was cool up until about 3 or 4 days ago there. So, you know, you've got this warm weather and you've got them going into Baghdad and dealing with the chemical suits. And we're trying to, I think, at this point, we're trying to get Greg Kelly switched out of one control room and into another. So we're going to try to talk to him in a little bit. But now we've got to give you kind of the latest, the big wrap-up of what's going on. First of all, coalition ground troops are near the center of Baghdad. The U.S. Central Command says troops are moving up the main highway with a little bit of resistance. Centcom says a substantial group of coalition forces are charging into the Iraqi capital. Marines and Army soldiers are going to remain inside Baghdad, and there are no plans to pull back. Iraq's information minister, as Bob was just saying, meantime, he went on television this morning, and he insisted that Baghdad is fully under Iraqi control, and he also said so is the airport. He said, we had them surrounded. We were crushing the enemy, meaning the coalition forces. And, of course, people raised their eyebrows at that one. U.S. aircraft, meantime, are helping battle Iraqi tanks near the northern edge of Baghdad International Airport. There are reports Iraqis were firing from the airport's perimeter. U.S. forces already control the airport's runway. The U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division captures the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division. This is a big coup. The headquarters is about 35 miles southeast of Baghdad, and apparently there was no resistance. U.S. airstrikes had already damaged the building. And I was reading something this morning that said that when the troops were there, they said they were pulling up in the parking lot of this headquarters. There were no cars there, the officers' parking lot. And they said there were people waving on the side, and at least the troops that saw these guys waving were saying, this is the Medina guys. This is the Republican Guard waving at us and smiling.
Well, about 2,500 have already surrendered from what we know so far. The question is, are any of these folks retreating back into the city of Baghdad, and are they trying to lure us in, as a number of experts have suggested?
Well, let's talk to Greg Kelly. He is embedded with our Army's 3rd Infantry Division and had quite a night, or quite a day for him. Greg, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, guys. How are you? Great to talk to you. We did have quite a morning, and I can tell you, yeah, the 3rd Infantry Division was inside Baghdad in a big way. We moved out at about 6 o'clock this morning, shortly after we crossed the city limits. At first, not much resistance at all. The streets pretty much desolate. We went through a highly kind of industrial area. This is before the workday would typically begin, so it was pretty clear. But then there were waves and waves, rather Republican Guard or paramilitary forces coming at us, mostly from what we saw in these civilian white pickup trucks and small sedans, barreling toward the convoy, clearly with hostile intent. The tanks, the Bradley fighting vehicles would engage these vehicles, deal with them quite effectively. I think you get an idea there. Also, as we move down the route, one of the main routes into Baghdad, the lead tanks just kind of systematically taking out any kind of threat that was out there, targeting Russian-made T-72 tanks, several of those destroyed in the mission. Also, scores of artillery positions and recoilless rifle positions, and also vehicles that were, again, moving toward the convoy. Some, we think, laden with explosives. They were trying to ram into the tanks. Now, a couple things to tell you. One tank was lost due to RPG fire. You fire enough RPGs at a tank, you're sooner or later going to start a fire. They had the fire pretty much contained. They started towing the tank, but the fire reignited, and they decided to leave the tank there. And later they destroyed the tank. They just don't want to leave any weapon systems in the hands of the enemy. Also, we can tell you that one soldier was killed in today's fighting, but commanders calling this fight a tremendous success. They estimate several hundred Iraqi combat support vehicles destroyed, roughly 1,000 Iraqi Republican Guard and Al-Quds killed, 1 killed in action from the U.S. side, a couple of injuries, but overall, big day. We wound up the day, by the way, at the airport where we joined up with 1st Brigade. They are very much in control of that airport. The place has kind of an air of permanence, almost normal logistical type activities going on there, cleaning up, repairs, that kind of thing. It looks like we're going to be there for a long time. There was some talk about artillery fire coming in. We heard it. but it was really best called sporadic and not very effective, and business was going on as usual at the airport. Guys?
Greg, could you tell us about the resistance that you have encountered so far? Is this more or less of what the Third ID expected as they rolled into Baghdad?
I think it's about what they were expecting. There was a lot of curiosity when they went in today. What kind of reception would they see? Would there be civilians coming out to greet us, or would there be this stiff resistance that we saw? Let me ask Lieutenant Colonel Eric Wesley. Sir, you were in on the planning for this mission. Heard about the level of resistance that we encountered. Was that what we were expecting? Was that about on par with what intelligence was telling us?
Well, first thing, important to note that one of the reasons for this was to show some presence and conduct a raid on Baghdad. And there was some talk as to whether we were even close to Baghdad, I think, from the Iraqi side. And the only way to counter that, the best way to counter that, is to put a tank battalion in Baghdad, and that's what we did today. It would appear as though there was somewhat of a surprise to them, as the resistance, based on the reports we're getting, and based on some of those that were there, that it was decentralized, although in great volume, it was decentralized and not an organized fight.
Not an organized fight. And how did they fight? I mean, we've heard so much about the Republican Guard. They're the best Saddam has to offer. What do you think? You've engaged them now a couple of times.
Well, I think what we're finding is that as far as centralized control and a centralized plan, they're very ineffective. They have some commitment on the part of some who are committed to the regime. However, it turns out to be a foolish fight for them every time, because every time they lose.
Foolish fight every time they lose, and it's true. We've seen it ourselves firsthand. The 2nd Brigade Combat Team has now engaged the enemy in all sorts of environments, in the desert, in the suburbs of cities, now in deep urban areas, and they pretty much win every time. There's no disputing that. We can tell you we've seen it firsthand. They say they don't like to talk about body count, but one officer joked it's kind of like golf. Low score wins, and these guys so far really minimal casualties, and they consider themselves lucky, but they also consider themselves just better trained. Guys?
Hey, Greg, talk for a second, if you would, about the airport. I have seen videos showing that some of the runways have been hit kind of hard. Obviously, this was to keep anyone from getting out of Baghdad, but now is there an effort to rebuild that, to kind of restructure it so that they can bring in some Allied planes?
Actually, a couple of hours ago was the first time an Allied aircraft, an Army helicopter, landed at the airport. We do understand that the runways are damaged and that engineering efforts are underway. I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Eric Wesley about that. Sir, what about the airport? I mean, major symbolic target now in our possession. But what about practically? How is that going to help you militarily?
Well, what we do is we continually improve our position. We're doing it here south of Baghdad. We're doing it there at the airport. As you mentioned, we improved the runway, and you'll see a constant flow and expansion of the ground that we do own, and it only continues to be to our advantage. I think you'll find that the airport will be functional before long, as we put a lot of resources in there to repair that.
Certainly, but still concerns out there about surface-to-air missiles and that kind of thing. I guess we can't start bringing in airplanes right now, right?
There are always concerns. You know, always keep your guard up, and a healthy organization always takes precautions against an enemy. But right now, it's pretty clear that we own the territory that we wanted, both the key terrain south of Baghdad and the airport.
One more thing, the troops now have seen several days of combat, 2 weeks of it, really. And how are they holding up? They seem to be doing okay, but you know them well. Tell me.
Troops are doing outstanding, and I'll tell you, the reason is because they're confident in what they're doing. They're accomplishing their mission each and every time. And I'll also tell you, one of the things that I don't know if it's apparent to those that are watching this, but clearly this has been a complex operation. You'll find that the troops have been involved in urban warfare, suburban warfare, open desert, and in every case they've been able to distinguish the difference in the environment and to deal with the enemy appropriately in each and every case, and focus and differentiate their fires against the enemy. And a lot of times there's criticism as to whether the military can mix it up. And these troops are just doing a phenomenal job of getting in tight and dealing with the enemy every time.
They are. And thank you for getting us here safely as you have. Guys, anything for Lieutenant Colonel Eric Wesley? He's quite a guy. So is his boss, Colonel Perkins. They've been taking care of us. They've gotten us this far safely, and we are very grateful.
Greg, I've got one more question for you. I don't know if you've heard about this. A couple hours ago, Iraq's information minister came out and had a press conference and said, no, the airport is still under Iraqi control. He said Baghdad is still under Iraqi control completely. He said the Iraqis are crushing the enemy, and all of these euphemisms that they like to use. One witness, though, in Baghdad says, well, we're not seeing any American bunkers or barricades. We're not really seeing any evidence of the military taking over parts of the city. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, we were busy a couple of hours ago. We missed the press conference, but there's some skepticism.
It was interesting,
Greg. We were in Baghdad, not from American viewers, but yeah, we were there, and we were there in force. How can Iraqi people believe that we were there if they didn't see us today?
Clearly, they can turn into Fox News, because I know Fox News is pumping a lot of footage in there. I think they saw it. They talked to their neighbors, and they will see that there was an armor battalion that ran through the center of Baghdad. And I also note that wasn't the only operation we conducted today. Not only did we go into Baghdad, we finished off some of the southern units of the Medina division today with an entirely different battalion, executing those at simultaneous times. So I think if they look around in the different communities, they witness what happened.
And Juliet asked about the airport as well. And Juliet, we were there about an hour ago. I guess it could have been more than an hour ago. And that place is very much in control and in the control of the 1st Brigade Combat Team. They're there. They're part of 3ID that basically is responsible for the airport. And the scene there was calm and orderly, and like they're setting up a permanent base camp or a semi-permanent base camp, and they're going to be there for a while. So no doubt in my mind that the airport is very much under coalition control. Juliet?
I can't emphasize how extraordinary these pictures are that you and your cameraman have shot and America is witnessing right now. I want to ask you a question. I think you touched on this earlier in the morning about surrenders. How many Iraqi soldiers, troops do you see surrendering, and what do you do with all of them?
Okay, during our little trip today, we saw about, I think, 4. And I think you'll see later on that tape, you actually see 2 soldiers approaching our convoy with their hands up. Just a few moments ago, I saw it looked like maybe 40 or 50 being brought in. Going to bring Colonel Wesley in. 2 things. How many people do we take prisoner today? And secondly, what are you going to do with them?
Well, our procedures with EPWs, enemy prisoners of war, is very specific. We train it. It's not something that's haphazard. And the first thing we do is we take them back, we separate them, we secure them. If they need medical treatment, right over here, not far from us, as you know, we've got a forward surgical team, and we've used that in several cases for the EPWs we've taken. And then once they're stabilized, we get them back to either a hospital or a local collecting area in the more of the division rear area, and so that we can secure them and also interrogate them, get any information we need. They seem so far to be very willing to talk once they become EPWs and give us a lot of good information.
All right, good information. Yeah, then you want to get them out of the battlefield because you guys have other things to focus on. Absolutely. And keep them out of harm's way. Julian?
Greg, I had a question about the territory that is taken within Baghdad as you guys keep going, and of course, I assume you're not alone there. Are you going to keep that territory? Obviously, you may not reveal that, but it sounds like this isn't going to be an incursion and then pull out. This is going to be into Baghdad and keep it.
Well, ultimately, it probably will be that, but today's mission, and the command will tell you that, it was a raid, if you will, to go in there, to clear the defenses, to check out the military hardware along this particular route, and to clear it of any kind of hardware that could do the 2nd Brigade Combat Team and other American forces harm. Also, as the Colonel mentioned, to basically show the flag and to remind Saddam Hussein and his regime that these forces are not afraid to go into an urban area and mix it up. About right?
I think you got it. Absolutely.
How about the statues? We saw some video of some statues along the side of the road. I think they look like Saddam Hussein. Again, you may not reveal this, but is there a plan to take those out, just knock them down, let them know who's in charge?
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, we have seen soldiers take out posters of Saddam Hussein, try to hit him between the eyes, that kind of thing. I'm not sure if that's, I don't think that's tactically planned or anything like that. It's kind of maybe an overly motivated soldier trying to have a little fun, maybe. We've seen that from time to time. As far as plans for Saddam Hussein icons, I haven't heard anything about that.
There are no specific plans. Clearly, there's no love lost here for Saddam Hussein, because I tell you, these soldiers see the pain and cost that he has brought to this country, and they're seeing it on the ground. And so, certainly, I'm sure there's an amount of frustration, but there is no campaign that we've designed for that now.
I got to tell you, I didn't get a good look at those Saddam Hussein soldiers at statues. At that time, I forgot what happened, but I'm pretty sure I was keeping my head a little bit lower. From time to time, you would duck if something else happened outside. So you guys got a better look at those statues than I did, probably.
Yeah, it was an interesting sight. Greg, we're going to let you go in just a second. I just wanted to let you know there's a bulletin crossing the wire. It says the U.S. is set to unveil first step for civil administration of Iraq in days, and this is according to a U.S. official. Just thought you'd like to know that, and we're going to check it back with you, give you a little bit of time to have a breather if that's possible out there. Thanks very much for your report, and thank the guys that you're with today.
Thanks, guys.
Really interesting video.
An amazing job looking at the tracers going into a few of those trucks, the Iraqi trucks going in, and also tracers of our bullets going into some of the SUVs that they have there that were fleeing the scene as our troops were rolling down the streets of Baghdad. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and what happened to this big resistance that was expected? You never know. I mean, maybe they start lobbing chemicals at any time.
And we thought it was, you know, at first we thought it was, well, some people thought it might be a little bit easier than it actually was. So, you know, we just got there. Just hang on.
We're well inside the red zone, as we all know right now, and that's the zone, of course, where we thought that Saddam's forces might use chemical weapons. But, of course, everybody's saying err on the side of caution. There's a lot more to go in this particular battle.
Yeah, well, those troops are trained not to be complacent.
And here's some of the video that's come in. It's not live, but this was taken a while ago from Greg Kelly with the 3rd Infantry. It went into part of Baghdad. And again, apparently the airport is under control. They will rebuild some of the runways to use it for Allied purposes.
And that would be very key.
They've seen several bodies there at the airport that are apparently the remains of would-be suicide bombers because they can look at the bodies and see that they've got bombs strapped to them. All right, we've got to move on to Mike Emanuel. He's live at the Pentagon with the latest on the coalition moving into the heart of Baghdad. Mike?
Well, Juliet, good morning to you, Bob and Julie. And we're reminded here at the Pentagon that the war is not over yet, but clearly officials here at the Pentagon are encouraged by the remarkable developments overnight, watching the video as we have coming in, and very pleased by the progress clearly that U.S. and coalition forces are making on the ground heading into Iraq's capital city. Now, hours before all those developments, before all that video came in, Pentagon officials were asked here about progress in the war.
Think about what has happened in 2 weeks. Think about how far the forces have come. Think about the domination and the supremacy in the air. Think about our special forces everywhere. Think about what we have saved for the Iraqi people. And again, whatever is left of this leadership, they got up today and looked around and realized they have very little control of their country.
Pentagon officials say 2 Republican Guard divisions are destroyed. Another one is on its last legs. Coalition forces have carried out at least 560 bombing raids on Iraqi ground forces in the last day or so. They are targeting artillery and exposed tanks, much of the pounding on the eastern part of Baghdad. Now to some sad news to report. The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers who were killed in action after being caught in an Iraqi ambush. The first sergeant that we have for you, his name, he was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion from Fort Stewart in Georgia. The other 7 were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. 6 men and a woman. There the names are, and we extend our sympathies to their families and fellow soldiers. Now, 7 of those soldiers were from the same unit as former American POW Private Jesse Lynch. The American bodies were discovered, along with a few others, at the time of her rescue. Back to you guys in New York.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike. Sure.
Okay, retired U.S. Marine Colonel John Garrett is in our D.C. War Room. Colonel, thank you for joining us today. I got to ask you, there are a number of people, of course, we're talking about our progress. I would think that you would probably have to agree that the progress that our troops have made to this point is pretty remarkable.
It's been phenomenal. It's really encouraging, and it just makes you feel good. However, as one of the Marine Division commanders said a day or so ago, the easy part's over and now the heavy lifting begins. So there's a lot of challenges. I think the only safe assumption is there are a lot of challenges yet to be met out there.
Give us sort of the overview of where we are right now. I mean, we heard Greg Kelly's report. We are in parts of Baghdad. How much of Baghdad is under our control? When will we start seeing the evidence of that and so forth?
I think the first important step was to begin the isolation of the city, which we did from the south, and we've seen reports of the 2 divisions there, the Medina and the Baghdad, being destroyed. So pretty much that part, the outer rings, we penetrated. We've got isolation from that direction. Now we've got a toehold in the city. Very important to have the airport, and certainly now into the city itself. But remember, Baghdad's a city roughly the size of Tokyo, and there's a lot more work remaining to be done.
So, Colonel, how do you do that? Is this a matter now of setting up a new government? I mean, we just, as Juliet was mentioning, we got a bulletin saying there would be the first steps towards civil administration in Iraq in a few days. Is this a military effort as far as responding to attacks, and then an effort to replace the government and make the city work with the efforts from the U.S. Army?
Right. Again, a lot of challenges going on there. The first set of challenges are going to continue to be military and security ones for the next few days. When we speak of setting up the administration of Iraq, they've talked about 3 districts, one in the north, one in the south, and Baghdad. I think initially their efforts will be focused on planning. So it's not like we're going to go in and set up a city hall or a new set of people right away. I still think we have a long way to go in terms of making sure the city and the outlying areas are secure. That's the absolute first requirement. And in addition to that, making sure we win over the support of the people. That's critical to the first part.
Colonel, as you know, we're looking at this exclusive video of the coalition advance here. How do we minimize street-to-street fighting and house-to-house fighting in a city, as you said, the size of Tokyo?
The absolute key to that, I believe, is to get the support and the information and the assistance from the people. We're starting to see that now in Basra. That will probably be the model for how we continue here. And the extreme good example of that has been Mr. Mohammed, who came forward to the Marines with the valuable information, decisive information that led to the rescue of PFC Lynch.
A lot of these Republican Guard soldiers have just surrendered. A lot of them have been killed. How do we prevent an eruption from happening down the road? I mean, these guys have families, you know, so they've got to be upset that their family members are being killed. And the ones that have surrendered might not just be surrendering because they're afraid of U.S. forces. They might just be surrendering, or they might be surrendering because they are afraid of U.S. forces, not because they don't support Saddam Hussein.
Well, I think that we'll have to sort through that. There'll be investigations about their intent if there are, you know, suspicions on some of them. We go through medical screening. They're separated, and so the ones that there are any suspicions or seem to have any indications like that, we'll just have to continue to treat as suspects, of course, in a humane manner and in accordance with all the conventions, but still with an eye toward making sure we're protecting ourselves and the gains that we've made.
How do you win the hearts of the citizens there? And is it also a matter of trying to get the Muslim clerics that are there to say good words as far as getting rid of Saddam and having a new era and a chance to govern themselves?
I think that's part of it with the clerics, and you know, we've seen that in the Najaf with the blowing up of some of the statues with the local people as a demonstration for support for the Americans. But it's going to take a long time. The Iraqi people don't have all the information that we do. I mean, it's harder for them to make up their minds. And after all, if you've been under 15, 20, 30 years of oppression, it's pretty scary to turn and have confidence in a new force coming in. It's going to take a whole lot more than the leaflets we originally dropped. Again, it's going to take them seeing what's really happening in Basra and how the people are going to be taken care of, provided medical attention and supplies, provided food and water if they need those kinds of things. So it's something we just have to work on day by day, and it's probably right up there of equal importance to the military aspects of the campaign.
Colonel, we are well within, as you know, the red zone where we thought that Saddam's forces might use chemical weapons. Do you think in your mind that there's still a credible threat now that we are inside the city limits of Baghdad, that Saddam will still use weapons of mass destruction?
I think the only safe assumption is that there is still a credible threat. However, a chemical attack is very difficult to deliver effectively, particularly when you're delivering it against troops that are trained, prepared, and equipped for it. We haven't seen them been able to really muster their forces to put together a combined arms sort of coordinated attack that with the precision and the accuracy that would be required for that. So, you know, you have to balance all those factors out, but I think at the end of the day, the only safe assumption now is to be prepared for the worst.
Colonel John Garrett, thank you very much for being here, and we'll hopefully check back with you a little bit later on. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's probably going, wait a minute, I was going to go to sleep. Hang on.
He'll be back later on.
All right, we'll see you in a bit.
We'll make it make it worth his while getting up so early.
You gotta go to Molly.
Indeed. Molly Hindenburg, live at the White House. And good morning, Molly.
She's all bright and cheery this morning.
As far as you know. Good morning, Juliet, Julian, and Bob. President Bush is spending his third consecutive weekend of the war at Camp David, a secure Navy facility in the mountains of Maryland, which has all means of modern communication so he can keep updated on what's happening with the war. And he'll get perhaps a bit of rest before a busy week of meetings and diplomacy next week, including a trip to Northern Ireland on Monday and Tuesday. The Bush administration is working with the coalition and Iraqis in and out of Iraq to put together a plan for an interim authority. And the senior administration official said yesterday that it was possible this interim authority could start running the country before Saddam Hussein's regime is completely defeated. And indeed, there's a new report today that the first steps to get that interim authority running may start in the next couple of days. This interim authority would operate government services and sort of keep the country functioning and secure and united while the Iraqi people decide on their own governance and hold elections and install a new permanent government.
Iraq can govern itself. The United States will have its presence there because we will stay for as long as necessary to provide the security and for the infrastructure to be protected and to be administered until the point where the Iraqis can take it over entirely.
President Bush met with Iraqi exiles yesterday and Iraqi Americans. Some plan to stay here after Iraq is free, and some plan to go live permanently in a free Iraq. They say they're grateful to the U.S. military for liberating their country from Saddam Hussein.
I think the regime is collapsing. I think the regime is collapsing, and freedom is going to be soon, and Iraqis are eager to be free and to be liberated.
Democracy is not a genetic inherited condition. It's something you learn and you practice and you go on with it. And during that time, there's clearly going to be the need for a stabilizing force as the government in Iraq stands up independently on its feet.
As far as the new Saddam Hussein tapes, the White House says they're being analyzed to see if it is his voice on the tape where he's speaking to the people. But whether or not he is alive or dead, the White House says the important point is that the regime's days are numbered. White House spokesperson Ari Fleischer also pointed out that the person said to be Saddam Hussein in the tape where he's speaking has a fact wrong. That man says our troops went around the forces protecting Baghdad, but in fact, as you've seen from Greg Kelly in that video, we attacked the Republican guards defending the capital city and went right through it. One more note, President Bush will meet with one of his staunchest allies, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, on Monday and Tuesday. They met about 10 days ago, as you see here. They met at Camp David, and now they'll meet in Belfast, Northern Ireland. The White House says the two leaders will talk about the war in Iraq, reconstruction of the country, the role of the United Nations in reconstruction, and the peace process in Northern Ireland. And following that meeting, the president will be back here in Washington, and he'll welcome several leaders to the White House. First, the leader of the Slovak Republic, who's been an ally of ours, the Coalition of the Willing, and also he'll welcome leaders of some Central American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Back to you guys in New York. The president has a very busy week next week.
To say the least. Molly Henneberg, thank you very much for that report.
You know, speaking of Saddam Hussein, by the way, page 5 of the New York Post, they have a great picture here. I'm like, I'll hold it up for 1 second.
Yeah, the video of that Saddam.
Yeah, they've frozen a clip of Saddam walking through Baghdad supposedly, and they point out all these little things like, you know, why are people in the crowd wearing long sleeve shirts and jackets?
Well, it's a desert. It could be cool. It could be early in the morning.
Supposedly it was in the afternoon.
I'm giving you their argument.
I know. Why is everybody touching Saddam? He's a German.
Maybe he told them ahead of time. Touch me is to make sure, prove I'm alive.
Maybe. Also, you know, if you look at the crowd, there's basically no women. All of the men seem to be these youngish military age
type guys. He's got this big gut also.
Big gut.
Yeah, he's got this big gut, but I don't remember Saddam. I mean, he was kind of a husky guy. Not that he was trim, but
to me,
he was fit, and the shoulders on this guy seem narrower than Saddam's shoulders, which are
like the Groucho Marx Saddam that we saw before.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's the bottom line. This is all pure speculation, but guess what? It doesn't make any difference because we're rolling through. We're going to win, and if it is or is not, we will find out soon enough.
Well, it's funny you say it doesn't matter because it's interesting. Remember, as we went into this, the president really has never said we're going to go in, find Saddam, kill him. Probably you don't want to get trapped into the where's Osama question.
Right.
Because you can set up a new government. It almost doesn't matter,
Right.
depending on what the loyalists do.
In fact, what they said that they might try to even isolate his regime and then go ahead and then install a new regime, okay? And so I think that's really significant. So, you know, whether it's him or not, we'll find out soon enough.
Well, I mean, I think people, though, they do want to know what's going on, and we seem to have intelligence that Wednesday night that we went in. There was a report today in the LA Times, take it for what it's worth, because the LA Times has been considered very anti-war. But there was a report, I think it came out today, that says that the U.S. does not have a hold on Saddam, on where Saddam is, and that intelligence has basically dried up since the war started. You know, Senator Pat Roberts, a Republican from Kansas, he's the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He says that it's a mission impossible.
As you recall, we're just getting this bulletin coming in now from, who's this from, AP? Reuters, saying that there's been suicide bomber attacks on U.S. soldiers at Baghdad airport. You remember was it yesterday? I lose track of the days, but where their spokesperson, their information minister, was saying there were going to be unconventional attacks. The question to him then was, does that mean weapons of mass destruction? He said no, and he did mention suicide bombers. Apparently, there are attacks now at the Baghdad airport, which is in control of U.S. Allied forces, but obviously there's still going to be challenges to it.
And there are going to be pockets of resistance, as we've witnessed all along during these 17 days. And let's go to Rick Frohlbaum now. He has the latest on all the war developments down in Studio N. Rick.
Good morning, guys. Keeping our eye on that airport situation. We'll bring you more information when we get it. In the meantime, the 3rd Infantry storming Baghdad. We have some exclusive video of this battle. Take a look at this videotape. Coalition forces meeting up with Iraqi resistance. Vehicles destroyed, including some white trucks like the one you're seeing there that simply barreled towards our troops, really not putting up much of a fight at all. U.S. forces have captured the headquarters of the Republican Guard's Medina Division. That's just south of the Iraqi capital. The Army's 3rd Infantry moving through the headquarters without a fight, quickly taking control of the base. The Medina Division headquarters badly damaged by U.S. airstrikes before the company's arrival. Meantime, it appears that Saddam's militiamen still have some fight in them. Fedayeen fighters appearing for the very first time in weeks, roaming the streets of Baghdad, and Iraqi forces have launched rockets from central Baghdad, setting off explosions throughout the city. A lot going on this Saturday morning. That's the very latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, Rick, thanks.
Well, it's 7 a.m. Eastern time, 4 a.m. in the West Coast, 4 p.m. in Baghdad. There's going to be a Centcom briefing, and right now Mike Tobin is there. He's got the latest from Centcom headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Hey, Mike.
Well, good morning, gang. We're just starting to hear these reports about the suicide bomber attack. Centcom doesn't have anything on it, other than the fact that we already heard Brigadier General Brooks say that he expects this sort of thing. He says they have the ability to hurt individuals. They have the ability to hurt individual soldiers. They do not have the ability to get the U.S. battle plans off track. That's why they consider this sort of a tactic to be a terrorist tactic, because it's not an effective military tactic. It can only result in the killing of individuals. Also today, history was made as the 3rd Infantry Division rolled into Baghdad. U.S. forces are now in Baghdad. According to U.S. Central Command, this is not a probe. They are there to stay. We know from our embedded correspondent, Greg Kelly, that the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Infantry Division launched what they call the probe into Baghdad, in and out, if you will. There are other major forces with the U.S. Army 5th Corps that are taking up more of a permanent spot there. They did encounter some fire as they went in. There's some resistance. This resistance said to be from elements of the Special Republican Guard, elements that we thought we would see once the U.S. forces got into Baghdad. And we are hearing reports that the Fedayeen militia is now popping up downtown Baghdad with their black uniforms. We'll see what we get out of them. So far, they have been seeing RPG fire, rifle fire. They're seeing some of these technical vehicles, pickup trucks with guns mounted on them, rushing the lines of the coalition forces. We're also getting firing from bunkers. None of this has been a match for the U.S. forces. And here is Captain Frank Thorpe talking about what has transpired today. All right, I guess we don't have that sound. Can we go to the live picture of downtown Baghdad? All right, well, let's just recap what we have seen here. A very dramatic day with elements of the 3rd Infantry Division going in and out of Baghdad. The U.S. Army taking up a semi-permanent position, if you will, downtown Baghdad, encountering some resistance, but as you heard it from U.S. Central Command here, those forces are here to stay, and we're going to hear more now from Major General Victor Renwald when he briefs the world press here in just about a half hour's time. Back to you in New York.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. You know, it strikes me these suicide bomber attacks that we have reports of now. Suicide bombers, homicide bombers, are used to attacking completely innocent people expecting nothing. Now you're dealing with the U.S. Army, U.S. Marines. These people are more prepared for it. Obviously, we've lost some soldiers as a result at some of the checkpoints. The most recent being the pregnant woman who took out 3 of our soldiers.
Do we still have Mike, Mike Tobin? Do we still have him up? Producers? What was that?
I'm still here.
Okay, Mike, I heard something this morning about some morgue that was found, and there were bodies in there. Apparently it was a makeshift morgue. Can you, Adam Housley's got that. I apologize. We'll move on to Adam Housley. Mike, thank you.
Well, I can talk to it.
Well, I think that's what Adam is covering, apparently, so we gotta steal the thunder. Thanks, Mike. Let's go out to Adam Housley, who's live in Kuwait City, and he's got the latest on this morgue situation. We almost scooped you there.
It's a sick thunder, I'll tell you that for sure, but Mike and the crew down in Qatar are doing a great job getting us information as well from the British spokesmen who are talking about this. We're also getting our information from this site, which is, Juliet, just right across the border from Kuwait in Zubair, which was the first major city that was liberated by the ground forces when they went into Iraq some 16, 17 days ago. Now, we've seen the pictures from Sky News. They've been feeding it to us, and they're gruesome shots as well. The 7th Armored Brigade, the British finding this in the last few hours, basically boxes and bags of bodies and bones. A horrific scene, according to a British officer. The site is an abandoned military base near Zubair. A catalog has even been found at the site dating all the way back to 1985. It's an apparent list of some victims, some of the entries even with explanations. One example appears to say, quote, executed with a shot to the head. A team of pathologists is being sent in, also more Arabic translators to try to figure what this stuff out. There's a worry that this find of evidence is an atrocity, that these could be the remains of people who opposed the Saddam Hussein regime in recent years. Zubair, of course, one of the sites of a Shiite uprising after the Gulf War back in 1991 and 92. It was crushed at the time, and thousands were said to have been killed by Iraqi troops. Of course, we'll keep you updated as these pictures and information comes in. Now, as we've heard from our embedded crews, we move along to what's going on inside Baghdad. American forces on the ground are getting tremendous support from the air, taking out tanks, armored vehicles, and military positions. Friday night, F-18 fighter planes could be seen taking off from the flight deck. Now, the USS Constellation and the Kitty Hawk, both the carriers stationed off of Iraq, off of Kuwait, in the middle of the Gulf, basically. Pilots dropping dozens of 500-pound laser-guided bombs and also 2,000-pound satellite-guided bombs. The raids helping much of the fighting by the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division, which we've seen by Mal James and Greg Kelly on the ground in and around Baghdad. Also in Zubair, which is again not far from that horrific find back here in the southern region, 2 Iraqi men accused of executing 2 British soldiers have been captured at a military roadblock. The killed British soldiers, of course, were shown on Al Jazeera network last week. Another 6 pictures they were shown. In fact, they were believed to be alive at the time and then executed by Iraqi soldiers. We have no sound, unfortunately, of that, but again, these pictures were found, or pictures were shown by Al Jazeera of the 2 British soldiers that were killed. The British do believe they were captured alive in an ambush and then subsequently executed, and then the pictures paraded by Al Jazeera. But again, the big news of the day down here, potentially an atrocity by Iraqi forces in recent years. Just the pictures are quite gruesome, as you guys saw. Boxes and bags of bodies, parts, and all found in this, what's called a nondescript warehouse at this military base that has been abandoned. Guys?
Adam, I just got to ask you a quick question here. Have you witnessed any air raids recently there in Kuwait? We haven't seen evidence of that. What's happening on that front?
No sirens in 3 days, and the more we hear about Greg, in fact, and Mal were showing pictures and talking about the fact that some of these mobile launchers have been captured and or destroyed. So the more that we hear of that, the safer people feel here. But we haven't had any air raid sirens whatsoever in more than 3 days now, which again is a very good feel for those that have lived here in Kuwait City.
Good news indeed. Adam Housley, thank you very much for that report. Just ahead, amazing video of our troops rolling into Baghdad as Iraqi freedom moves on. Operation Iraqi Freedom moves on.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Is now the year's most triumphant movie.
Damn right!
Chicago is the winner of 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture of the Year.
You couldn't buy that kind of publicity.
Critics cheer. It's brilliant, exhilarating, an absolute sensation.
Oh!
You can watch it over and over. That's Chicago. Chicago, rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere.
When you have acid reflux disease, heartburn boils up again and again.
But bad as the heartburn can be, the real threat is what lies beneath.
Over time, that burning acid could wear away the lining of your esophagus. And even if your heartburn symptoms aren't severe, the damage can be.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Your doctor knows about a purple pill called Nexium. Nexium goes to the source of the problem, actually reducing the amount of acid your body creates.
For many people, one prescription Nexium a day provides complete 24-hour
day and night heartburn relief.
And importantly, Nexium is proven to heal acid reflux erosions in the esophagus. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and a free trial offer for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with the purple pill called Nexium.
Stay with Fox News Channel Weekend, daytime, live with breaking reports, the latest on the war, first, complete coverage, in-depth analysis, all this weekend on Fox News Channel.
Everybody, a lot going on this morning here, a lot of good things going on this morning. Let's get the long and short of it with Operation Iraqi Freedom from 2 of our Fox News contributors. In Washington, Talk Radio News Bureau Chief Ellen Ratner, and in San Francisco, Newsday columnist Jim Pinkerton. Guys, on this end here, on the domestic side, a lot going on with remarks made by Senator John Kerry. Let's talk about it. What do you think?
Well, actually, I think that Senator Kerry just borrowed a term that was used in the Democratic election the last 6 months in 2002 that said, let's have a regime change. Taking from Bush's words, I think people are questioning his patriotism. The Republicans are having a field day with it. And come on, it's just a phrase. It's a phrase borrowed from Bush. He's running for president. What do you want out of life?
Oh, but he's a smart guy. I mean, those words there seem to be kind of inflammatory. Wouldn't you think there, Jim?
Julian, there's a phrase from the Cold War. It was called moral equivalence, where liberals couldn't see the difference between the Soviet Union and the United States, and they'd sort of say they're both governments. They both have guys who drive around in black cars.
Oh,
so they must be the same thing.
I can't believe you're doing this.
John Kerry fell into a huge trap that his fellow Democrats have been trashing him ever since on, at least behind the scenes, because you just can't compare George W. Bush and Saddam Hussein, and Kerry did that. It shows where the heart of the Democratic Party is.
Jim, he did lash back, and he said that Republicans have been attacking anybody that speaks out against the war and basically accusing them of being unpatriotic. Is that, I mean, that kind of seems like that's what's happening, doesn't it?
But that is what Republicans are doing.
It's not unpatriotic to oppose the war. It's unpatriotic to do what Peter Arnett did, for example, and go on enemy TV.
But Peter Arnett is not John Kerry.
I understand, but it's also unpatriotic, or at least getting close to it, to use the phraseology that the United States and Britain and American soldiers who are fighting and dying at this moment in Iraq to achieve regime change, to use that loaded terminology against the elected president of the United States.
But
that's inflammatory, and that's why we're talking about it. And that's why Ellen's so on the defensive.
You may say it's inflammatory. They did use it in the November 2002 election. They used it because they knew Bush was talking about it. And it's just politics. I can't believe you're making mountains out of molehills, Jim.
And they got clobbered. They got clobbered in the November 2002 elections as well. The point is, the reason the Democrats don't want Kerry to say it again, and why Kerry, I guarantee, won't say it again, is not because they don't believe it. It's not because they don't agree with it. It's because they know it's bad politics, because the voters don't like it.
Do you guys think this is a classic case of foot and mouth disease? You know, now John Kerry, then of course Congressman Charles Rangel, I think, last week saying that we're bombing innocent civilians in Iraq.
Well, wait, you cannot compare Charlie Rangel to John Kerry. I mean, in terms of this kind of thing.
Well, I wasn't comparing it. I'm just saying that it's, you know, foot and mouth disease. You have two Democrats coming out and saying things that perhaps they shouldn't have said.
Well, Julian, there's a huge difference. Charlie Rangel's got a safe district up in Harlem. Probably most of the people in his district are opposed to the war, probably. But look, Kerry's got a problem. In terms of Democratic politics, remember the Iowa caucus and the New Hampshire primary are now less than a year away. He voted for the war. He voted with President Bush last fall. And the Democratic activists, a lot of whom are now supporting Howard Dean, the former governor of Vermont, are killing Kerry inside the primary, and so Kerry has to do this kind of stuff, has to turn up the volume on the rhetoric just to keep pace with those left-wing Democratic activists like Ellen, who are going to pick the nominee.
So, Jim, go ahead, Ellen.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think he is making his position clear, and I think, Jim, you would like Democrats to tiptoe through the tulips, not say anything that might get anybody a little upset and lose an election.
Well, he's definitely not backing off. Go ahead, Jim, sorry.
I was just asking Ellen, what's Kerry's position? Is he for the war or against it?
Well, he's not backing off of his comments, again, because he lashed back and accused Republicans of accusing, you know, anybody that speaks out as unpatriotic. The fact is that let's assume that voters have vivid memories. Is this something that's going to haunt him or going to hurt him in the future?
Look, Juliet, any politician who gets on TV and talks in any way against the war effort while soldiers are dying is just dead meat politically. He may be a hero in Democratic primary politics, but he'll be dead meat with the national electorate.
Well, I think that it's certainly a risk, and it's certainly a risk that Howard Dean and Dennis Kucinich are taking. But Dennis Kucinich and Howard Dean have a constituency in this country, and that cannot be overlooked.
You're right. That's John Kerry's problem, because I agree with you, Ellen, that the heart of the Democratic Party is with Dean and Kucinich, not with Kerry. Kerry, Edwards, Lieberman are in deep trouble inside the Democratic Party because they voted with Bush on the war. The war is popular with the voters. It's unpopular with Democratic primary voters.
We haven't seen, though, widespread debate on either side of the House or Senate regarding this war. I guess it would be safe to say that most people on both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, support the war effort right now.
Well, they support the war effort, but they would like honesty and statistics, and that's talking about the economy and how much this war is going to cost us. Frankly, the $80 billion supplemental bill, 75 for the war, the rest for other things, is basically not going to do it in terms of the total cost of the war. And there are people that are saying, such as David Obey, saying, we're not being honest about how much it's costing.
Jim, let's assume that the war goes well and that the president will ride high on, on the post-war approval ratings. It's going to take him a while, though, to restore jobs and growth.
It will, which is why the Democrats are so anxious to block Bush's tax cut to hurt the economy further, so that there's a recession that they think might overturn Bush. They won't beat Bush on the war, but they might beat him on a slow economy, which is why they're putting the spokes in the wheel of the economic recovery.
But hold on, wait a minute, Jim. Let me play devil's advocate here for a minute here. We're talking about what, $700 billion or $70 billion $70 billion that the President Bush wants for this war effort. If we do have a tax cut, how are we going to pay for this war?
Well, let's put these numbers in perspective. The $70 billion is over I think 2 years, I believe. Maybe
no. It's only the last troops until October 1st.
$70 billion out of a $11 trillion economy. That's less than 7% of GDP. If this war is as important as President Bush says it is in terms of saving this country from terror and future attacks and so on, then that's a small. The Wall Street Journal had an op-ed on this a couple days ago, making just point how cheap, relative to the economy, relative to the damage, the billions and trillions of economic damage. Pardon?
Why do a tax cut now?
Because
because the $70 billion also isn't going to cover the cost of the war. You know that, and I know that.
Ellen, you want the economy to recover. The market is down 3,000 points from its peak. You want jobs, investment.
Even Alan Greenspan doesn't think necessarily that a tax cut's going to do it.
Alan Greenspan gives these statements that are like fortune cookies or horoscopes. You can read them both ways. The common sense of the voters says, the common sense of the economist says, that if you want more investment, you tax investment less. And so this double taxation of dividends, which I'm afraid, Julian, may actually have been killed by the Democrats, would have been a wonderful way to increase the return of money to savers and investors by eliminating the so-called double taxation.
That's right, so let's get rid of some of the payroll tax.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, guys, we're going to have to ring the bell on this round and this fight. Jim Pinkerton, Ellen Ratner, thank you very much.
Also, I just want to remind you guys, there is some news breaking. A suicide bomber apparently attacked troops at Baghdad airport, and we'll give you more on that. Also, the Centcom briefing coming up in just about 10 minutes. But now, let's go to Rick Leventhal.
Suicide bomber.
He has been embedded with the 1st Marines 3rd Light Armor Recon Battalion, and he is joining us right now. Rick.
Hey, we have pulled onto the side of the road to get refueled. Been driving for a couple of hours this afternoon. Past a huge military complex, an Iraqi military complex that had been abandoned. We were all over that area, saw a lot of munitions left behind, stacks and stacks of rocket launchers and shoulder-fired missiles and mortars and the like. And we also saw a number of Iraqis in pickup trucks, locals in pickup trucks and small vehicles, rolling out of the base, loaded down with stuff. They were going in there and I guess looting the place, coming out with ceiling fans and chairs and tables and all sorts of stuff piled out of their small pickup trucks and small farm vehicles. Rolling down that road, we saw 2 T-72 tanks at the side of the road, and the 3rd LAR destroyed both tanks. The first one they shot up with the 25-millimeter gun, the high explosive rounds, and the second one, a Marine dismounted and used a SMAW, a shoulder-fired rocket, hit the tank, but it didn't blow up, didn't penetrate. So then they loaded it up with explosives. The combat engineers loaded it up with explosives, and we pulled a little ways down the road and watched as they just ignited it and blew it to bits. As I mentioned, we're now pulled off to the side of the highway. We're outside of Baghdad on our way in, but going to top off our fuel tanks and water cans before we make this final push. Guys?
Rick, tell us about the kind of resistance that you're seeing also. You know, Greg Kelly, and he has these great pictures that we're looking at right now inside Baghdad. He's talking about minor resistance there, although being it's stiff. What kind of resistance are you guys witnessing right now?
We're not seeing any resistance in this area. In fact, what we're seeing are greetings from locals. We're getting a lot of hand waves and smiles from people who are walking by or driving by. We're also seeing a lot of white flags waving, not because people are surrendering, but because they want to make sure that we know, that the Marines know that they are not a threat, that they are not a foe. When they're driving by in their vehicles, they have white flags either attached to the antennas or they're all holding white flags out the window so that they don't get shot at.
Well, that's really good to know, because I know that the public relations campaign for us is very important, and it's good to see that people are waving white flags. One more question for you, from me anyway. Chemical suits. I know it's very hot out there right now. Are you folks still wearing all of your chemical your gear?
Yep. Yeah, all the Marines are wearing their jackets and pants. They're all also wearing Kevlar helmets and vests. I've taken my jacket off because I can. They can't force me to wear it, but it's close at hand. So if there's a scare, you know, I put the mask on first, then I put that jacket on. But yeah, you're right. It's very hot out here again today.
Rick, what's the sense from the guys there about, as far as the biggest obstacle you're going to be facing in the coming hours?
Well, you know, we were expecting to see resistance on this road, and in fact, we saw what was left of what resistance we might have faced. We saw the tanks, we saw all kinds of armor, we saw all those munitions I mentioned, plenty of fighting positions dug in. It was clear that the Iraqis were here and were prepared to put up a big fight. But at some point, they left before we got here. Obviously, they're still out there. There are still many fighters and soldiers left, and it's quite likely that we'll run into them before this campaign is over.
Rick, Bob Sellers here. Just before I ask you a question, to let folks know that there's a bulletin coming across indicating that there's some U.S. Marines digging up suspected chemical arms in a hiding place southeast of Baghdad. Obviously, you know, we have to remember that's a lot of what this is all about is making sure there are no weapons of mass destruction. I don't know if you all are involved with that, Rick, and you're talking about how hot it is, but I assume that you have your chemical suits at the ready?
Yeah, we do, and that may be elements of, those may be Marines attached to the element that we are helping to provide security for, because that's sort of the vicinity that we're located in. So we may be near them. That's, by the way, Huey flying over, a couple of Hueys, doors open, gunners in the door. We are getting low air support as we make our way north and west. So, yeah, those Marines could be attached to this unit. We're not where they are at the moment, but that could be very close by.
Rick, you sound a little bit tired. Maybe I'm reading into that, and I'm sure you've been through a lot. Can you give us an indication how long you've been going and what the feelings are?
Well, you know, we've been with this unit for 3.5 weeks, 2.5 weeks on the road, and it's been an exhausting trip. Just physically taxing. You know, this is harder than any challenge I could imagine them dreaming up on any reality show. Yesterday was the longest day we've had. We began driving before midnight and drove. We were in the vehicle for some 18 hours. We did finally get to sleep last night, but we were up early again today, and we have been moving or getting ready to move for all of this day. It's hot and it's dusty and it's very, very physically demanding. Just any day that you're out here, and the last couple of days have been particularly rough.
Rick, a few seconds ago you mentioned the people, the civilians that were waving and smiling. There was a sense from some that once troops got into Baghdad that there wouldn't be such a warm welcome. What is the feeling there? Do you think these folks are genuinely happy, or are they just relieved to, you know, maybe have humanitarian supplies potentially on their way in the near future?
You know, that's a very good question. Some of these guys have been joking that, you know, if we were Iraqis, they'd be smiling and waving too. You know, that they would smile and wave at anybody who rolled by with a gun. And that may well be the case. But we've heard some shouts and we've seen some faces of locals who appear genuinely pleased, genuinely happy that we're here, perhaps because they truly believe that their lives are going to improve once Saddam Hussein is forced out of power. They don't seem to be faking it. I mean, they do seem happy that we're here. Remember, we're going through some areas that have not been traveled before by any of these armed forces. So some of these people are seeing Marines for the first time. We've left the main highway on a number of occasions and traveled through small villages and past small farmhouses in the middle of fields in the middle of the desert. And these people are waving at us and smiling at us, and all I can tell you is, from my perspective, they seem genuinely happy to see U.S. forces in their backyard.
Well, that's good to hear, and we know that you've got a big day ahead of you, so we will let you go, and we'll hopefully hear back from you in the near future. Rick Leventhal.
Okay.
With the 1st Marines. All right.
Stay safe, buddy.
Coming up, you're taking off. Mike's coming on in.
Absolutely.
Centcom briefing in just a little bit over a minute and a half from now.
Did you know that a car hitting a wall at 40 miles per hour hits with the same force as if it fell off a 5-story building? It's not easy getting through to teenagers today. At Liberty Mutual, we produced a video especially for teens about car safety, because we'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe on the road.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
Now for 60 miles per hour. Wasn't that fun?
You know, we're never in the same place at the same time. No, not really. So we need a plan that allows us to talk, you know, as much as we want, all the time, whenever we want. And then no extra charge.
With Singular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Conley Brothers. What's up? What's up? What's up plan?
Come in and find out how Singular fits you best.
Today, a special look at the war with Iraq. Breaking news on the latest battles. Expert analysis as the war unfolds. Live updates from the reporters on the front lines. And reaction from around the globe. It's all on Fox News Live. Operation Iraqi Freedom. Fox News Channel. Journalism that's fair and balanced. This weekend, Allied forces break down Iraqi defenses. Next stop, Baghdad. Insight from Paul Wolfowitz. That's Fox News Sunday with Tony Snow. Check your local listings.
The Army's 3rd Infantry charging into Baghdad. Fox's Greg Kelly is live with the exclusive pictures from the front lines. We're going to have it all. Plus, our troops roll into the streets of the Iraqi capital, but the fighting is far from over, and Saddam Hussein may still be alive. What's the next step in the liberation of Iraq? Plus, we're just moments away from the daily Centcom briefing. We're going to see what the top brass has to say about the battle for Baghdad and all sorts of other stories breaking today, and there are definitely quite a bit. And we're going to have all this in our continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fox and Friends. Mike Jerry, nice to see you.
Hey, Bob Sellers, good to see you.
Juliet, Bob Sellers, of course, you already said that. And we're getting ready to go to Centcom. We see Mike Tobin. He was sitting in the front row. He was one of those kids when he was growing up, I guess. You and I, of course, were in the back.
Exactly.
He's up in the front.
7 a.m. in the east, 4 a.m. in the west, and 4 p.m. in Baghdad, by the way.
Amazing stuff, huh? That we looked at overnight. If you're just getting up, we are in Baghdad. Coalition forces inside Baghdad. When you went to bed, you said, yeah, I know that. We were at the Saddam International, I guess we're calling it Baghdad International Airport. No, further in now. And forces over there are saying not a probing mission, not just going in and out. Going in and probably trying to head for Center City and take over Baghdad.
Now, let's get to Greg Kelly. We've been talking with him this morning. Some amazing video we've been showing. He's embedded with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. Greg, what's going on?
Hey, guys, it was a wild raid into Baghdad. We left at about 6 o'clock this morning. A bunch of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, about a battalion's worth, moved into the city, the actual city limits of Baghdad. At first, not much resistance. Actually, we hardly saw anybody at all. We were in a fairly industrial area, but a few kilometers into the city, that's when the fireworks really started. A lot of these Al-Quds or paramilitary forces, also some Republican Guard, coming at the convoy consistently in waves, really, in these pickup trucks, trying to ram into the side of the convoy. Now, the Bradley fighting vehicles and the tanks picked these guys off whenever that would happen. They also targeted a vast array of weapon systems along the route, along one of these main avenues into Baghdad. There were AAA sites, anti-aircraft artillery sites, artillery sites, field artillery sites, as well as recoilless rifles and small bunkers where troops were digging in to defend Baghdad. Truly a one-sided fight, though. They're estimating something in the vicinity of 1,000 Iraqi militia or Republican Guard killed in the fighting. Several surrendered, including one general actually surrendered to coalition forces. Also, we can tell you that we had a little bit of help from the air, close air support, hitting artillery positions a little bit further out from our route. A-10 Warthogs from the Air Force delivering that firepower. Overall, it was a successful mission, according to commanders. They were able to take out these defensive positions along this key route into the city and also kind of show the flag, let Saddam Hussein's regime, what's left of it, know that the United States is not afraid, and coalition forces are not afraid to mix it up inside an urban area. Now, we ultimately made our way back outside the city to the airport, where the situation is very stable there. There's kind of an air of permanence, like the U.S. military is going to be there for quite a while. Logistics, kind of routine operations there at the airport as they try to fix the runway. Now, one piece of unfortunate information, there was one soldier killed in the fighting. 3 soldiers were wounded. Their outlook is good, but one soldier was lost in the fighting. But overall, commanders telling us that they accomplished everything they wanted to do in this dramatic raid into Baghdad. Guys?
Greg, as we get ready to go to U.S. Centcom for their presser here any moment now, how aware are your guys of what's going on in the overall effort?
Overall effort, we could actually use some information because we've been busy for quite some time, but there is a feeling here that things are coming to a head, that this is kind of culminating now. This was a major psychological victory and accomplishment for the 3rd Infantry Division, because they've been talking about Baghdad really for months now, planning these kinds of assaults. Now they're here. Now they're actually doing it. So there's a feeling here, just a feeling, that this thing could be wrapping up soon. And of course there is work to do, but they feel like they're almost home. Getting into Baghdad was again a psychological victory for the troops and the 2nd Brigade Combat Team of the 3ID.
Hey, Greg Kelly, it's Mike Jarek joining the coverage here. We were about probably 30 seconds away from the Centcom briefing, but let's squeeze in a quick question here. You know, the Iraqi forces said they're going to use conventional ways to stop you guys. The unconventional ways we saw from your footage was little Mitsubishi pickup trucks and things like that. Not much of a defense needed against those little trucks. Still dangerous. Did I hear you say that you'd taken off the chemical suits?
We have, actually. We are at mop level 0. We still have the gas mask right at our side, but with the temperatures getting as hot as they are, the commanders made the decision to put down the chemical protective suits. Now, we could put them on in probably less than 2 minutes, and we could put the gas mask on in 9 seconds. But we are this close to Baghdad, and the thinking is that the regime would not use chemical weapons this close to his own turf. No guarantee of that, of course. These guys are ready if that should happen. Mike?
Greg, we're still waiting for the Centcom briefing. We probably just got a couple seconds. I wanted to ask you about, you look like you've got a sunburn. Maybe it's just the video. Obviously, it's turned very hot out there. What are the conditions like, and how difficult is it for you guys to deal with it?
I mean, it's not comfortable, but it's manageable. We're drinking a lot of water. And one thing about the warmer temperatures during the day, it's made the temperatures at night a little bit warmer, which is nice, because up until about 2 nights ago, it was very cold at night. It would sometimes go down about 40 degrees. So everyone seems to be sleeping a little bit better. And yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but they're drinking water, and they're dealing with it. And we haven't seen any heat casualties in our unit. There's a big emphasis on drinking water, and when you have downtime like we do now after today's mission, take advantage of it. Rest up. That's what they're doing.
Greg Kelly with the 3rd Infantry Division somewhere in Baghdad. Thank you very much, Greg. We'll get back to you later on if you're available. We know you're quite busy. Right now, Kieran Chetri, before we go to U.S. Centcom, will bring us up to date with the latest war developments. Kieran.
Good morning to you guys. As we know, U.S. troops are now inside Baghdad. Here are some of the pictures taken by our embedded crews. They show some Iraqis surrendering to U.S. troops. We should see it in just a second here as our tanks roll through Baghdad. There it is. Central Command also saying coalition forces are facing some resistance. We hope to get more information from Centcom at a briefing in just a couple of moments. They also say substantial numbers of coalition troops are headed into Baghdad. Still, though, Iraq's foreign minister is insisting that the capital remains under Iraqi control and is denying that U.S. troops are in the center of the city. British Central Command investigating what looks like a morgue at an abandoned military base in southern Iraq. There were apparently hundreds of remains there. UK Centcom saying that the remains seem to be relatively old. A catalog at the site places one execution back to 1985. And the military has identified the bodies of 8 American soldiers that were part of an ambushed convoy. 7 were in the same military unit as rescued POW Private First Class Jessica Lynch of the 507th Maintenance. A total of 9 bodies believed to be Americans were brought to the U.S. There's no word on the identity of that 9th body. And we also have some other information that U.S. Marines digging up a suspected chemical weapons hiding place southeast of Baghdad. We hope to get more information for you on that in just a couple of minutes as well. And that is the latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. I'm Kieran Chetri. Now back to you 3.
Thanks, Kieran. In fact, Rick Leventhal, you know, not that he could say exactly that's what his guys were doing, but it looked like his unit may have been associated with looking for those, and his guys providing some support, some protection.
This on top of the report yesterday right along the Iraq-Iran border of also some more chemicals being found. So that may be happening on a daily basis. Let's find out exactly. Shall we go to the Pentagon?
I think that's a great idea. Why don't you? Yes.
Mike Emanuel standing by. Well, let's hope anyway, at the Pentagon this morning. What's the latest, Mike?
Well, Mike, Juliet, and Bob, good morning once again. U.S. forces have been on the move inside Baghdad, in fact, slicing through the heart of Baghdad. One of the amazing things about the embedded reporters with military units has been some of the visuals we've been seeing from Greg Kelly and his photographer Mal James on the road with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division. Descriptions of the resistance they've received has been intense, sporadic in some points, and basically we can tell you that there are burning Iraqi military vehicles as the U.S. troops roll by. While the movement by U.S. soldiers and Marines is bold and dramatic, the firefights definitely continue. Now, before U.S. forces arrived in Baghdad, Pentagon officials talked about battling an enemy that is prepared to take desperate measures.
We went into this operation expecting the unexpected, and from car bombings to the potential use of weapons of mass destruction, we've had to stay postured for sort of anything that the regime is capable of using. So at this point, we are just postured for that. We have no particular threat that we consider more than another.
Some sad news to report. The Pentagon has released the names of 8 soldiers who were killed in action. The names are on the screen there. They were killed in an Iraqi ambush, or after an Iraqi ambush. Sergeant George E. Buggs of Barnwell, South Carolina. He was with the 3rd Division Support Battalion, Fort Stewart, Georgia. The 7 others were from the 507th Maintenance Company from Fort Bliss, Texas. 6 men, 1 woman. The woman a private from Arizona. Now, those soldiers were part of the same unit that led, or they were part of the same ambush that led to the capture of Private Jessica Lynch. The good news for her is that she was recovered alive, but 7 of her unit mates were unfortunately killed, and their names just released. That's the very latest from here at the Pentagon. We'll be watching the Centcom briefing as well, so we're waiting on that to start. Back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, we got a 2-minute warning about 10 minutes ago, so obviously there's probably some breaking news going on. There was a report of a suicide bomber or suicide bombers near the airport that was once known as Saddam International, now Baghdad International.
And there's information about this makeshift morgue that's been discovered in southern Iraq. I guess our Adam Housley has more information on that. Hold on, Adam. We got the Centcom briefing coming up in probably less than 5 seconds. Here we go.
Major General Renouart.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm General Gene Renouart, the Director of Ops, and I'd like to spend a few minutes with you today talking about a bit of an operational update for the events that have occurred over the last number of days. First of all, I just want to continue the statement that says that the plan continues. And I don't want that to sound like it's meant to be minimized. There has been a very concentrated effort to keep this plan going exactly the way General Franks and the staff have built it, and the plan goes on timeline and in the direction we'd like for it to go. As always, we take a minute just to remember those folks who have been wounded or lost in combat. It's important for us not to forget the cost that each of these operations exacts on the young men and women of all of the nations of the coalition. The focus of today's briefing is going to be a sort of an operational summary. There will be some history here, things that you've seen before, but my goal today is to try to put some of that in a context for you that will hopefully allow you to understand how the operations have flowed over time. As you know, we began building up forces some number of weeks ago, potentially months ago, as we flowed some forces in early days or late days of last year with the 3rd Infantry Division. Those forces continued to build over time until we began combat operations on the 21st of March. On the 21st, we began with an insertion of some special operating forces and a strike in Baghdad by a number of Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. Those targets were key leadership targets. We think the results were very favorable, and we're not exactly sure of the result of the leaders that were involved in that, but we continue to see disruption in the command and control of the regime. Shortly after that, the 1st Marine Division crossed the line of departure, moved north out of Kuwait into the oil fields in the south, taking control of those oil fields and begin to secure them for the future of the Iraqi people. The key elements of those oil fields were the gas oil separators, the individual wellheads themselves, and the objective was to be able to secure those before the Iraqi regime had the opportunity to destroy them. As many of you know, there were some wellheads that were destroyed. We have since been able to bring those well fires under control. We're down to 2 wellheads remaining to be secured, and the fires put out. A joint Kuwaiti and coalition oil firefighting team is working on those. We hope to get the last 2 of those oil well fires put out within the next few days. In addition to the oil heads that were damaged, we had a number of breaks in pipelines. Some of those were ignited. We have had a number of pools of oil that were let out onto the ground. Some of those were ignited as well. And we have since brought the majority of those under control, both securing the infrastructure in the oil fields and repairing those to be able to bring that back into operation. I had some maps earlier that were going to go along with this, but as you know, sometimes computers trick you, and so I'm going to have to go without the maps that will kind of walk you through what the ground looked like as we moved through southern Iraq. But during those first few days, we moved with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force from south to north from Kuwait, and then with the 3rd Infantry Division moving from Kuwait's northwestern border to the northwest towards Al-Nasiriyah, Asamoah, An-Najaf, and then continuing on. 3rd Infantry Division attacked to seize initially the Talil airfield, the town of An-Nasiriyah, and then to follow with a follow-on objective of the town of Asamoah. We also seized key Highway 1 bridges in the vicinity of An-Nasiriyah to allow for the 1st Marine Division to then move forward to the north as they made the turn coming up out of the oil fields and continuing on towards Ashatra and Al-Qut to engage the Republican Guard Division in the vicinity of Al-Qut. I think the progress could be characterized as nothing short of superb. A lot was made about, we were out there for 3 or 4 days. As you know, bad weather had challenged us a bit. A lot of it was made of bringing the supply lines along. I think what we've shown is that the plan was very smoothly executed, that logistics, support, humanitarian assistance has flowed in behind the combat troops at a rate that allowed the momentum of the fight to be carried to the Iraqis in a steady fashion with great results. Over the 5 days from about the 27th of March until right at the end of the month, 5th Corps forces pressed north to the vicinity of Karbala. The 1 MEF forces pressed from An-Nasiriyah towards Al-Qut, Diwaniyah, and the town of Ashatra. In each case, taking the time to reduce pockets of irregular forces in each of these locations, forces that were holding the local leaders of the towns and the populations of those towns hostage, if you will, and in some cases terrorizing them to the point of inactivity by any of the leaders in the town to resist. 1st UK Armor entered the battlefield also on the 27th of March, beginning to secure the area from south to north from Qasr through Asubayr into the town of Basra. In addition, they expanded to the northwest to provide additional security for the southern oil fields. And then in the north on the 27th, the 173rd Airborne Brigade jumped into an area near Bashur in northern Iraq to provide additional combat power to the special operating forces that had already inserted themselves into Kurdish-held territory. At the same time, combat operations were ongoing. Humanitarian aid, I mention this repeatedly because that is really one of the 2 great pillars of this combat operation. At the same time you're exerting combat power against a very focused enemy, you want to be able to infuse into that fight humanitarian assistance that will begin to normalize the lives of the people in the towns that you're liberating. And things like bringing in wheat into Qasr, bringing in humanitarian aid overland from Kuwait, great support from the Kuwaitis to infuse that aid into the fight was noted as early as the 2nd or 3rd day after combat operations began. Water pipeline was constructed and is completed now from Kuwait into Qasr up to Zubair, and we now have a situation just a couple days ago, where water into Basra is almost completely restored. We have a few small areas that we're completing that infusion. Those operations continued until the 4th of April, just yesterday, where we saw great operations conducted on a 2-corps front approach in towards Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division moved north from Karbala to the highway intersections of routes 1 and 8, just south of the city, about 7 miles from the city center. In fact, you saw some of the forces that were at that intersection today driving through the inner city of Baghdad. In addition, forces moved to the west, initially creating a force to attack and then secure the Baghdad International Airport. Those forces have completed that operation and now hold the airport secure. And we're continuing to flow forces in there to reinforce and establish a main operating base. At the same time, the 1st Marine Forces, 1st Marine Expeditionary Forces were attacking from the vicinity of Diwaniyah and south of Al-Qut to destroy the remnants of the Baghdad Division and then turn northwest along Highway 6 to the southeast corner of Baghdad, attacking remnants of a regular Army division and a Republican Guard infantry division, destroying those forces as they move forth to establish a an operating base on the southeast edge of Baghdad. Finally, continuing the great work in Basra and then moving further to the north, 1st UK Armored Division has moved north through the oil fields to begin to secure more and more of those vital resources for the future. And we now have a substantial percentage of what we call the southern oil fields, the Rumaila fields, the Kurna fields, and some other smaller fields, Zubair, under our safe control. And we continue to expand that UK lodgement position further north along Highway 6 to complete the destruction of the remnants, really, of 4 regular Army divisions that began the fight in the vicinity between Al-Amara and Kurna in the eastern portion of the country. Finally, we've alluded to special operating forces throughout the operation, and I just want to spend a minute or two describing the intent of these very highly capable forces, the use of those highly capable forces around the country. As we were beginning combat operations, special operating forces were infiltrated into western Iraq, into northern Iraq, and in some areas in the south. The intent of these forces was to establish a relationship with leaders in the local area, to be able to call fires on theater ballistic missile launch sites in the west in order to protect neighbors in the region, other countries that were threatened by the Iraqi theater ballistic missile capability, to begin to set conditions to bring follow-on forces in to take advantages of airfields in the west and in the north. In addition, to begin working in an unconventional warfare manner, engaging with Iraqi forces in the north who might be interested in laying down their arms and not continuing to fight. Those operations have been highly successful. In addition to the unconventional warfare operations in the north, as many of you know, we attacked a terrorist base camp in near the little town of Kurma. The intent here was to eliminate an Al-Qaeda and Ansar Islam-based terrorist training camp, a military facility, and potential chemical WMD processing or manufacturing plant. Those operations were very successful. It was a combination of U.S. Special Forces and Kurdish fighters, and those operations actually continue to eliminate small pockets of terrorist activity in extreme northeastern Iraq. Finally, on a note of success that was very visible to y'all, the Special Operating Forces, in coordination with conventional forces from the Marine Corps and the Air Force and the Army, were able to successfully rescue Private First Class Jennifer Lynch out of a hospital and irregular military headquarters facility that was being used by these death squads in Nasiriyah, and successfully return her to U.S. hands and onto medical care and a reunion with her family. I'll talk a little bit about that operation in just a little bit, so if you'll hold for that one just a second, I'll come back to it. Finally, to continue to beat the drum of humanitarian assistance, we have worked to secure key bridges and infrastructure to maintain those for future use, and we have begun to really accelerate the infusion of humanitarian assistance into the country. Throughout all of these operations, we've encountered an enemy who has been determined. We've encountered an enemy who has chosen to use fear and terror and brutality as a means to push the people either to not support a change in their own communities, or even to the extremes to be used as shields to protect these fighters as they try to engage our forces. We've seen forces fighting in civilian clothes from vehicles we call technical vehicles, pickup trucks with machine guns loaded onto them, SUVs. We've seen them stringing wire across roads that would be designed to decapitate people driving in trucks. We've seen them wearing uniforms that were U.S. or U.K. or Australia-based equipment so that they might fit in. We've seen them using flags of truce to gain a position of advantage on the battlefield, and on from suicide bombings to other acts of terror on the field. This has been an unconventional enemy, but not one we have not trained for. Through it all, we've seen prudent use of the military. We've seen professional performance by our soldiers, and they have been able to, in each case, defeat this enemy threat as we've moved on to each of our objectives. Now, all of that happens because the people behind the scenes, the logisticians, ensure that we have the tools that we need to carry the battle forward on the field. Some of you have had a chance to listen to some of the logistics facts that we've used out there, and I won't go into lots and lots of them, but I do have a few tidbits of trivia that might be interesting for you. The line of communication that we are maintaining open is from Kuwait up to Baghdad. It's about 350 miles. On any given day out there in the battlefield, we've probably got 2,500 or more logistics support-related vehicles traveling on that road. So if you can sort of imagine driving from LA to San Francisco, along the way there you'll see a whole, it's sort of like having a big old convoy of semi-tractor trailers running up and down that road, moving food and fuel and water and humanitarian assistance to our forces. We've moved something on the order of 65 million gallons of fuel into the region in order to fill supply points around the area to allow our forces to continue operations unencumbered. If you throw that into a, well, I got a little car, so I get about 20 miles to the gallon. If you throw that into my car, I could do an around-the-world trip about 52,000 times. To fly the air tasking order that we have up each day, the aircraft that are out there to support our operations, takes something on the order of about 2.5 million gallons of fuel, and in that same car of mine, I can only make the trip around the world about 1,736 times. So to give you some perspective, the cost, the support required to keep these operations going continuously is substantial. And the work that is being carried out by our logistics experts in the field is nothing short of Herculean. There are some real superstars out there. In order to keep our forces properly hydrated, we use about 1.5 million liters of water a day. About 2 million tons of spare parts and support equipment is moved around the battlefield each day. And then finally, soldiers, as they say, you feed the Army on you have to maintain its ability to eat. And about 1/3 of a million MREs are consumed each day. So for that one Marine out there that didn't get more than one on that day, we've got some more out there coming to him, and I think we've solved that problem. We continue to have great days of supply out in the field at each of our supply points, and I think we have continued to excel day by day to improve that process. I talked about a lot of humanitarian aid a minute ago, and I want to give you just a few tidbits on what we call CMO, civil military operations. These are some good news stories, and they're not stories that the military has brought to the fight. They're stories that other non-governmental organizations and international organizations bring in. The World Food Program, for example, delivered 1,000 metric tons of wheat yesterday. We have had support from non-governmental organizations to distribute kerosene to families to allow them to heat their homes. There's not many cool nights left, but there were a few, and we've been able to get kerosene into some of the families in order to run heaters. The World Food Program's warehouse in Basra has built up substantial stockpiles of cooking oil, coffee, flour, and miscellaneous items, and those continue to be packaged for distribution. We've talked about DART teams before, and these are designed to respond to a disaster, really, but this is also an element that gives us command and control for distribution of humanitarian aid. We've formed the largest DART team ever in history. It's a 3-phase front from Kuwait to Jordan to Turkey to enable us to move humanitarian assistance very rapidly in, and I'm pleased to say that today we moved a number of trucks of humanitarian assistance in from Turkey, as well as we're continuing to grow the size of assistance that we're able to move in from Jordan over time. So the successes are there. We continue to have need for more. We're far from perfect in that regard, but we are making a stronger attempt every day to increase and improve our ability to move those kinds of supplies and support to the Iraqi people at the same time we prosecute combat operations against the Iraqi regime. Now, I told you I'd spend a minute or two talking about the rescue of Private Lynch. And I'd like to, you'll forgive me for referring to notes a little bit more, but the facts of this are important, and I'd like to go through those with you to try to give you a sense of what is really one of the characteristics of this operation. There is nothing done in this battlefield that is not a joint and integrated operation. It's a combined operation. It takes the capabilities of each of our components, and I know I've talked about this a couple times from the podium here, but I can't overstress this. Each nation contributing, each force on the battlefield brings a capability that has to be integrated in order to be successful out there. And this is but one example, this one very localized to a very unique problem, but across the battlefield we have the same kinds of circumstances, and I'll cover those in questions if you like. In the situation that we're talking about here with Private Lynch, as you know, on about the 23rd of March, her 507th Maintenance Company was ambushed in the vicinity of Al-Nasiriyah. A number of the members of that maintenance company were killed, a number captured, and a number were unaccounted for, she being one of them. As the situation developed over time, we began to get some indications from local contacts in the community, and as we have used special forces to develop intelligence on the battlefield, as we do everywhere on the battlefield, we got an indication that there may be an injured U.S. military member held in this hospital, the Saddam Hospital in Al-Nasiriyah. At any time we have a situation like that, we put together a planning team that investigates the intelligence and decides, is this credible, and if so, do we have a capability to respond to recover our service member. In this case, after some detailed planning and study, it was felt that we not only had good intelligence information and had good access, had the potential for good access, but we in fact also felt that we had a feasible plan. On the night of the 1st of April, a coalition special forces operation was put together that included the U.S. Army Rangers, special forces and aviators from the Army, U.S. Navy SEALs, Air Force pilots, combat controllers, and United States Marines. The team was designed in a way to very rapidly get into the area of the hospital, to determine the location of Private Lynch, and then to bring her out, and at the same time exploit some areas of the hospital where we had reports of enemy headquarters, command and control facilities, and the like. As the night unfolded, the Marine Task Force was given two missions. Task Force Terror was asked to create a diversionary attack in order to focus what small elements of Iraqi irregulars there might be in the surrounding part of the town away from the hospital in order to draw them into a fight in another part of the town. At the same time, elements of the Marines using helicopters moved the recovery force rapidly into the hospital area with both ground transport and helicopter infiltration, with the principal priority being to recover Private Lynch and very rapidly move her out of the hospital area. Upon entering the hospital, the assault force actually persuaded a local physician to lead them to Private Lynch's location, and this local physician claimed that at the same time that there were potentially remains of other U.S. military either in the morgue or possibly buried close by. As the team entered the hospital room, they found Private Lynch in a hospital bed. The first man approached the door and came in and called her name. She had been scared, had the sheet up over her head because she didn't know what was happening. She lowered the sheet from her head. She didn't really respond yet because I think she was probably pretty scared. The soldier again said, "Jessica Lynch, we're the United States soldiers here, and we're here to protect you and take you home." She seemed to understand that, and as he walked over, took his helmet off, she looked up to him and said, "I'm an American soldier too." As they prepared to evacuate her, a team member made a preliminary assessment of her medical conditions. The physician who accompanied them on, this is our physician who accompanied the assault, took the opportunity to further evaluate her condition, stabilize her for evacuation. She had injuries both to her legs, her arm, a head injury, and seemed to be in a fair amount of pain. After she was prepared for movement and secured to the stretcher, the team members carried her down the stairwell out to the front door to the waiting helicopter. While the helicopter transported her to a nearby aircraft who was then going to move her on to a field hospital. Jessica held up her hand and grabbed the ranger doctor's hand, held on it to her for the entire time and said, "Please don't let anybody leave me." It was clear she knew where she was and she didn't want to be left anywhere in the hands of the enemy. After a short period of time, the hospital departed and she was moved back to the field hospital, and her condition, her evaluation, her treatment was expanded. After Private Lynch was removed from the hospital, the team continued with the rest of its mission. Searching through the hospital, they found a weapons cache. They found a terrain model. And in fact, what this was a planning. It was like a sandbox model done on the floor of the basement of the hospital. And it was a model of the town of An-Nasiriyah. And it had blue and red markers on there, just like we would use for a war game, and depicted with relative accuracy the general positions of U.S. forces and also enemy forces in the town. So it allowed our special forces to gain a bit of intelligence as well from that activity. At the same time, the team was led to a burial site where in fact they did find a number of bodies that they believed it could be American missings in action. They in fact did not have shovels in order to dig those graves up, so they dug them up with their hands. And they wanted to do that very rapidly so that they could race the sun and be off the site before the sun came up. A great testament to the will and desire of coalition forces to bring their own home. After completing the excavation and ensuring there were none other left behind, the force recovered all bodies and transported them back to the staging location and moved those back with the rest of the assault force. And as you know, we've since returned those bodies to the States, and we have identified 9 of those sets of remains. 8 of them, in fact, were from the 507th Maintenance Company, and 1 from the soldier from the 3rd Forward Support Group of the 3rd Infantry Division. And those next of kin now have been notified, and they know the status of their loved one. So while we grieve at the loss of those soldiers, we are pleased that we're able to make a determination of their fate and bring that back to their families. Well, that completes the comments that I wanted to make. Let me open up for questions for you today. This gentleman here was eager to get in early, so I'll start off right here.
Jonathan Marcus, BBC. General, could you give us some characterization of the events in southwestern Baghdad earlier today? And could I ask that you've been using a lot of precision-guided munitions. Some of the statements from press officers here today have been very vague. Talk about downtown Baghdad, U.S. forces in the center of the city. We have people who are in the center of the city, and they clearly haven't been actually in the center. So could I ask for a little bit greater precision from some of the statements, but also some indication from you as to what has been going on?
Well, I think the very first clarity of what was going on was riding in one of those tanks in the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, and it was one of the embedded reporters. So you probably can't see a better up-to-date report than what you saw there. But I will try to put some context to what you saw. This was an operation conducted by 2 task forces of the 3rd Infantry Division. They in fact had been south of the city and conducted a raid through the city, proceeding north to the Tigris River, and then continuing out to the west in the direction of the airport. As to why your colleagues were not able to see that from the center of the city, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty comfortable that in some parts of downtown London you can't see what's going on in other parts of downtown London. So I can't give you any better answer than that. I'm pretty comfortable. I know where those guys were, and I'm pretty comfortable the reporters gave you an accurate picture of the scenes on the road. It was I think a clear statement of the ability of the coalition forces to move into Baghdad at times and places of their choosing, and to establish their presence really wherever they need to in the city. And those kinds of operations, I believe, will continue. Yes, sir.
General Jeff Lee from Sky News. At times, sir, your review sounded almost like a victory speech. Was it? Have you now reached the tipping point? And can I ask the daily weapons of mass destruction question? They haven't been deployed. They haven't been discovered. Is this war going to make history by being ended before you found its cause?
That's a great question. Let me first say that there in no way should any of the comments I made be taken as a victory speech. Victory will come. Of that there is no doubt. But this fight is far from over. As we've said, we've been able to move into the area of Baghdad City. As you look at the map of Iraq, you'll note that there are many other parts of the country where we have not yet taken control of enemy forces in that region, and so the fight will continue. The fight is far from finished in Baghdad. As to weapons of mass destruction, I think we continue to look at sites around the country, but I think, as I mentioned last week as I was up here, many of the sites that we believe were most likely were in areas that we had not yet put troops. We're beginning to close down some of those areas and put troops into there, and we will in fact over time go through each of the sites where we believe to be that they may have stored, hidden, or in some way cached any kind of weapon of mass destruction. Tom?
Mr. Tom here with CNN. You talked about setting up a base of operations at the Baghdad International Airport. Is the security such that that can be done now? And what about the runways? They were disabled for normal use, but will they suffice for your use?
It's a good question, and I guess what I'd say in terms of base of operation, as you know, you can create a base of operation in the middle of the desert where you secure a particular area and bring in your logistics forces. The airport gives us a fairly substantial area to operate from, and I believe we will continue to operate from that field. Whether we make it a main base of operation or not, time will tell. With respect to security on the airfield, the 3rd ID folks, elements of the 101st have I think, secured the airfield to a fairly good degree. That does not mean that there's not a threat from artillery, from enemy forces who have continued to attack throughout the course of today to varying degrees and in varying sizes, but with no success. There are a number of sites on the airfield that we want to make sure we spend extra time to ensure there's not booby traps and those kinds of things, but we feel like we can operate on the airfield with ease. In terms of is the airfield functional, we believe that at least one of the runways will be functional very rapidly. Most of the obstructions there were dirt, so they can be cleaned off very quickly, and I think we'll have that capability very rapidly. It appears the rest of the infrastructure on the airport was intact, and I think the Iraqi government still today says we're not there. So clearly they weren't expecting us, so they left the airfield in a fairly operable condition.
Who disabled the runway? The coalition forces, or did they put obstacles in your way?
Well, I think
it sounded like that you took out portions of the runway so they couldn't be used. But I don't think you could put dirt in yesterday.
Even we're not that fast. No, we had Baghdad International Airport has 2 runways, 2 sides of the airfield. One of them is the military side, and we, because there were some military capable aircraft over there that we were concerned about, obstructed that one ourselves. On the other airfield, our intent was to leave that intact. The Iraqis, in fact, put dirt mounds in a number of places. I think they may have been worried that we were going to do some sort of an air landing or something, and they wanted to ensure that maybe that was not possible. I think they underestimate our capabilities. However, we will be about clearing those dirt mounds and et cetera to get that runway functional very rapidly. And at the appropriate point, we'll start using it as we need to bring in supplies or other items. Yes, ma'am.
Jane Secker, Sky News. Can I just ask you firstly about the discovery of these bodies in Azabaya? Do you have any information about that? And secondly, were you surprised by the level of resistance that you faced so far going into Baghdad? Do you really think the Republican Guard have gone, or do you think they're waiting for you somewhere else?
First, the question on reports in Zubair, I heard those really just coming over today. I can't give you any more specifics. One, if the reports are accurate, or two, what type of people these might be if there are accurate reports. So I'm afraid I can't give you too much more than that. However, we have asked in coordination with the Land Component Commander, to take these kinds of reports and try to run them to ground so that we can come up with some sense of truth. As you know, on the battlefield, many times first reports are in some way inaccurate, and so we physically need to go there and find out, and we'll know more once we run that ground. Your second question was the Republican Guard. I think sometimes it's very difficult for people to understand the power of air power. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm an airman, beating the air power horn, but the integration of fires from both land and air, I think I went off, was substantial. And we were able to take advantage of superiority in the skies to prepare the battlefield. And as the land forces moved through, they still found substantial Republican Guard capability. And in many cases, those forces fought hard. But they were more isolated. They were not well organized. And I think that is a direct result of the combined arms team that prepared that battlefield before the forces actually moved into the area. Let me come over here. I'll come back in a minute. Kelly.
Hi, General. We had reports today of another suicide bombing at Baghdad airport. If you could address that. And secondly, do you have any indications there are substantial Republican Guard in Tikrit?
I heard the reports about a potential suicide bomb at the airport. We've had a couple of reports of those activities that have been true over the last few days. The one today, I tried to check just before I walked in. That has not come up on anybody's radar scope. Obviously, I think it was a media report. There have been a number of attacks out there. I would say some of them I'd term as suicidal, in that very lightly armed forces trying to attack more heavily armored forces on the airfield. But I don't have what at least I would refer to as a suicide bomb attack that I'm aware of. And I'm sorry, your second question?
Do you have indications of Republican Guard still
in Tikrit?
Yeah.
Certainly through the conflict, we've seen a number of Republican Guard units in and around Tikrit. We continue to look in that area very carefully, because certainly that's one of the key leadership nodes, we think, that tie to the Ba'ath Party. As our forces drew closer to Baghdad, many of the Republican Guard units were sort of thrown into the fight, literally. And there certainly are some remnants of Republican Guards in that area. As to how large a force that is, we're still trying to get a little better intelligence on that. Yes, sir.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television News. Can you elaborate on your definition of favorable with regard to the strike on the leadership of the 21st? What exactly does that mean? And on the same track, can you give us your assessment of the Saddam Hussein video that was put out yesterday?
Favorable means really good. We hit exactly where we wanted to go, and we're pretty sure that one of the targets we were aiming at, we got. Now, beyond that, I'm going to leave it there. Good try, though. And I think that goes to really your second question. Was this Saddam on the tapes yesterday? I can't tell you. There are tapes, clearly. We know from intelligence that in the months preceding combat operations, a number of tapes were made to be used, some to be released locally, some to be released from other places in the world. I don't know. I truly don't know. But the fact of the matter is, it really doesn't matter. The operation is to end the regime in Iraq, and we'll continue with that one. So whether that was or was not Saddam is truly not relevant to the plan. We'll continue until we complete the operations. Yes, sir. Back here. Gentleman from, I think, Qatari TV?
Hamid Marzouqi from Kuwait TV.
I'm sorry, Kuwait TV. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have a question, General. What is the problems which is the American armies faced in Baghdad now exactly?
I'm sorry.
What is the problem which is the American armies faced in Baghdad now?
Okay. So you're asking, are we having difficulties with our Americans?
Exactly at the south of Baghdad. Thank you.
I think our operations from that as I described earlier, that moved from the south through the center of Baghdad and out to the west, were very successful for us. The challenge with that were pockets of very intense fighting. As I mentioned, we had a task force that moved through the city, made up of both Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and Abrams tanks. The fight through there was characterized by a number of irregular forces mixed with Republican Guard or Special Republican Guard infantry fighting positions, rocket-propelled grenades, nests of irregular forces and the technical vehicles that I described earlier, and air-to-air artillery weapons that were used in a direct fire mode against our forces. So 23 millimeter, 57 millimeter anti-aircraft cannons that were used in a direct fire mode against our forces. It was, as was reported, intense fighting in areas. On the other hand, in some areas, people were standing on the sidewalks waving to us. So clearly there is confusion in Baghdad. Clearly there is some chaos in terms of the command and control and ability of the military to defend in Baghdad. On the other hand, there are people who appear to acknowledge the presence of coalition forces favorably in that area. Does that answer your question for you? Okay, good. Yes, sir.
I'm Nat Harrison with AFP. Can you confirm that the third ID reached the center or the heart or the middle of the city today? And can you tell us where those troops are now?
Moving wherever they need to. I'm not sure I can define to you what the center of Baghdad is. But I think someone described the Tigris River makes a pretty narrow bend as Highway 1 comes into what I would call pretty near the center of Baghdad and then turns out to the west. So our forces moved up into that area and then continued out to the west. And it's about as close to the center as I know how to define. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Martha Grant with Newsweek magazine. First of all, thank you very much for giving us that level of detail about Jessica Lynch. I had a couple follow-up questions about her. We had been told that possibly Chemical Ali, as he's called, may have been in that hospital. Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about that? Did you get him? And secondly, the injuries she has, did she sustain them during the ambush or did her captors inflict them on her?
Let me go to your second question first, because I guess the answer to the first one is we think that he was there. He had used that area, but on the evening of the attack, he was not located in that hospital. That's not to say that we haven't been tracking him down at some other locations and will continue to do so until we're pretty confident that he's been eliminated. As to her injuries, as I mentioned, arm injuries, leg injuries, she's undergone some back surgery as well. I don't have any way to determine if those were inflicted on her after her capture, and so it would be unfair of me to try to speculate on that. I just really can't say. I don't know of any other information to be more clear than that for you. Yes, sir.
Adi Raval, ABC News. The situation in Baghdad is such where the residents are getting mixed messages. One message from the Iraqi leadership, the information ministry, that everything is fine, don't worry about it, they haven't taken over any of our command and control facilities. The coalition forces obviously presenting a different message. Now it seems the message, your message, the coalition forces message is more important than ever. How are you getting through the Iraqi propaganda and talking directly to the people of Baghdad, saying whatever you want to say in terms of issuing admonitions about this is where we'll be, et cetera, and why is the information ministry still broadcasting its propaganda? Thank you, sir.
It's a good question. As you know, the technology for broadcast is pretty sophisticated, and you can purchase satellite time on a variety of different corporation satellites, and so as to how they're still being able to broadcast, while I'm not technically proficient to tell you how that happens, I can say that it appears that there are a number of satellite companies who have sold broadcast time to Iraqi national television, and so we're trying to work in some way to encourage that not to happen. But I think more importantly is the question really of how do we get our message to the Iraqi people. We have a capability to broadcast on the Iraqi Channel 3, and we're continuing to do that. We're trying to expand our ability for Iraqis to broadcast on satellite television, and as we try to improve that capability and expand that capability, we will do so. We're beginning to see many more leaders in the communities of Basra and Al-Nasiriyah, Samoa, Najaf, even now towards Karbala, become much more supportive, openly supportive of the coalition forces as they see the threat from these other irregular troops go away. And some have expressed interest in helping to get that message out. You have to be careful, though. You have to be careful because it has to be an honest message from the Iraqi people. And so we're sensitive to try to create the opportunity for